The mic turned on already. Clickety clack. This just in. I don't know. Today news. Doesn't fit on the text. Okay, we'll cut them out. Suppose. I'm on the. Oh, I don't have that third text anymore. No, I do. There you go. Thanks for the head pats, Anne. I'm gonna change that to say event. The news makes it sound like it should be lined up right next to the other non-violent news. Thanks for the stream. Wishing you a peaceful day. From Herman. A little too peaceful around here. Kind of fucked up. No, I don't know. I live in a suburb. It's whatever. Quiet. Hello, Phoenix. Welcome to here. Oh, I missed the capitalization. Saw that on Twitter just today ago. A little bit fucked up. The most recent thing was that that one airman that self-immolated. Did I talk about that on last stream? I saw another thing about other veterans burning their uniforms in protest. Bump this down to 0.05. Okay. This is where we finished last, or where we stopped last time. Oops. Much. Yeah, I guess I did mention it. The thingy things I saw, I also saw that, news. I saw a thing from CNN being quote tweeted, and they're referring to it as a chaotic incident. Instead of, they're not calling it a massacre. And I saw someone saying, oh, the Boston massacre versus the chaotic incident where Boston Massacre, 5 people died, and then this quote-unquote chaotic incident, 100 died. Well... Oh, and also in the headline, they didn't mention why it happened, because, you know, obviously they wouldn't perform such a maneuver. Anyway. Made the wings on this model a little smaller, so they don't stick out so much and block things. Or, I made it a toggle, rather. Yeah. Okay. Filled up my water bottle, ready to start reading now. Gaza's infrastructure on the verge of collapse. Experts warn of catastrophic consequences as power, water, and medical facilities struggle to cope under the bombing. When Ali Abu Sada visits her kitchen, she can see that her refrigerator is leaking. Its melting contents mix with blood from a kilo of frozen meat and flow onto the floor. The mother of 6 can do nothing to stop it. Electricity... Oh. There's a lot of things mainstream news isn't gonna say when they're trying to make money in addition to any of their other objectives. Well, on the overarching scheme, money-making overlaps with the objective of obfuscation because well, if they told things as they were, if it was a singular guy, he would get fired. If it was the entire company would get blacklisted and they wouldn't get money from Big Bob McMansion anymore. Because we need public support for the quote-unquote public support for genocide, so that we can continue doing it and no one says anything, and that means you get to extract a value from out there and bring it back here and fucked up. No, yeah. Hello, welcome to, hold on. Hello, welcome to here. You can't tell that the arm is scuffed, but it's scuffed. The elbow is slightly shorter than it should be. Okay. Oh, right. I ordered the Perler bead stuff finally, and 2 out of 3 packages arrived, but gotta wait for one more. Kind of fucked up. Okay. Electricity outages over the last 24 hours have left Ali from Jabalia refugee camp with more damage and loss than she can cope with. It's unbearably hot. I can't do anything without the electricity to run my refrigerator, she says. Despite abject poverty and a disabled husband, she has stockpiled food for herself and her children. She knows the coming days will not be easy, with water supplies almost completely cut off for the past 48 hours. In order to access water from the tank on the roof, she needs the water generator to work, and that is only possible with the electricity on. Even flushing her toilet is no longer an option. Her home in northern Gaza is in an area under heavy bombardment, directly in the path of the Israeli offensive, intensifying the crisis Ali has to deal with. Things have become much worse since the ground invasion, he told Al Jazeera. According to Jamal Al-Dard-Sawi, from the local power supply company, 13 electricity feeder lines have been hit by Israeli airstrikes and artillery shelling. That means 90% of electricity in the Gaza Strip is out. The 10% that remains is not enough to cater to all the needs of Gaza's 1.8 million people, which results in prolonged blackouts. Depending on the area they live in, residents of Gaza get between 2 and 4 hours of power every day, although some districts have had no power for 2 days. Hold on, I forgot about... Let me find the thing and a thing and look forward to it. Where's that? There it is. Ouch. Okay. For the past 2 weeks, workers at the power company have been targeted by Israeli gunfire, making Dard Sawi reluctant to send his staff members out to investigate and make repairs. 3 workers have been killed trying to make critical repairs, and continuing hostilities have made such work too dangerous in many areas, said Philip Luther, Middle East and North Africa Program Director at Amnesty International. A report by the UN's Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, UNOCHA, also highlighted the dangers the workers face. Hello, Nakiwa. Welcome to here, location TM. Lack of protection during damage repair, operation, and assessment remains the biggest constraint, impeding the immediate repair of water and wastewater pipelines, the report said. UNOCHA added that damage to technical equipment is affecting a majority of Gaza's population, despite repairs to 2 lines, with the cooperation of the Israeli authorities. This has further undermined the operation of water and sewage facilities, many of which have been damaged, the report stated. Gaza's infrastructure is expected to be damaged even further by the knock-on effects of having no power. That is what Ali is experiencing at her home. The sewage system is flooding, and the garbage sitting in the hot sun has not been collected for days. According to the Emergency Water and Sanitation Hygiene Group, EWASH, wow, what a acronym, 50% of sewage pumping and treatment systems no longer operate. This directly affects about 900,000 Palestinian inhabitants in Gaza. Thinking about the comparison about how everything in Israel is what's the word? Whatever. Everything in Israel is just fine and dandy. They don't have to worry about any of this kind of shit. Shit. No, and then they still be like, oh, we're the victims here. Even though we have functioning toilets. No. Yeah. Gaza's infrastructure is on the verge of collapse, and the consequences of a continuing lack of clean water could be catastrophic, said Luther. You were listening to Indigenous History of America a bit today, and you forgot Israel's mentioned a good few times. Is that a book or a podcast or a video thing or more? Or what is it? Just alongside genocide and colonial projects? Yeah, the most current colonial project. It's a podcast on Spotify? Okay. Excuse me. EWASH says the situation is extremely dangerous, issuing a warning that the mixing of sewage and drinking water heightened the risk of a serious public health hazard from waterborne diseases. With the ongoing Israeli attacks, the majority of hospitals are focusing mostly on urgent medical cases. The bombing has prevented thousands of patients from getting access to medical care. Oh yeah, again, I'll take a look at it. I don't really listen to podcasts, but I'll give it a peep. Yeah, Spotify? I'm gonna have to make a Spotify account? No. Possibly, probably a book of this? Okay. Several human rights groups in Gaza expressed concern about Israel's targeting of health facilities in Gaza over the past 13 days. So far, 16 medical facilities have been damaged since July 7th, including 2 hospitals, 12 clinics, and 2 nursing care centers, according to UNOCHA. One case that caught international attention was the Al Wafa Rehabilitation Hospital, which was forced to evacuate many of its disabled patients before it was bombed for a second time by Israel. Gaza's health ministry announced that 13 out of 54 primary care centers have been closed, particularly in areas targeted by the Israeli Air Force, artillery, and Navy warships. Adds you to my... I think Muddy actually... I'm on Muddy's family plan thing or something. But I don't actually... I think I've used Spotify like an entire of total of twice. Yeah. On Saturday, Gaza hospitals announced that their medical supplies were rapidly declining, and some essential surgical operations had to be stopped due to a lack of provisions. Dr. Youssef Abu El-Resh, the Deputy Minister of Health, sent an appeal to international organizations to immediately send desperately needed medical supplies. Oh, let me open up now. Get an alert tab. His call for help has not had much of a response. Some states have sent money, but hospitals cannot do much with it when the Israeli blockade of the coast is in place. At least 39 fishing boats have been destroyed or severely damaged since the beginning of the war, says Amjad Shrafi, secretary of the Palestinian Fishermen's Syndicate. UNOCHA estimates that 3,600 fishermen are still in need of help to re-establish their livelihoods. Shrafi calculates the cost of the latest damage to the fishing sector. Each day the numbers mount. We've lived a painful experience with the last few days of bombardment targeting fishing harbors and boats, he told Al Jazeera. At midnight, Israeli warships fired missiles. Over 800 shells were fired from Israeli boats, mostly hitting equipment belonging to fishermen. I wonder what the flimsy justification for... Okay, no, I already know what it would be. Spooky Hamas ghost inhabits the boats. But no, like... There's no reason for military operations to target fishing equipment. No reason, in quotation marks. Hamas ghosts, yeah, it's... The excuse is always Hamas. If Hamas didn't exist, then... I don't know. I mean... By necessity, a resistance force would probably appear no matter what. But like, it's it's always blamed on Hamas, even. And I mentioned last time when I was reading through a couple of these bits where the Hamas isn't even like, it's, what is it? It's only, or it's not, so it gets painted as a terrorist organization, and only part of it is even for military operations, the military wing called the Al-Qassam Brigades, but yeah, spooky Hamas ghosts. Don't know why I forgot. Audiobooks and podcasts are different, but yeah, this one's an audiobook. But yes, good. I'm trying. Too lazy to download music and they added audiobooks. It's like, books. Yeah. Alright. Some of their boats were burned, and since the fire department on the harbor was bombed, it was not possible to bring the fires under control in time. Yeah. Those fishermen whose boats have survived remain unable to access the sea due to constant bombing by the Israeli Navy. The killing of 4 children from the Bakr family in the harbor by the Israelis has turned it into a ghost town. Gaza's Shajaya carnage at Shifa morgue. Palestinians rushed to search for their loved ones at Shifa hospital following Israel's deadly strike on Gaza, but for many there's little good news. Hold on, I'm gonna sip real quick. No, it's not him, says the brother of Mohammed al-Mobayed, as he moves on to the next body, searching for his brother. Half of the family is at the reception desk, and the other half at the morgue. The ambulance arrives, asking crowds to clear the road so as to pass through and offload the casualties and dead. As ambulance doors open, people run forward looking for their missing relatives. No, that's not him, Dad, screams one of the brothers to his father as the ambulance arrives. A shout comes over the air to all of the al-Mobayed family. Here is Mohammed. The whole family runs to him, thinking he's alive. But Mohammed's body arrives with scores of other bodies and bags of assorted fingers, heads, chests, legs, and feet. It's up to ambulance crews to sort through the body parts, to match them for identification before preparing them for shrouding and burial. The screams of grief begin among all members of the family, but everyone else is still looking for their own missing loved ones. Hundreds of people are here. All are worried that the next ambulance will bring their relatives to the hospital doors. Human carnage of Shajaya began this morning when Israeli tanks started a massive shelling barrage on people's homes. The heavy tank shells hit houses directly. Some of the people were able to run away under gunfire, but many others were hit. Ahed al-Kanu, 55 years old, had to walk 5 kilometers with her 8 children until she could find transport to take all of them somewhere safe. Here at Shifa Hospital, she does not know where her husband is. She does not know the whereabouts of either her husband or her 9th child. One young man helps her look for them. She still hopes they are alive, but no one knows for sure yet. Excuse me. Ambulance crews say they were unable to evacuate bodies that were laid out on the street or thrown there by bombs. It's a massacre. Dead and injured men, women, children are on the streets, and we were unable to evacuate them because we were being shot at too, screams the ambulance driver to MEE. Currently, 4 Israeli soldiers died last night in a fierce battle with Palestinian resistance fighters. At least 100 Palestinians were killed on Sunday and over 300 injured, say doctors at Shifa Hospital. The numbers are increasing as more bodies are dug out from under piles of rubble that used to be homes. The death toll since the start of Israel's attacks stands at 425 people, with 2,900 injured, the majority being civilians, says the United Nations. Just had a random bonus thonk about how often they're just shooting at civilians that are trying to run and stuff. But yeah, that's Hamas, I guess. And also some of the previous snippets mentioned that, they'd be like, oh yeah, homes are definitely military targets. Hamas is hiding in them. Every single home. I don't know. Obviously they just wanted to kill people, but bleh. Oh yeah, put the thing in the bottom left corner. That was a name. It said that was what Palestinians were calling this chaotic incident. TM. Saw a picture of is like a bag of flour with like the capital letter text printed on it. It's like, the aid from relief organizations or whatever, and it was all bloody. It was a 1-minute video clip from a person. Hold on. Maybe we'll just bust open Twitter. Fuck that. Then I don't have to retell it with my own words. Let's see, here it is. Do I have browser audio mute? Nope, I have to unmute that. Oh, I have the tab muted. Oh yeah, it says food pack on it. It's cut off. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. Much.
So, tonight, at 4 a.m., it happened. Sunflower bags entered the north of Gaza Strip, and people started running to get that flour, to get that food for their families. So the Israeli tanks opened the fire on them, shooting and killing more than 80 people, wounding more than 400 people. Their blood was mixed with the flour. The mothers and sisters, the family, will never bake that flour, will never bake that bread. They will never get back to their homes. They said goodbye to the family to get some food, and they will never get back with that food. Again, they were killed.
Oops.
Israel is using the starvation weapon against us. Israel is using the starvation weapon against the north of Gaza Strip to force people to leave, to evacuate, to empty the north. They are starving people. They are killing them when they succeed to get some food. Israel is.
Let me snip this real quick for the zoom. The other picture was just of a dead person, a dead Palestinian. There it is. Food pack. To be honest, I didn't think that they would go so low, but I should have known better, I guess. Oh, here's the New York Times' live updates in chaotic Gaza scene. Corrected to massacre in Gaza. Many are killed and wounded as Israelis open fire, and then they don't. It says, on Palestinians trying to get food, starved by Israel. Alright, crunch him. Seems it can always get worse. It really do be like that. You can't get... Crunch. Okay. The Red Cross attempted to organize a ceasefire to evacuate bodies, but medics say the ceasefire proposal provides too little time to dig for bodies that are not visible on the streets. This has been the fiercest night of fighting since Israel's war began 2 weeks ago. Most families were bombed while sleeping, while others were killed while fleeing their homes in search of shelter, says 28-year-old Osama al-Warbaji. We were in our homes when we heard an exchange of fire at 2:30 this morning. I thought it would end soon. Just before the sun set on Shajaya, east of Gaza City, tank shells started to land everywhere. MEE counted 14 tank shells in 45 seconds. Each time my family and I attempt to get outside, we are faced with tank shells coming toward us. There was nowhere to escape to, says Al-Arbaji, as he searches for the bodies, or body parts, of his cousins. Thinking about having to identify your relatives by their dismembered limbs. I don't know. Think well, I mean, I might be able to recognize my dad's hands. They're kind of old and wrinkly, you know. But, you don't even get to have a body to mourn over. It's just a thing that used to be a person. Oh. Well, here's some more coming up right next, man. I saw the massacre of the Ayad family when tank shells hit them over and over again. 12 people were trying to flee, what were blown to pieces, splattered all over the walls and concrete, says Osama, while he looks at the ambulances still arriving and the crowds of people screaming in fear. Ayad's mother was holding her children by their hands. But I saw them disappear when the Israeli tank shell hit, he says. Then he saw a small child's face. The top of a child's head. The rest was split into pieces. His mother's body was blown into small pieces, he says as he weeps. I started to run with my family. Under our feet were the bodies of our neighbors, and blood was everywhere, he says. He shows Mee the blood on his bare feet and trousers, and what appears to be a piece of someone else's flesh sticking to his forehead. They bombed mosques, schools, homes, cars, and everything. The area has been turned into just the ruins and rubble of bombed homes and bodies, he adds. My relatives are still indoors. My in-laws are stuck there, and we still don't know if they're alive, he adds. His only option is to wait for the ambulances to come. No ambulances come, Osama is afraid that no one will recover the bodies that are still underneath the buildings. The infant son of my in-laws is 2 months old. I know he was killed early this morning in his house next to Al-Mu'tasim Mosque, he says. He has not yet found the tiny body he is looking for among the burned, cold bodies in the morgue. You'd probably be able to recognize some general face shapes, but you suspect some of your issue recognizing people is the autism stuff, so you don't know. Yeah, the house is gone, the belongings are gone, everything's on fire. Active gunfire, trying to even keep things together to figure out who's still alive in the middle of all that. You're a bit messed up from the occasional distant gang shooting. You couldn't even imagine going back to okay, knowing you're trapped by a force actively trying to exterminate y'all. Yeah, one of the previous snippets said there's no pre-trauma and no post-trauma. It's always it's just constant trauma. Tank shells were falling like hot raindrops. Survivors of the Shajaya bombardment recount horrific tales amid their frantic search for lost family members. Shajaya, Gaza. Mahmoud al-Sheikh Kail, 36, one of the few survivors from Shajaya, stood nervously at the gates of Shifa Hospital, waiting for the next ambulance to arrive. His frightened eyes spotted an ambulance making its way through the crowd with difficulty. The ambulance doors opened, and the dead were unloaded. He burst into tears as he recognized a familiar small face. He shouted, "Samia al-Sheikh Kail." 3-year-old Samia's body has been torn to shreds by an Israeli tank shell, yet she was still recognizable despite the burns. Oh, I guess another thing is if they're wearing the last piece of clothing that you remember them seeing them wearing, that's another, I guess you can identify that. Kail learned that the bodies that remained wrapped in white burial shrouds were his cousins. He collapsed. "We were trying to run, but the tank shells were chasing us wherever we went," he told Al Jazeera. Around 6 a.m., I was inside my house. I heard the neighbors screaming for help after a blast. I managed to get outside to try to rescue them, but it was a massacre. Women and children all torn to pieces. Shajaya in eastern Gaza City has been under the most horrendous attack since Israel began its assault on Gaza 14 days ago. Yesterday's carnage left 72 people dead, according to a Palestinian Health Ministry statement. Nearly all of the dead are women, children, and elderly men. According to Ashraf Al-Qidra, spokesperson for the health ministry, Gaza's death toll has climbed to 506 people, with more than 3,150 injured since the start of Israel's assault on July 8th. Those like Kail, who have survived, say it's a miracle. According to several eyewitness accounts, some Shajaya residents were waving whatever white cloth they could find. White shirts, undershirts, tablecloths. They wanted to get out of the targeted area, which was under constant heavy Israeli bombardment. After the bombing, the white cloths were either ripped apart or covered in blood. I read the white cloth thing, and I was thinking about that thing that happened recently where Israel shot their own hostages who were waving white cloth. I don't think... I think, so a white flag is a surrender flag, and it's like appealing to morality or something. I think that's no use, and it would be better to just try and run and hide. Because they were gonna shoot anyway. Or okay, well this is a bombing though, not like tank shell and machine gun. Iman Mansour, another survivor and mother of 3, managed to escape with her children. Nowhere was safe to run to, she told Al Jazeera. Her 3 children, all injured, are receiving medical treatment at Shifa Hospital. We were forced to leave our house because tank shells were falling like hot raindrops. Her mother-in-law, Wael Mansour, who was also being treated at Shifa Hospital, had her house destroyed by a tank shell. I lived through the 1967 war and all the following Israeli wars, but this war is indescribable. It's crueler than the massacres of Sabra and Shatila. When her house was hit, she screamed out. As neighbors tried to help, they were killed right outside her doorstep. The bodies of men, women, and children were scattered all over, and no one could come to help save them, she said as tears fell. The smell at Shifa Hospital is of burned human flesh. The morgue is filled with all kinds of carnage, dismembered human body parts and burned bodies, including the burned faces of dead children. The morgue has more bodies than it can hold. Many of the victims are unrecognizable. Those searching for their loved ones struggle to remember specific physical details, skin color, old scars, height, weight, in order to identify very badly damaged bodies. I have a scar on my thumb, but I think it's very hard to see, and I think my dad would not remember that I had this scar. There's 2 moles on my right hand. They might be able to identify that. No, that's too hard to remember. I don't think either of my parents remember that. I've got a mole on my lower abdomen that sticks out a lot, but I don't know. I think my dad would be hard pressed to remember anything about my physical body. Oh, I'm gonna switch this model because I didn't rig the mouth to have the different expressions, and I don't... whatever. Stuck in a permanent smile. Just not very fitting. You have a very small black spot on the bright part of your right hand middle finger. Your mother always remembered it when she was around. Your father never remembers it's there. Maybe... Maybe the closer a parent is to the child, the more likely they are to remember these things. Okay. During the 2-hour ceasefire, ambulance crews struggled to collect dead bodies. When they came across people who were still alive, some were taking their last breath as they bled to death. In one instance, a paramedic saw a stretcher on the floor. Underneath it was the body of his colleague, Fouda Jaber, killed by an Israeli tank shell. "Oh my god, Fouad. Fouad is one of them. He's been killed," screamed the medical worker, before carrying away the body of his friend and colleague. Jaber was on a rescue mission to save a family of 10, most of them women and children. He died inside the house. The ambulance was also destroyed by tank shells. Instead of targeting medical facilities in violation of international law, Israeli forces must protect medics and patients and ensure that the injured can safely reach medical facilities in Gaza and, when necessary, outside the Strip, said Philip Luther of Amnesty International. Back at the hospital, more survivors await the ambulances, searching desperately for their family members. Kyle stayed until the end of the day, looking in vain for more relatives. Paramedics confirmed that 7 of his cousins were dead. All he is hoping for now is another ceasefire so he can get back home to search for his missing family members. See, there was something I was thinking about. Oh, right. Okay, I remember. Hearing about and reading about all of these things, so it's often bombs that are killing people. And so so you might have heard people say something like, oh, I bombed that test, or wow, that was a bombshell, or shit like that. Actually, I remember when Twitch was doing their end of year creator recap, they symbolized raids with a bunch of bombs, and just, I don't know, I don't like it anymore. It was kind of weird seeing, so it's like, you know, the purple and gray stuff that Twitch uses for their graphics. So, you know, I had like the previous one was like, let's, you know, it's probably like the one of the dripping purple hearts or whatever, or like a bunch of purple hearts or something or other, and whatever, and then like, you know, I don't know, maybe like a film camera or some shit, and then it's like, you got this many raids, and then it has like the bombs, and wow. It was the like the round ones with the square foil in the back to make them more aerodynamic. I don't know. Think some of that language is remnants of World War II sayings? Perhaps. You've always felt Twitch calling those raids odd? I think it's because that's what people called them before it was made official, back when people just did it themselves, and they would take a streamer's link and post it into their chat and be like, alright guys, we're all going into Dude Guy's Twitch. We're raiding them. Yeah, it's a gamer thing. It's from World of Warcraft type shit, where you do a boss raid. I had to restart for techie shit, so you're missing things? Oh. I was just talking about how I don't like the use of the bomb symbology and metaphors or not metaphors, just like phrases of speech anymore, because I don't know. It reminds me of the thing of things that I've been reading about. Fuck that. Man. What else did I? And I also talked a bit. Identification from body parts. I don't fuck that. Gonna grab your meds before you forget again? Oh, okay. Oh, here's another instance when you say something like, wow, that food was the bomb, and like, you know. It sure was a F-16 payload. Obliterating, absolutely. Never mind. Sorry. You get that? Sort of weird how like how normal some language gets, and then you go like, blink, blink, wait, what do I replace this with? There's words sometimes where you're like, the word usage itself is probably right and fine, but then you hate that your brain takes a step back and goes, And I don't know. Where? Okay. Al-Aqsa hospital hit as strikes on Gaza's medical facilities continue. The latest strike on hospital and ambulances wreaks havoc on an already stretched medical infrastructure. Deir al-Balah, Gaza. At least 5 Palestinians were killed and 70 others injured by several Israeli tank shells fired at Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Balah, central Gaza. You've never heard bomb used as a positive adjective, but you haven't really heard it used much, though. Maybe it's more of an American thing. Maybe Americans are just violent and they just want to blow everything up. You hear it a lot, but it's usually like in like the boys circles. The boys, Daka, orcs. Yeah. I think the examples I gave are mostly the only times I've heard it. Bomb ass shit for real, for real. Yeah, it's like, is it? Yeah, the last one I mentioned, I kind of forgot about. It's for like, it's saying it's the bomb, it's a good thing, or whatever. And then what is it? A bombshell. It's like a, I don't know. Like a nutshell, but more violent. No, when someone drops a bombshell was like when someone says something very out of, no, not, what is it? Some shocking news or whatever. Bombastic, huge gossip. Oh, yeah. What was the other thing I mentioned? Bombing a test, that means you failed it horribly. Which I'm not sure why that one is different and like negative while the other ones are positive. I'm not really sure. Yeah. Anyway, fucked up. Can't believe this. I don't know, it's like shit and fuck, you know? Just got back from meds, but you've heard the phrase, that was the bomb, but you don't think you've heard that one since the aughts. Well, the specific phrasing may not be used anymore, but the, like, concept of thing, what is it? Bomb-ass shit for real? Like, Nekiro said. I don't know. Okay. Alright. See, 5 Palestinians killed and 70 others injured by several Israeli tank shells fired at Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Balah, central Gaza. The bombing carried on throughout much of the day and well into the evening, according to hospital sources. One patient was killed, while other patients, visitors, and hospital staff were among those injured. Some 20 medical workers were caught up in the shelling, said Dr. Ashraf Al-Kidra, head of public relations at the health ministry in Gaza. Excuse me. Right there. Language is dumb and often contradictory. Yeah, language is a pile of dumb shit, and some guys pretend that it's science-y, but it's not. It reminds you how common it is here to be like, no, yeah, no. Oh. I read it said 5 Palestinians, 70 others injured, and I had a thought about how, with the state of the medical infrastructure, is an injured person really any different from just being outright killed? Because, like, they're not going to be able to get proper medical treatment, so they might just die. They might die quietly from infection or something. I don't know. That one's not going to be counted in the kill count in the big news, though. Every once in a while, people try to design language that makes all the logical sense, and rarely is anyone going to adopt it because... Huh. What happened? I thought that emote... I saw that emote changed. They made him, like, buff. Maybe everyone hated it and they unbuffed him. Did you see that? When it was buff for, like, 2 days? Rarely does anyone adopt those languages, because catch-22 of incentive to learn it, requiring people to already use it. and even when people do start using it, say with Esperanto, I believe what happened was that slang started appearing anyway, so it was a pointless endeavor. It did change, but it was supposedly a one-day thing for Pokemon Day, but you think it was the backlash, honestly. Definitely did not like the changed version. Yeah, someone came into chat and posted it and was like, look at this trash, gar, and I think that was the only thing they said for that stream. They just wanted to complain, and I was like, yeah, it do look bad. Yeah. Or not bad, it's just it's changed to the vibe of the dance creature. Alright. Where was I? I was right there. The strike has left the hospital unable to receive or treat medical cases, with ambulances forced to ferry the wounded to other facilities. 2 ambulances that tried to move the wounded to Shifa Hospital in Gaza City were hit by tank shells. According to Kudra, the missiles damaged several operating rooms as well as key equipment, including an oxygen production unit that is used in a wide range of operations and procedures. The 3rd and 4th floors, the reception area, and the upper floor were all badly damaged, medical sources told the Middle East Eye. Subsequent rounds of shelling then damaged the X-ray facilities and maternity wards. Israel has repeatedly denied targeting medical facilities, although it does routinely insist that Hamas, the spooky ghost, uses civilian infrastructure, including houses, schools, and hospitals, to hide weapons. You are allowed to hit targets that their, Hamas, war machine is using to hide rockets, said Mark Regev, spokesman for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, to Al Jazeera. Benjamin Netanyahu getting mentioned a few times in this thing. This was back in 2014. That was 2014, 2015, 10 years ago. But it's only since 4 months ago that people be like, oh wow, yeah, he's so bad. We have to fix that and replace him with slightly less bad guy. I don't know. The Western media focuses a lot on him in particular, which I guess the Western media focuses on individuals a lot in particular anyway. It really do be like that. I don't know. I have no doubt that Hamas has used, and continues to use hospitals. We do not target civilians, but I am not aware of this specific situation. Well, CEO PR talk. Dr. Khalil Khattab was operating on a patient who had been injured in a separate strike when the shells first hit. He quickly ran downstairs and saw many of his colleagues injured. Many had been hit while trying to treat patients. Patients, doctors, and nurses alike lay injured and bleeding. The elevator is destroyed, and all hospital assets are badly damaged, Khattab told MEE, inspecting the destruction around him. Al-Aqsa Hospital in central Gaza is the only hospital providing services to several refugee camps, including Al-Maghazi and Al-Nusayrat, as well as to some nearby towns and villages, including Deir al-Bala and Juhu al-Dik. Health officials estimate that Aqsa is the main hospital, serving over 350,000 residents of Gaza. Since the start of Operation Protective Edge, more than 550 Palestinians, mostly civilians, have been killed, with at least 3,350 injured. 1 Israeli civilian and 25 Israeli soldiers have also been killed in the fighting. The person writing this, they what is it? They're trying to appeal to Israeli sensibilities as well on occasion, even though it's a fruitless endeavor. But it's just funny whenever it's pointed out how there's this massive death count of Palestinians and then 1 Israeli civilian. It's usually more soldiers than civilians. That's a 1 to 25, yeah. Palestinians, mostly civilians. Israelis, mostly soldiers, and also much smaller casualties. Gaza's medical infrastructure was already hard hit by the conflict, but the strike on Aqsa has further stretched resources. Also, they didn't even mention anyone who was not killed and just injured, which... I mean, I guess they wouldn't really need to worry, because they have perfectly functioning, clean and crispy hospitals that aren't in danger of exploding. Seriously injured patients have now been evacuated to the ground floor, leaving the hospital crammed, grossly under-equipped, and with both staff and patients in sheer panic. Dr. Al-Qidra, another doctor caught up in the Aqsa shelling, was performing surgery in the intensive care unit, ICU, when the first Israeli tank shell hit the hospital. Qidra is calling on the World Health Organization and other groups to intervene immediately to stop Israeli attacks on hospitals, patients, medical crews, and ambulances. Human rights groups have also intensified their calls for greater protections. Sitting on their hands? It's possible. What if the, I don't know. There's this thing where people are afraid about some people, some little goobs who believe the Hasbara bullshit. They believe, they're afraid that if they send aid to charities like the PCRF or MAP, Medical Aid for Palestinians, or other ones, they're afraid that their money is gonna go to those dang old Hamas terrorists. I mean, I wish it were true, but I don't think so. If I could give money to Hamas, I would. Kind of fucked up. No, maybe I shouldn't say that. Because they're gonna arrest me. I won't be able to get a job ever again. Yeah. But like the human rights orgs and the international community and the whatever, and it's like, oh, it's like, you guys should stop that, and you know, we're doing our best to send help and stuff, but it's only ever aid, and no one wants to take the big shot, the big step. I mean, obviously human rights groups don't have military resources. That's not the kind of thing they do. But like, no one wants to directly step in and stop the cause. It's only at best treating the symptoms. Yeah, I don't know. And just asking Israel very nicely to stop shooting. New model looking good. Oh, thank you. Hello, Wampa lover. Welcome to the thing. We're reading a book. It's a little bit grim, perhaps. Did I read this bit already? No, I'll just read it again. Today's attack on the Aqsa hospital is the latest in a series of attacks on and near medical facilities in Gaza, which have been struggling to cope with thousands of injured people since the Israeli offensive began on 8th July, said Philip Luther, director of the Middle East and North Africa program at Amnesty International. There can be no justification for targeting medical facilities at any time. Attacks on medical facilities underline the need for a prompt, impartial international investigation as mandated by the UN. Well, I guess that didn't turn into anything. Reading this thing from 10 years ago, and it's like all this stuff like, oh, we need to act now, and then I guess nothing happened. It's like how the UN resolution that would declare food as a human right was voted down by two nations, the US and Israel, US using their veto power. Yeah, the US. The fact that the US can just fucking deny anything from being put through, I mean, even if they did that, even if they were able to declare food as a human right, Israel would probably just continue doing whatever they're doing, because the law doesn't, international law doesn't apply to them, apparently. Yeah. It is unclear whether the hospital will be able to function in the days to come. There have been serious attempts to evacuate all patients and staff to other locations so they can receive appropriate care. It's not possible for doctors to do surgical procedures while Israeli tank shells are continuously dropping from overhead, says Katab. Last week, Israeli airstrikes hit Al Wafa Rehabilitation Hospital, despite international peace activists announcing that they would be acting as human shields at the building. Yeah. Following the strike, doctors were forced to... Hold on. Right, that's another thing that they, whenever they just krill civilians for kicks, and then when people are like, why are you krilling civilians? And then the thing that they've been saying, I guess they've been saying that for a while, but it's a thing that you'll hear as well, where it's like, oh, well, darn old Hamas, they're just using civilians as human shields. And then these are people who they flew in from outside, so you can't say that they were in cahoots with Hamas or whatever, and they just blew them up anyway. They didn't give a shit. They just, yeah. Or, it's pretty clear Israel has decided to not consider the people of Palestine humans, except to the degree that saying they are reduces their issues with international relations, if even that. Yeah, it's, technically, they're just bombing their own civilians, but they continue to try to frame it as them being attacked by a sovereign nation. But, Palestinians don't have any sovereignty at all. Israel controls all the logistics. Yeah. Following the strike, doctors were forced to evacuate 18 people to another hospital, although only minor injuries were reported. Gaza European Hospital has also been hit by Israeli airstrikes, which damaged the operating room. This kind of targeting has made patients and civilians feel unsafe in and close to hospitals, which were previously regarded as safe havens protected by international law. Are we going to wait for our wounded to be hit again? Israel knows this is a hospital, but still they bombed us, says Abu al-Abed, 44-year-old who lives close to Al-Aqsa Hospital. This war is between two parties, but why target a hospital that has nothing to do with politics? Such hospitals provided... It says nothing to do with politics, but the politics of Israel is a politic of well, they mean politics like the typical sense of dudes in suits, but the greater political agenda of Israel is extermination. So in that sort of deal, it totally lines up. Even if they pretend that they're not trying to krill everyone, even if their founding fathers said that that's what they were doing. It's a little funny, in quotation marks, that if you go and look at the historical record, all their founding shits, like Ben Gurion and that other guy I forgot the name of, Theodore Herzl, they just state all this shit outright, and like what their intentions are, and then there's a more recent attempts of like trying to make it look more respectable, in quotation marks, respectable. They're trying to pretend like they're not violent and horrible, and that's not just a project to bulldoze them all with. Yeah. You recall the start of current events, their defense minister or someone said they weren't people, so I guess they stopped trying to keep up appearances. Oh, yeah, they kind of still do both at the same time. Their Twitter page will simultaneously, will simultaneously say some shit like where they're just, I don't know. It's like they just spew every thingy thing at the same time. They'd be like, oh, well, it's just evil Hamas and the spooky Hamas ghost, and we're just defending ourselves, but then also say some shit like Palestinians are human animals and we have to, and only after they are all crushed will whatever, the human animals line one's gonna be stamped on the front page of the document call out post. Yeah, I don't know. Such hospitals provided vital public services to victims and families, and there's no valid reason to bomb them. No rockets are fired from nearby, he adds. Nor is it just patients and civilians who are afraid. Even doctors, who are trained to deal with high-intensity situations, are struggling to cope under the pressure of near-constant Israeli bombardment. Now, Abu al-Abad says, Israel will let our patients die, even without bombing them. Oh, that's like what I just said earlier about how injured statistics probably result in more death statistics, just not headline-making ones, because they're just gonna die of infection in a quiet moment. Wonder how the Israeli Arabs feel about all this, or have to keep low about it. Well, if you're an Ethiopian Jew in Israel, you get treated poorly by your fellow Israelis because you have dark skin. And they also, kind of adding on to that, when there was Holocaust survivors speaking out about this shit and how, you know, maybe shouldn't be cheering on genocide when the homies had a genocide happen to them, and then the response from the average Israeli chud is something like, I wouldn't be weak like you were weak and you deserved it, because they're fucked up and evil. So I don't know. If you're an Israeli Arab, your compatriot Israelis probably look down upon you. So you probably, and if you say, you know, if you say anything like, hey, this is bad and maybe you should stop that, or you protest the things or whatever, you'll probably, yeah, I don't know, you get, if you protest enough, you get imprisoned, probably. Or maybe they just leave Israel because it's safer somewhere else. Or safer reputation. I don't know, it's like, yeah, it's yeah, I guess overall they do have to keep, they would probably be better to keep quiet about it with how the majority opinion is. Hundreds of families seek refuge in Gaza's churches. With Israel bombing UN buildings, schools, and hospitals, desperate Gazans seek refuge in Strip's churches. Gaza City. Abdullah Hijazi holds her 1-year-old son, Yusuf, excuse me, as she pours water on a bar of soap and tries to wash the boy and his clothes. Although she scrubs hard, the soapy mixture proves inadequate. Hijazi cannot wash away the dirt and bloodstains that spattered the boy's body as his family fled their home under a hail of Israeli bombs. We ran outside as fires broke out all around us. Israeli tank shells fell on our heads and killed some of our neighbors, says Hijazi, who fled with her husband and 6 children. The first idea that came to her mind after the shelling was to run to one of the UN RWA schools that act as makeshift shelters for the internally displaced. But with almost 120,000 people now taking refuge in 77 UN-run schools and medical centers, Hijazi found no room for her and her children. With nowhere else to turn, she sought sanctuary in Gaza's Roman Orthodox Church in Gaza City's Zaytun neighborhood. It's here where she now hides with her 6 children. She stubbornly scrubs her baby's bloodstained clothes, hanging what she can on the railings of the ancient church's altar. In recent days, Gaza's 3 main churches have all taken in hundreds of terrified Palestinians who have flocked there in hopes that the religious structures and the relatively sturdy roofs and walls will provide them with some semblance of protection. Crowds started flooding in as soon as it became clear that Israel was bombing hospitals, schools, and mosques, in addition to homes, leaving literally no safe place for civilians, according to the UN. While water, food, and medicine are all in short supply, Gaza's small but active Palestinian Christian community is trying to do what it can. Bottles of milk are brought in during the day to feed the children. Oh, right, this... Sometimes the Hezbollists... No, sometimes the, Israeli... Sometimes they try to frame it as... Jews versus Muslims, and the Muslims are trying to destroy our society. They're trying to destroy whatever, holy war or whatever. This doesn't take into account the Christians, because obviously it was bullshit, but yeah. Well, it's because the stereotype is that everyone is a dark-skinned Muslim, Arab, and that means the same as a terrorist TM because racism. Wow. Yeah. Gotcha. Bottles of milk are brought in during the day to feed the children. We don't have enough fluids or food. Just the basics are all we can offer. But neighbors are helping too, says Kamal Ayad, public relations officer for the Roman Orthodox Church. Nowhere left to go. We came to the church to feel safe, says 9-year-old Mustafa Hijazi, although he is still clearly terrified. Tears roll down his dusty face as he watches his mother hang up his little brother's clothes in the burning sun. We used to rent an apartment in the building we just escaped from, says Hijazi. If you look now, it's gone, with everything we had. Only rubble exists now. Hijazi and her children escaped from Shajaya, with only their lives over the weekend. The family has nothing else. No money, no extra clothes, no blankets, no food or water. We were terrified by Israel's tank shells. We couldn't sleep at night or cook and eat because the power was out. The children have just been screaming and crying, says Hijazi. The children are barefoot, and some are only wearing their undershirts, pants, or diapers because they left in a hurry. They still consider themselves lucky in some ways. All they have are the bloodied clothes they managed to escape with. Shajaya was pummeled by Israeli airstrikes over the weekend, with more than 130 people killed and 300 injured in the massacre. Abdullah's family says they are lucky to have survived, even if their home is gone and no one can sleep at night or during the day. They are all tormented by nightmares. There was no time to grab anything. I just gathered up my children and we all ran, says the mother, who's still dressed in her in-house prayer outfit. I only hope and pray that the walls of this church will shield my children from Israel's artillery shells. No end in sight. I think they did start bombing churches in the recent accounts. No end in sight. But 19-year-old Anwar al-Jamal is not so sure. Having arrived the previous evening, Jamal bore testament to Monday's heavy shelling, which raged very close to the church. After just one night, all her hopes that a church might be safer have vanished. Bombing and shelling was heavy last night, and we were so scared, says Jamal, who is sheltering at the church with her 4 brothers and 5 sisters. This blue window cloth and those heavy iron church service pieces were knocked down and scattered all over. I don't think Israel would hesitate to bomb a church, Jamal adds. The damage is clear to see. Some of the church windows are shattered, and parts of the roof are cracking, with tiles and stones falling off. As the families know, this church is not far from Shajaya, a neighborhood that has seen some of the worst bombing. One woman taking refuge inside here had a miscarriage and lost her baby because she was so terrified from the attacks, says Ayad. Israeli tank shells also damaged 15 Christian graves and a funeral service car. In Operation Cast Lead in 2008 to 2009, Israeli airstrikes hit Gaza City's Anglican church with 2 missiles, causing enormous damage. Not many people here in this Roman Orthodox church are aware of that. We are all the way back in 2008 bombing churches? Okay. But Hijazi still insists that this is her only option. I don't want to see the children killed like my neighbors, she shouts out as she stops rinsing Yusef's trousers. Just as another bomb flying overhead makes the entire church tremble. One of her children, Khalil, complains, "Mom, I'm hungry." She sits and says nothing because, as new arrivals, they haven't been registered by the church yet. A woman nearby has leftovers from last night, and she offers the boy a piece of tomato to eat. But with resources dwindling by the day, this daily scramble to get even basic food may well only get harder. The church is overflowing with people, and there are not enough beds for everyone. Hijazi doesn't know what she'll do tonight, except gather the children around her on the floor in a corner that she has claimed for them. Her traumatized children want to go home when it's safe, despite the blood and the horrors of the massacres everywhere. However, their father knows that the house is now in ruins, and their mother says she plans to cling to the church's protection even after a ceasefire is signed. Throughout the day, news filters in that more neighbors have been killed, and more families and loved ones have been buried beneath the rubble. We don't have a home, everything is destroyed, and we don't know where else we can go, says Hijazi. Gaza's only cell phone network may go down. Oh, that actually happened in the last 4 months where cell service was completely cut and there was a blackout for however long. I don't know what happened with that actually. Gaza's only cell phone network may go down. Cutting cellular phone service in Gaza means that journalists cannot report events and families cannot receive warnings of Israeli shelling. Well, I guess it wasn't the first time, apparently. Gaza City. Behind the headlines, dominated by bombings and killings, a more subtle yet extremely dangerous story is unfolding. After weeks of heavy bombardment, the Palestine cellular communications company, Jawal, has begun warning its customers that services in Gaza will have to be cut in the coming days. Oh, okay, this is had to be cut on their end. Probably due to damage that is too dangerous to send people out to repair or something. Since that seems to be the vibe, the pattern. You're not super sure on things right now. You know, basically folks are still mostly getting eSIMs from generous other folks. Company, a cell phone provider that operates throughout Palestine, knows that cutting communication is bad news for the civilian population. It's through this network that people sometimes receive warnings about possible Israeli strikes. The network is often a critical channel of communication for families, many of whom have been scattered and displaced across the Gaza Strip. A network suspension would also be bad news for the hundreds of Palestinian journalists who rely on their cell phones to communicate with their editors abroad. They use their phones to get vital information out to the wider world. Gaza TV reporter Abdelnasser Aboueloun says that concern is growing that the lines of communication will soon go dark, which could have dire consequences for Gaza's 1.8 million people. This will contribute to the humanitarian crisis when people are no longer able to communicate with rescue teams, says Aboueloun. Despite the very real worry that cuts will further isolate an already trapped Gaza Strip, which has seen 17 straight days of shelling and almost a week of ground assaults by the Israeli military, there has so far been no notable international uproar regarding the possible blackout. It was back when not as many people knew about what was going on. For 17 days, 25% of our operations has been down. Much of our capacity has been damaged through homes with antennas on the rooftops being bombed and demolished, says Yunis Abu Samra, General Director of Jawal in Gaza. With the widespread damage to its infrastructure and the likely continuation of attacks, Jawal says that the company was left with no choice but to issue a warning to customers on Monday. In total, there are 328 operational stations around the Gaza Strip, according to Jawal. 120 of them were forced to stop due to a shortage of fuel, while 12 others were damaged by Israeli bombs. The rest are powered by electricity or some sort of battery power, but with widespread power outages rocking Gaza, only about 10%, or some 30 stations, are fully operational. We have no power or fuel to function at full capacity, says Abu Samra. Damage to Jawal's network so far is estimated at around 4 million, but that figure is set to rise. It only accounts for the damaged equipment, with total damages likely to be higher. The equipment, at least in principle, can be repaired, but Jawal has lost more than that. The company transmits its signal by paying people to place antennas on the roofs of their homes. The widespread destruction across Gaza and subsequent lack of structures on which to install the company's equipment make the task of rebuilding much more challenging. 2 of Jawal's roof hosts were killed recently when a Jawal technician tried to fix their antenna. The technician had to have his leg amputated, but he survived the Israeli strike. Jawal strives to do what it can for its customers. It recently issued a free 10 shekel, 3 USD, top-up to its Gaza customers as a gesture of goodwill, although this gesture should not be mistaken for optimism. The service will deteriorate, but will not disappear completely unless more networks are bombed and destroyed, says Abu Samra. Imagine getting your leg blown off as a plumber, a internet technician, I'm just here to fix the cables. Yeah. Breaking the silence. Jawal's staff are largely reluctant to comment on politically sensitive issues. They are very careful to stick to technicalities, so as not to create misunderstandings with Israel and endanger their work. However, even these snippets of information paint a disturbing picture. According to Abu Samra, technical staff simply can't keep up with repairing all the damage caused by Israeli strikes. With the remaining infrastructure continuing to come under attack, Jawal says it had no option but to publish its Gaza-wide warnings. Internet companies in Gaza have also been complaining that internet service has been very slow over recent weeks. Some experts link this to the damage caused to network providers that also offer internet, with frequent electricity outages further fueling the problem. Abu Rayed, a 51-year-old resident of Al Zaytun, says he has desperately been trying to check on his sister, who lives close to the border with Israel, but he has been unable to get through. Without a mobile phone, I can't connect with my family, he says. His part of Gaza City has been one of the worst hit. It's likely that Al Zaytun will see yet more Israeli strikes if the crisis is not resolved. The longer we wait, the more catastrophic it becomes, says Jawal's Abu Samra. The solution is in the hands of other states, which must act to stop the aggression and make sure the network is not affected. In the 2008-09 war in Gaza, damages to Jawal came to around 5 million Jordanian dinars, or 7 million USD. This was roughly made up of $950,000 in network damage, $85,000 in infrastructure damage, and just under $6 million in other damage. The toll is not just financial. Gaza TV's Abwelun says that network and internet interruptions have a huge impact on news gathering. Not only will this prevent journalists and other media professionals who rely on cell phones from making contact with their sources across the Strip, local journalists may well find themselves increasingly squeezed out by international reporters who can gain access to Israeli satellite networks when times get truly tough. With local news sources unable to compete for breaking news, a vital source of local income will be lost. Meow, 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 meow. Thank you for the 5-month resub. Phoenix. Meowsa. I forgot to cut off. I forgot about the noise that the tits makes. Guess we can curl that one too. Crunch. Yeah. Okay, where is it? Vital source of income. Local income will be lost. But just as importantly, an increasingly incomplete picture of the situation on the ground will likely emerge, which could undermine the diplomatic response or inhibit things like aid delivery. This is what we don't want, particularly during war, says Abwelun. Communications should be kept out of conflict and squabbling. International moves to broker a ceasefire are heating up. There is hope that shells on both sides will stop firing in time for Eid, the period at the end of Ramadan, when families and friends usually get together, or at least call and email one another to mark the holiday. However, with the death toll in Gaza at almost 700 and likely to rise, even an early ceasefire may not be able to get the lines of communication functioning again. Hiding in the shadow of the pastor in Gaza. Gaza's churches provide families with shelter, but they remain a possible target for Israel's war machine. Gaza City. Gaza's Greek Orthodox Archbishop Alexios has not had much sleep in the past few days. He has been busy ensuring that scores of Palestinian families that sought refuge in his church, the Church of St. Porphyrius are getting all the help they need. That's a thing. The religious people, all the religious people are totally down to help. Or like, which contrasts with the Israeli state and its nominal, its ostensible religious whatever. The Jewish state that does not ascribe to any religious Jewish values at all. They don't even go to church or whatever. What's it called? Do they use a different word for Jewish church? I don't know. Whatever. Synagogue? Okay. Yeah. Okay. People did not know where to go. We had to help by opening the church's doors for women, babies, young and old people, Alexios told Al Jazeera. On Sunday, a few hundred people, mostly families escaping the death and destruction of Shajaya, came to the church, increasing the number of those sheltered in the church and the neighboring mosque to at least 1,000. The gesture by the Greek Orthodox Church sparked much solidarity in the community. This is not the first time that churches have been turned into refugee centers during times of war. Alexios recalls that in previous wars there were fewer families. Now there is much destruction, he said. The Israeli assault on Gaza, which is entering its third week, has left at least 658 Palestinians dead, including 161 children and 60 women, and over 4,000 injured. Thousands of families were forced to flee their homes in search of safe haven. The UN estimates the number of internally displaced persons in the Strip to be at 118,300. The churches of Gaza are among the very few places left where Palestinians can seek refuge, so far. But on Monday night, a cemetery located in the Roman Orthodox Church's yard was hit by an Israeli strike. Yeah. As a result, 5 Christian graves were destroyed, and a funeral service car was hit by 2 Israeli tank shells, according to Kamal Ayad, director of public relations at the church. The attack also caused panic among the refugees. Some even left in the middle of the night, only to come back in the morning. If we ask why they hit the church, they, the Israelis, will come up with an excuse. Probably spooky Hamas ghost. But what I know is that Israel announced that churches and mosques were protected areas. They are safe places, said Alexios. This is like when they said that so-and-so area is a safe zone, and then they bomb the so-called safe zone. And it makes you think that perhaps it's just a strategy to group people up for higher kill count, because of course they would perform such a maneuver. During its 17-day assault, Israel's army has hit at least 5 mosques. The Church of St. Porphyrius, the Latin Catholic Church, and the Holy Family Church have also taken in a large number of displaced people. Amjad Shalah, a mother of 9, has run out of options for finding a sanctuary where her family feels protected. Hers is one of the many families that sought refuge in the Roman Orthodox Church. Thought Israel would not bomb us here in a church, so we're taking refuge in the shadow of the pastor, she told Al Jazeera, while comforting her 1-year-old baby born with a birth defect. Oops, let me remove this track. Crunched him up. Save it at the end. Her 10-year-old son, Salman, is so traumatized by the war that he will not let go of her. Mother, don't leave me. The bomb, is going to hit me, he screams at her. Salman is visibly terrified, his young face and wide eyes showing tension and hysteria. Sometimes he screams so loud, it almost sounds like he's laughing loudly, like he's out of control, says Amjad, as she puts a hand on his head. We were so scared last night, even inside the church. Tank shells were pounding the area all around, hitting very close to us, she says. Amjad said that the way the refugee residents of the Shajaya neighborhood had to flee their homes over the last few days served as a grim reminder of the Nakba days, when thousands of Palestinians were driven out of their homes and off their land by Israel in 1947 and 48. Oh, right. A video I watched recently mentioned that, or not mentioned, they comparing the numbers of people killed during the Nakba and during current events. The Nakba is remembered as, or it's like, I forgot what Nakba means. It means something like tragedy. No, it means catastrophe. And the current death toll is much higher than the catastrophe, TM. So, I don't know what they're gonna call this one. They'll call it Catastrophe Mega Ultra Plus Max, and it's gonna be really fucked up. Catastrophe? Yeah, I googled it to check. Tragedy, but more violent. Hello, Sussy. Welcome to Thing-a-Thing. This is the same Nakba that Israel inflicted on our parents in the past, now on us and our children. This is the very same terrifying experience our parents went through, she told Al Jazeera. Catastrophe 2, I mean, that's what the Israelis were frothing for, I guess. You've been here? Ah, okay. Oh, I hope it was a good lurk. Nadia Al-Jamal, 20, is another Palestinian who was forced to flee the Sha'af neighborhood when the bombing intensified. We were all huddled in the living room when Israeli tank shells were falling, unable to go anywhere, Jamal said. Half of the Jamal family ended up in UNRWA schools, while the other half had to search for other places. The school's classrooms were overflowing, she said, adding that some classrooms had over 50 women squeezed into them, with little room to move or breathe. Jamal has now spent 2 days at the church. It was only yesterday, when Israel began bombing right around the church, that we began to lose hope that the church would be a place of safety. Church leaders, however, caution that there is a limit to how much the church can offer, particularly given Israel's blockade of Gaza and the ensuing dire conditions. Banks are closed, and as of now, the church has insufficient funds to buy food and water for the incoming people, Ayad told Al Jazeera. According to Alexios, many people, Christians and Muslims, have reached out to the church to offer help. The baker provides bread, some provide water and blankets, while others offer whatever they can. It is one society here in Gaza, like a big village. Several organizations have been providing food for the iftar meal every night, securing enough supplies to go through another day, said Alexios. He tries to address the most immediate needs first. Local NGOs like Caritas, according to Alexios, have been bringing in water, food, and most importantly, a generator to pump water for the refugees. God brings good people here with a will to help. There is a committee from the neighborhood which takes care of those who fled Shajaya, catering to their needs. Following the church cemetery bombing, 36-year-old Najla Juha, a mother of 10, sent her children to their grandmother's house. They were too scared to stay in the church, she said. The priests are here. They tried to help, but it is not enough. We have nothing. No mattresses, no food, no clothes. We couldn't bring anything with us because the children were asleep when the attack happened, so we had to carry them as we escaped our house. Ayad said that his church was offering whatever it could, and, as in all previous wars, Muslim Palestinians had sought refuge inside the churches after mosques were targeted first. He added that the church would continue to offer a safe haven, though he was not sure if the church was immune from Israeli attacks. All they have to do is snap their fingers and say Hamas ghost, and then they can bomb anything they want. Like a magic spell. 24 killed as several UNRWA schools hit in Gaza. Oh, they just mentioned people holding refuge in UN buildings because they're so international and protected. Thanks for the water, Volt. 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 18 civilians and 3 aid workers killed in strikes on UNRWA schools today. Beit Hanun, Gaza Strip. At Kamal Adwan Hospital, the ambulances arrived unusually full, with several injured at once. While this is becoming an increasingly regular sight in Gaza, there was something new about these ambulances that rushed in people from a UNRWA school at Beit Hanun. Every one of those injured or killed had hoped that they would be safe under the UN's protection, but they were not. In recent weeks, people have been flocking to UN-run shelters. The UN said it was sheltering 117,469 displaced Palestinians at 77 schools before today's bombing. This is more than double the number at the peak of the 08 to 09 Israeli incursion. Many of these internal refugees now feel like they have been left with nowhere else to go, now that even the UN schools have succumbed to the Israeli bombardment. The scenes at the school in northern Gaza are horrific. The peaceful, light blue walls of UNRWA schools are still spattered with blood. The children who once studied here have suddenly been forced to see another face of their school. The black and white floor is covered with pools of blood. A blood-soaked blanket and a pair of lonely sandals are scattered nearby. The blood belongs to the people who are fasting here, waiting to break their fast 3 hours later. Medics informed MEE that in this one school massacre, 18 people, including a baby, were killed and over 200 were injured. Since the attack, the panic level among the already frightened families has reached new proportions. Women and children have now fled the school and are taking refuge in hospitals, but these are also full and struggling to cope. The influx of wounded is too much for one hospital to deal with, forcing casualties to be sent to 4 other hospitals: Beit Hanun, Kamal Adwan, Al-Auda, and Shifa hospitals. It is an exhausting feat for a mother to go by foot and search haphazardly for her children, who could be in any one of these 4 hospitals scattered throughout Gaza. Several people have still not been accounted for, with relatives continuing their frantic search. Skip that guy. Go ahead. The family of 17-year-old Doa Abu Auda was forced to scour the various hospitals for their daughter. Family ran to Gaza City's Shifa hospital despite the heavy shelling in the area, after they were told that she sustained injuries and was being treated there. Once they got there, however, they were told by the receptionist that she was not there. The family ran through all the corridors trying to find her, but couldn't find her anywhere. After exhausting all other possibilities, the family went down to the morgue, and immediately their search came to a tragic end. Abu Auda was with her family, seeking refuge in a place that she trusted to be safe. More than 1,000 Palestinians were in the school in Beit Hanun, seeking refuge with her when the bombs struck. "I was sitting in the soccer field when 5 tank shells hit," says an injured child to Middle East Eye, although he struggles to get the words out. Another woman, running in terror, screams, my daughter, they had her legs and arms amputated." This is one of the deadliest strikes today, and the bloodiest on a UN institution so far. In the last 24 hours, 7 UNRWA schools have been hit or damaged by Israeli shelling. Earlier on Thursday, 3 UNRWA aid workers were killed when an Israeli shell hit their school. 5 people were also injured in a separate attack on a girls' school, according to the UN. The incident has further ignited debate about Israel's targeting of civilian sites, especially UNRWA schools and medical facilities that are supposed to be designated safe zones. Israel insists that it does not purposely target UN buildings. It's those precision strikes, you know. We can't confirm that this is a result of errant fire. In any case, we do not target UN facilities, said military spokesman Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner to reporters. Lerner stressed that the military had urged the UN and the Red Cross to evacuate the school for 3 days leading up to the incident. "We don't target hospitals, but you should definitely evacuate that hospital." Wow. Or "we don't target UN hospitals." Sorry, the double multiplier. UN and hospital, but you should evacuate it. But we don't target UN buildings, but you should evacuate that building. UNRWA, however, has challenged this. Spokespeople on the ground told Arabic language media that, while UNRWA was warned, it was not given nearly enough time to evacuate the building. UNRWA spokesman Chris Gunness also separately wrote on Twitter about the incident. Precise coordinates of the UN RWA shelter in Beit Hanun had been formally given to the Israeli army. The scores of Palestinians who had been sheltering at the school have now begun lashing out at aid agencies. People from the school say they were misled when the International Committee of the Red Cross informed them that schools were the safest places to go. Eyewitnesses additionally told the Middle East Eye that shortly before the blast, they were told by the ICRC, oh, that's the International Committee of the Red Cross, by the ICRC to assemble in one place so that buses could take them to a safer location. Before the buses arrived, however, the shelling started. With so many people huddled together, the casualty count was almost certain to be huge. Whether the allegations are ultimately proven or not, the result is the same. Many Palestinians say they have grown weary, even distrustful of the aid group. Hamas has also now spoken out about the incident, saying that the Beit Hanun massacre was extremely ominous. Sami Abu Zuri, a Hamas spokesman, criticized the Red Cross for its silence. Hamas has vowed revenge. Unfortunately, the Red Cross is not playing any role to scandalize the crimes of occupation and violating humanitarian ceasefire, he told reporters. Sitting on their hands as hard as possible, it might be true. Israel launched its military offensive on July 8th, with the declared objective of deterring Hamas from firing rockets from Gaza. Yet, the rockets continue after almost 3 weeks of war. So far, the majority of the targets in Gaza have been civilian, according to the UN. Fool me 127 times, shame on you. Sorry. The phrase, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you. We do not target civilian targets. TM, parentheses, asterisk. Bombing of civilian structures is forbidden under international law, although Israel says that Hamas hides rockets beneath many of these structures, declaring the bombings legitimate. However, in a densely populated area like Gaza, it has proved impossible to find anywhere that is a safe haven from Israel's wrath. The cost to civilian lives has been huge. Yeah. Bombing everything because they definitely have rocket supplies underneath every unturned stone. They must have millions of rockets. If they had so many rockets, they would be able to win this war easily. But, Okay. Thursday's death toll now stands at 112 Palestinians, with further strikes expected throughout the evening. Thus far, evenings have seen some of the worst shelling. In the past 17 days of war, more than 805 Palestinians have been killed, and another 4,800 have been injured, while 33 Israeli soldiers and 2 civilians have been killed. The death toll is likely to keep climbing. As evening set in Gaza, several of the Beit Hanun families were still looking for missing family members, as were scores of other Gazans who have struggled to make contact with friends and family across the Strip. To the east of Gaza City, the Red Crescent says there are between 30 and 50 people who are missing. No information has thus far emerged regarding their whereabouts. Mohammed Shamali has lost her 3 brothers and her niece. The last time she was in touch with her brother, he said, "Send me an ambulance, please. I am injured and bleeding." Then his mobile phone died, and Mohammed has heard nothing since. International aid groups are trying to intensify search and rescue efforts, but to little avail. According to UNRWA's GUNUS, over the course of the day, UNRWA tried to coordinate with the Israeli army a window for civilians to leave, but it was never granted. This leaves Mohammed and countless others like her with little hope that aid agencies will be able to act as a barrier to further Israeli attacks. Israel seems set to continue inflicting a terrible toll on Gaza. Gaza about to run out of fuel, electricity. Gaza officials issue their most frantic appeal yet as Strip uses up last energy reserves. Gaza City. Gaza's only power plant is perilously close to running out of fuel, Palestinian authorities have said, sparking a last-ditch appeal for emergency supplies. The Palestinian Energy Authority on Thursday stepped up its previous appeals to Palestine's unity government, aid organizations, and the EU, calling on them to take immediate action to provide the plant with desperately needed fuel. Tons of fuel donated by Qatar lies just across the border, but with Egypt so far keeping the shipments in the Suez Canal and closing the Rafah crossing, none of this potentially life-saving fuel has reached Gaza for almost a month. The "send an ambulance please" hits me hard because the number of times I've called for an ambulance and then just sat around for almost an hour with my heart racing, wondering if they were ever going to show up before things gets worse for a family member is almost 5 times now, and little guy stare. Yeah, that particular individual probably died. I mean, at least with the average ambulance call, you can be like, I'm at 5th and whatever, I'm at 5th and Boinky Street. Or whatever. Or if you know, maybe they can track your phone location or some shit, but like, probably didn't even, what is it? They said talking to family member and then the phone died. So, and then I don't know what you're gonna tell the ambulance. My brother is dying and I don't know where he is. That's a yikes for how long to wait. Yeah. First 2 times were those cordless landline phones, but then even then we were able to give the address. The most recent call had the GPS info show up on the screen while you were calling, and you're like, wow, that's really helpful actually. Oh. You can see the ambulance taking its sweet time. No, I mean, they go as fast as they can, I guess, and they get to turn on their little alarm clacks, their little alarm noises, and zoom through lights. Cause yeah, but yeah, it's still even. I don't know. Usually it takes at least some amount of time. Oh, your GPS info, not theirs. Okay. Couldn't see theirs, but they could see where you were with a lot more details, more you could remember. Oh, okay. The fuel donated by Qatar. We have informed the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah that we are unable to connect monthly bills from people because of the war that Gaza is now living through, said Fatih El-Sheikh Khalil, the deputy head of Palestinian Energy Authority, on Thursday. He called on authorities to release the Qatari fuel, saying that now was the right moment to take action. However, so far no action appears to have been taken, and Gaza's last reserves are quickly running out. In the last several days, Gaza has received 250 liters of fuel, half of the 400 to 450 liters needed to run Gaza's power plant, with Egypt's Rafah crossing closed on Fridays, and the Israeli Sabbath on Saturday. This could leave the strip with no new fuel shipments throughout the weekend. During the past 3 days, the power plant has not received any fuel at all, with its last reserves due to run out in the next 24 hours, according to Khalil. For more than a week, Gaza has been operating on at most 2 hours of electricity a day, but this could dwindle even further. To make matters worse, the power plant was hit by Israeli shells early on Wednesday morning. Jamal al-Dardasawi, head of public relations of Gaza's electricity distribution company, said that his technical staff was able to fix the damage, but the situation remains tense and many workers are worried that the plant will be hit again. Some power plant workers now say they will only return to work after receiving guarantees that they will not be bombed, although any reassurances may well ring hollow. Dardasawi claims that targeting civilian infrastructure like the power plant is an act of collective punishment intended to hit the 1.8 million Palestinians living in Gaza, rather than Hamas or any other organization Israel claims to be fighting. Repair teams from the electricity company work around the clock, even under the most difficult circumstances. The company says that it usually manages to coordinate with Israeli authorities in order to avoid having its workers caught in the fighting, but the coordination does not always work. This morning in Bani Suhaila, in eastern Khan Yunis, workers wearing orange vests were hit, and 3 staff members sustained injuries, Dardasawi said. Israel, which usually provides Gaza with the vast majority of its electricity, has already damaged much of this infrastructure or shut off the supply completely. This has left Gaza with an 80% energy deficit, according to Dardasawi. The power plant could never hope to compensate for this, even if it could get enough fuel to run at full capacity. After restarting the power plant, it will produce 113 megawatt, while Gazans need 480 to 500 megawatt at this time of year, Dardasawi said. Wider impact. Fuel and electricity are not just needed to turn on the lights or power up mobile phones. Power is also desperately needed for a wide array of critical services from healthcare to sanitation. Water filtration and sewage pumps have all been affected by the cuts, as have hospitals and shops. The United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, estimated that 1.2 million people have no or very limited access to water or sanitation services due to the damaged electricity system and the lack of fuel to run generators. International aid agencies have openly called on Egypt and Israel to allow in more supplies, with Amnesty International saying that both countries must ensure that urgently needed medical and relief supplies, as well as sufficient amounts of fuel, are allowed into the Gaza Strip on a continual basis. So far, these calls have fallen on deaf ears. The crippling power shortages have already prompted many shopkeepers to frantically sell their goods at whatever price they can fetch. In West Gaza City, shopkeepers are still defying the ongoing bombing by opening their shops to sell meat. They too know that the lack of refrigeration means that their dairy and meat products may go rotten. Abu Taha, 32, says that if he does not sell all his meat now, he will have to throw it away. Even if people take meat on debt, it's better than dumping it in the garbage, he said. Some pharmacies are also complaining that they have been forced to dump medications that have to be kept cool, which is only compounding Gaza's already mounting health crisis. Hospitals have likewise begun calling Gaza's electricity company and begging to have their power restored. Many hospitals have generators, but these are unreliable. They can often cause the voltage to spike, which damages equipment and causes medicine to go bad, Khalil said. The only power Khalil feels he has is through the media, which he hopes will inform the world about what is going on, prompting a stronger international response. The Palestinian Authority and Israel don't seem to be listening. International response. The ICJ, plausible genocide ruling, international response, bombs still dropping? It's better than dumping it in the garbage. Oh my god, thinking about the intentional food destruction during early COVID days in contrast to hearing that. Yeah, the lack of electricity contributes greatly to when there's no electricity, all the food goes bad and the generators that pump water, the what water there is, don't work, so they can't flush toilet, and they even mentioned the medicine that's going bad. Yeah. Only stones remain. Gaza lies in ruins. Palestinians in Gaza. God, grill him. Not allowed on this playlist. Destroyed him. Alright. Palestinians in Gaza have been shocked by the scale of Israeli destruction as long-term truce efforts continue. Beit Hanun, Gaza Strip. Ahmed Abu Sawish holds stones in her hands. They are all that's left of her demolished home. My home is gone, and only stones remain, the 65-year-old says. Hundreds of homes have been destroyed, and unexploded Israeli missiles litter the ground in Beit Hanun, a town at Gaza's northern tip near the border with Israel. The local hospital, emergency rescue equipment, and critical infrastructure have also incurred heavy damage from Israeli shelling. Another woman, from a family of 20 people, cries as she tries to dig through the rubble of her house. Lifetimes of personal and household belongings are gone with one Israeli missile. Where can we go? We have no food, water, bedding, or extra clothes, she says. Driving the length of this tiny stretch of land, 1.8 million Palestinians live on Gaza's 360 square kilometers. Scenes of devastation are everywhere. Hold on, let me check something. Wow, that's tiny. That's like less than a, hold on, let's do math. 5,079 divided by 360. 14 times smaller than the city I live in. And the city is like a small-ish. It's small compared to a big city. Let's see, what's a location? Square km of whatever. Driving the length of this tiny stretch of land, scenes of devastation are everywhere. The trip from the north to the south of Gaza was only possible during a 12-hour humanitarian ceasefire, agreed to by Israel and Hamas on July 26th. On Sunday, Israel resumed its military operation in Gaza, as the Prime Minister's office declared. Well, here it comes again. Spooky Hamas ghost. No, if residents are inadvertently hit, it is Hamas which is responsible, given that it has, again, violated the humanitarian truce that Israel acceded to. That sure is some... I don't know. I wonder which direction the bombs came from. It's just... What? It's not our fault if we kill you. Yeah, it's sure... I don't know. When they finally krill everyone and Hamas is no more, are they still gonna say that it was Hamas that's responsible? That's a rhetorical question. Hamas and other Palestinian factions reportedly agreed to a 24-hour humanitarian truce in the Gaza Strip, starting at 2 p.m. local time on Sunday. At least 1,052 Palestinians have been killed and more than 6,000 injured since Israel's military offensive began on July 8th. 43 Israeli soldiers have also been killed, along with 2 Israeli civilians and 1 Thai worker. In Gaza City, there is little to salvage from beneath the destruction. The eastern neighborhood of Shajaya is a ghost town. Electricity cables are severed and sticking out of the debris of homes. Cars lay burned out, and human remains are scattered along the streets. The air is thick with the smell of decay. I'm 45 years old, and I've never seen destruction like this, says a resident, who didn't give Al Jazeera his name. At least 120 Palestinians were killed and hundreds more injured when Israel heavily bombarded Shajaya overnight on July 21st. The ceasefire provided the first opportunity for families to return to their homes, to survey the destruction and salvage their belongings. Ambulance sirens ring out, announcing the discovery of more dead bodies beneath the rubble. At least 90 bodies were pulled out from the destruction in Shajaya during the ceasefire on Saturday. This is more ominous than Sabra and Shatila, says Hasham, referring to the killing of about 2,000 Palestinian refugees in the Beirut area refugee camps in 1982, as her son helps her avoid stepping on bodies. Outside Shajaya, on Alweda Street, traffic was closed off. Residents busied themselves with trying to get food, water, and medicine during the ceasefire. Abu Haytham, a father of 8, stood at a market looking for pasta and lentils. He said he didn't know what would happen in the coming days. With electricity out, we can't buy meat or chicken. It'll rot too quickly in the heat. Oh, I see. Looking for non-perishable food. Nearby, a man selling vegetables was surrounded by customers, while at least 300 men waited for bread at Tal Al-Hawa Bakery. Banks were crowded, while money-wiring centers were overflowing with people clamoring to get cash. There are 2 roads linking North and South Gaza, Saladin Road and Beach Road. Both are damaged, the former from Israeli tank shells, and the latter from the Israeli warships lining the coast. Along Saladin Road, dairies and a local beverage factory have been destroyed, while technical teams worked to restore power to electricity and water installations. Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Bala was damaged after Israeli strikes hit the operating theater and the radiology department on July 21st, killing 5 people and injuring more than 70 others. In Khan Yunis, a burned-out crater left a gaping hole in the main road, the aftermath of an Israeli F-16 missile strike. The residents of nearby Kuza'a, which was under heavy Israeli bombardment, are sleeping on the streets. Access to water is extremely difficult. A man who usually sells water tanks for 15 NIS, $4 USD, is now asking for 100 NIS, $29 USD. The road to Rafah, at Gaza's southernmost end, is equally precarious. 2 days ahead of Eid al-Fitr, the celebration marking the end of the holy month of Ramadan, Dawra Market in Khan Yunis is buzzing with activity, but no one is in the mood to celebrate. Most are only there to stock up on supplies. But in Rafah, a barbershop is full of young people getting haircuts. Spirits are high, but talk quickly turns to stories of death and destruction. The youth criticize neighboring Egypt for not opening the Rafah border crossing, only a few hundred meters away. The Israeli-Egyptian siege has hit every aspect of life. Spare parts for my shaving machine are unavailable, says 29-year-old barber Abuel Bara. Before, we would buy it from tunnel merchants, but tunnels are now closed. The machine provides the only income to feed his 2 daughters, his wife, his parents, and his siblings, he says. But Israel sees no humanitarian need to lift the siege. Oh yeah, the thing with Egypt being mentioned over and over. Egypt being... I'm not sure if this is still the case, but presumably it is. Being an ally of... As far as I understand it, being an ally of Israel because they chose the thing of trying to be buddy-buddy with them instead of being like an antagonistic, rebellious force. Self-interested crunch. Rescue teams on Gaza's front lines. Gaza's first responders are on the front lines as Israel bombards the coastal strip, often targeting emergency services personnel. It has become the norm for Ayman Sawan to round up injured civilians. It's a job he has done for 15 years and continues to do. Every day I see new faces and meet new people in similar high-stress, painful situations, he says. Sawan just received a signal from the emergency operator informing him of another Israeli airstrike in Gaza City. An Israeli drone missile has slammed into another family home, so he runs with his colleague to the ambulance. The door of the ambulance is hardly closed before the ambulance rushes off to the next mission. These Israeli knock-on-the-roof drone missile warnings are injuring and killing so many people, demolishing homes and bringing the roof down on top of their heads, he says, driving toward the Nasser street area in central Gaza City. The ambulance arrives amid a mass of anxious people. Sawan sees a man, his wife and children, all wearing short-sleeved tops as if they had just been asleep in bed. Sawan then sees the deep wound about 10 centimeters wide in the man's head. I've seen so much blood and injury lately, it doesn't affect me anymore, he says, but I am still affected by witnessing the horror and terror in the people's eyes, and hearing the screams, cries, and shouts of the children, women, and men as they run from their beds and homes, some almost naked, to escape Israel's missile attacks and death. Everyone is running everywhere and nowhere, because there is nowhere to hide. Everywhere is under threat of attack. The ambulances are a destination for many, but even the ambulances are not safe. For Sawan, there's not much more he can do, other than bring the injured and dead to the already overcrowded hospitals in Gaza. Sawan acknowledged that his greatest fear is heading into the unknown. He knows that an Israeli missile has hit, but his real fear is that another missile will strike the location where he's going, or even target the ambulance directly, in the same way that so many other ambulances have been targeted. The red flashing lights of the ambulance won't protect him, so he tries to work in partnership with another ambulance as backup for the task that lies ahead. Sometimes I feel the impact of the missile when it hits, but it's too late to react or reverse, he says. He has gained a lot of experience doing this work. He's familiar with the various types of missiles that Israel fires at Gaza, the different sounds they make, the various pitches, and the interval of time between when the F-16 or drone launches its bombs and when they strike their targets. Like his colleagues, he makes the rounds to all the hospitals in an he makes the rounds to all the hospitals in an attempt to match up ripped and shredded body parts left in the rubble or scattered on the streets by Israel's military. It's important to put back the human body parts that Israel blew up so inhumanely. This is very common. More than in previous military strikes on Gaza, Israel is using lethal weapons which split bodies into even smaller pieces of burned flesh. On Thursday, Gaza's Interior Ministry again accused Israel of using white phosphorus, as well as flechette weapons containing miniature metal darts that pierce the flesh and embed metal shrapnel fragments into the body and organs. Human rights groups familiar with Israel's use of such weapons, including DIME, dense inert metal explosive weapons, don't need to inform or remind Sawan about this. During his 24-hour shift, if he gets a chance for a break to eat or pray with his colleagues, they already know and discuss the symptoms they've witnessed firsthand from such weapons, their impacts evident on the bodies of the people around them. You know, they don't need to use weapons like that to blow up quote-unquote military targets. It seems like the goal here is just to cause as much suffering as possible. What? As they sit around the ambulances next to the emergency operator, they talk about many topics, including food recipes and their families, to distract them from thoughts of the next call that inevitably comes in. Home is calling. Sawan is a father of 3 children who call him immediately every time they hear of an attack involving an ambulance crew, just to make sure he's still alive. When it was announced that Sawan's colleague, Fawad Jaber, had been killed by shrapnel and rubble in an Israeli airstrike on Shajaya in the east of Gaza, Sawan's relatives called many times to check on him. He tends to avoid too many phone calls when he needs to focus on his work and attend to so many victims, injured or dead. The calls he will always answer are those of his children, like the call he is taking now from his youngest daughter, 12-year-old Shad, who constantly worries about her father's safety and wants to know when he's coming home. Sawan's family knows his 24-hour shift is almost done. It's early in the morning. Now comes his return journey back to Khan Yunis in the south of the Gaza Strip. His journey is another risk that scares his children. He does not go home by ambulance, which further maximizes the dangers of the journey. "Take care of yourself, Daddy. I need you," says Shad. When Shad calls her father, he tries not to contemplate the possibility that something might happen to her and the rest of his family. His family is familiar with stories of ambulance crews being held hostage and injured by Israeli troops, while others are arrested and detained. "Sometimes I fear not getting home to my children," he says. But when morning comes, he's relieved that at least his shift is over, and his worries, for now, will diminish when he gets back to his family in Khan Yunis, and they're all together again. "I always worry about what might happen to my wife and children if I'm killed in an Israeli airstrike." The fire department is in no less danger. Firemen all have their share of concerns and suffering. If Sawan needs to evacuate victims from homes bombed and burned by Israeli missiles, he must first wait for his fire department friends to come and contain the fire. Firefighting under gunfire, another difficult task. Ahmed Judeh, a 24-year-old firefighter, recalls when Israeli warships bombed their fire department building at Gaza Beach. They had to evacuate and then run to help fishermen and their boats, which were burning. Excuse me. We were trying to put out the fishing boat fires, and then another Israeli Navy missile struck nearby. We tried to keep away, moving into another fishing boat, but we were hit again and again, he says. Meanwhile, Omar Abu Hoda, 44 years old and in charge of tonight's shift, says it is understood why Israel targets fire departments and emergency service departments, even though they are so clearly marked and visible. As father of 9 children between 2 and 16 years, his family constantly tries to reach him. He says it's only in Palestine where emergency first responders are targeted in wartime. A difficult aspect of his job is teaching new recruits who are replacing those who have been injured or killed by Israeli attacks. It's not easy to explain to them why they are now so often the target. In total, 7 Palestinian ambulance medics have been killed and 16 others injured since the offensive began 3 weeks ago, according to the health ministry. One of the last ones to be killed was 32-year-old Mohammed al-Abadla, who was killed in Kuza'a in the southern Gaza Strip. Another, Hamed al-Borai, was killed when his ambulance was bombed by Israeli tank shells in Beit Hanun. He was burned inside the ambulance, while others inside sustained critical wounds. Meanwhile, Hussam Radi, medical analysis specialist, died of his injuries today. The health ministry says such attacks go against the 4th Geneva Convention and are in violation of humanitarian international law. Oh my god. I was looking on Hanau's stream and now there's a little Nekua poking its head out. Or maybe it was there already and I just didn't notice. Hanau's been doing... He's been part of a couple streamers for PCRF thing. Hold on, here, let me bring it over. Hehe, there he is. But like, I don't know, I haven't participated in any group thingy things because I'm just a little guy and I don't know. Meow? Oh, I was just talking about how, hold on, let me bring it over again. Look at that. There it is. That, I don't know how long that was there, but I just noticed it. Just now? Oh, okay. But yeah, it's... Let's see. And now it's Keffiyeh brushes. Fishnet brush. Trade routes brush. Vertical olive brush. Horizontal olive brush. Vertical. Feeling we're all lurking in a bunch of streams. Yeah. But yeah, I mentioned for a moment that Hannah's been doing... participating in streamers for PCRF. A little Twitch... Not Twitch, I don't know, a thing that some people have been doing, and thought about joining up in this thing, but I don't know if I really have much to contribute to that sort of thingy. Fuck that. I don't know. It feels like I'm not doing quite so much, and I don't really want to. All these other dudes doing more stuff and for more often, or yeah, on more days. I know what you mean. It's sort of hard to consider how one can contribute. Yeah. Oh right, that reminded me that daily click thing. Sure, I think it was part of one of those things that was being posted around Arab.org thing, and like, I wasn't sure how that contributed exactly, but or how much rather. And I looked at it, and it's not a whole lot. But I guess it is a way to contribute a very, very small amount if you don't have any money to give. Saw contribution to art specific stuff way too late. I think thought is like smidge of AdSense money. Yeah, it's ad money. But like, I went and looked at the numbers. The specific numbers was like, so they, well, first of all, they have like a something guarantee where it's like a minimum amount that'll be donated, and it's not a whole lot. It's like 100 something USD, or like 150 or so. And or no, maybe not 100. It's more like 100, just 100. And then looking at the recent numbers, because they was if you after you do a click, hold on, let's click on open tab. I'll pull him over here for a moment. It's gonna have the confetti. So like, as proof of payment that you can click on, and I was looking at the numbers for this. Let's take a look. 2023 first quarter, number of public clicks 29,000. Click equivalent in Lebanese pounds, and then and then it's like one click is 1 Lebanese pound, and then the guaranteed click equivalent is 135,000, and that's 109 USD. The UN RWA could probably use more than that, but anyway. And then we look at fourth quarter 2023 when the whole shebang got a lot more eyeballs on it. 570,859 clicks, and then that's 380 USD. So not a whole lot. It's something though, I guess. Also, I haven't, it'll probably be a good idea to call politician people and tell them to stop sitting on their hands, to stop absorbing their hands through their anus even. But doing phone calls makes me anxious, so I haven't done that at all. I sent some emails before, and it was just auto response shit, and it just, I don't know. So I haven't really bothered to send many more emails. Surely some have seen me complaining in Serious Media channel about how the two senators are both Republicans that are strongly in support of Israel, so obviously there's no point. There's no appealing to their morals wouldn't work, so it's really more about spamming them and being an annoying piece of shit. The House representative is Democrat, but she's like, she's more, what is it? I searched on her Twitter. She said one thing in support of Israel's right to defend itself on the day of, and then nothing else. So it's kind of like a looking the other way sort of thing. But yeah, I don't know. And I don't know. I suppose I could write a more personal call-out email where I'm like talking some shit about how, yeah, whatever. Peltola being a native of Alaska, but I guess one of the bigger native groups that didn't get fucked as hard by the colonial powers I don't know. When I was looking at her Wikipedia page, I saw they mentioned that she has a, which was it? Yupik? She has a Yupik name. And it's just, I don't know. Which I didn't see it last time I skimmed the page, but it's like, yeah. native person, but they sure do act more like white person, you know, violent, possibly. Maybe they're getting close to the 1/8 cutoff point, and then soon they're gonna spontaneously just be a white person hooked up. Yeah, TBH, when you look within those spaces, there's still a lot of fighting of, like, I guess it's hard to say what's right versus what helps current survival, who's aligned more with colonizers and not. Yeah, I think perhaps the natives in Alaska are more only interested in their own. Fuck you, got mine? Wow. Like, what is it? We still haven't gotten to the part of class with the Alaska Native corporations and stuff, but it's like they're more likely to, I don't know, up in that capitalist system juice, yeah. There's a lot of that, like, I don't know. Oh, I was talking about this a bit in my serious media channel, but like the sort of falling into those liberal, Western liberal ideological stereotypes of freedom and democracy, TM. In the audiobook you were listening to a bit today, there was a bit on how, you forget which tribe, but it was over in Tennessee. Some became plantation and slave owners, and when in the end the rest of their folks got fucked over, they got included together, and they were like, "Please, Mr. Jackson, we even fought with you." And he was just like, "We'll bleed all of you dry to teach everyone else a lesson. Get fucked." You know? Yeah. Thinking that you'll be spared because you were one of the guys at the wheel with them, but yeah. But white supremacy stops for no one. It crunches and munches in bunches, and wow. But yeah, it's like the Alaska Native population. Wow, we're dunking on them? No. It's like, it's the vibe is that they've been captured into the capitalist framework and thusly subdued and no longer, you know, it's like, if we want to go prospect for oil in, I don't know, the interior, no, not the interior, off the west coast of Alaska, you know, all we have to do is we buy the rights to get that oil from the Yupik native company or something, and then we can go scoop it all up and done whatever, slapping these isms because they need that money for Yupik development in Yupik villages or whatever and shit, and I don't know, and yeah, I think that's how it goes. Peltola respects the right of oil companies to prospect or whatever. I'm still thinking about how I saw that on TV, and it was like, and then she was just saying the same shit as the Republican senator counterparts from Alaska, and I was like, oh, yeah. There's also a lot of focus on, what is it, since Alaska is kind of separate from the rest of the US, oftentimes when the politicians are up there doing the politician thing, they're like, well, I guess this isn't really unique to, I'm sure politicians from fucking Oklahoma say the same shit about doing what's right for the Oklahomians, but it's like, I don't know, something Alaskan people, something whatever, good for Alaskans. Alaskan. I guess we don't really. Alaskan in the state, or Alaskan in the sense of like group, state, nationality, and not Alaskan in the sense of a native, I guess. Because if you just say Alaskan, that counts the white people too, and then the white people will give you money. Whoa. Okay. Yeah. Or they'll vote for you or whatever. Crunch. Okay, we're gonna start reading again now. Gaza pulverized beyond recognition. During a brief ceasefire, Gazans returned to the places they knew as home, only to be met with the stench of death and sight of destruction. You either give me the bodies of my 2 brothers so I can bury them, or tell me they're alive so I can hug them, screams a mother in her mid-40s as she searches for her 2 brothers in Shajaya, eastern Gaza City, during a 12-hour humanitarian ceasefire. She's not alone in her desperate search for loved ones. The search takes hours amidst the smell of death and burned flesh that fills the ruins and rubble of what were recently family homes. During the ceasefire on Saturday, 155 bodies were found across Gaza Strip, deaths which resulted from the last Israeli bombings. Ahmed al-Hassan, 32, is one among many in the Shajaya neighborhood searching for lost relatives. He is searching for uncles he lost contact with over 2 weeks ago. Al-Hassan was here a month ago, but nothing he sees looks anything like what he remembers before Israel's missiles started falling. I can't tell which part used to be the street and which the house, he says, while carefully stepping through the huge pile of rubble to see if he can find anyone, dead or alive. Rescue teams are using masks because the smell is very strong. Ambulance crews have been shot at, as Israel has barred them from entering this area. 7 medics have been killed, while many others have been injured. Al-Hassan continues treading slowly through what's left of homes destroyed by Israel's F-16s, drones, and tank shells. This is a tragedy of the century, and the world is letting Israel get away with it, he says, while removing a destroyed copy of the Quran from the ruins of the houses. See, even holy sites and mosques are bombed. Look, this is where I used to pray when visiting my grandmother. I recognize this, he adds, his eyes tired and his face covered in dust, as he keeps searching through the destruction for anything else he recognizes. He is able to identify a mosaic piece from the mosque. He can't find the stone pillar in the middle of his uncle's home, nor the tiny garden at its entrance, or the silver-colored door he remembers from childhood. Only ruins remain. He continues the search for the corpses, in line with the Islamic tradition that requires the dead to be buried quickly as a way of honoring them. It's a practice shared by the Jewish faith. But they won't allow Gaza that human and spiritual dignity, says Al-Hassan. God created human beings to be treated with dignity. But in Gaza, even our dead lose their dignity and respect, humiliated by the Israeli occupiers. Still confused and trying to visualize the plan of the house and link it with the rubble around him, he says, I think that was where my children used to be. It was full of love and beautiful memories. Al-Hassan will have to adapt to the new reality, but he is saddened every time the rescue teams shout out that they have found more bodies, some of whom he recognizes as his grandmother's neighbors. The smell around Al-Hassan gets stronger. Key to ruins. When the humanitarian ceasefire was announced, Haider Abu Hussein, 34, took the key to his house with him as he left the park where he had taken shelter to go to his house and find clothes for his children. But he could not find the house. We had to make holes in the walls of our home so as to escape through them and get to the side street, he says, explaining the miracle of how he is still alive when so many of his neighbors are dead and buried under the rubble. His face becomes tense as he smells the dead bodies. Abu Hussein's family had to split up. Some went to the park, and others to the UNRWA school or to relatives' houses. He is one of 170,000 people forced to flee their homes by Israel's strikes. A baby in the park cries for food, but Abu Hussein can't offer anything, as all his house's contents have been destroyed and burned. Walking along Nazaz Street in Gaza City, people know the 12-hour ceasefire is crucial in finding relatives and grabbing as many supplies as they can before Israel attacks again. The ceasefire has exposed the extent of the destruction wrought by Israel's 19-day offensive. Heaviest bombardment was here in Shajaya, when Israeli strikes killed and wounded hundreds. As ambulance and rescue teams continued their recovery work, friends, neighbors, and colleagues of the victims used this 12-hour window to look for who they can find. Over 150 bodies have been found, bringing the Gaza death toll to 1,015. When Abu Hussein gets to what he thinks was his home, he stands in shock. He says this is a man-made Israeli hurricane. He received no warning call or roof knock from Israel before the bombing. It just came. Now, dead bodies are under the building, and health officials are calling for an urgent cleanup so as to avoid making a humanitarian crisis and human catastrophe become worse. However, for Abu Hussein, there is not much left, not even an ID he can use to prove he once lived here. This is the immediate reality he cannot change. His legacy is nothing but a home reduced to rubble and a homeless family. Many others around him have to face the same horror and deal with it in the best way they can. There are the mattresses my children used to sleep on, says Abu Hussein's neighbor. But every time we Palestinians are killed under Israel's occupation, we pick ourselves up and carry on as best we can. This time, our resistance is stronger, and we have to rely on it, instead of relying on lame world leaders. Lame as in unable to walk, as in they don't do anything. Many people are crying around him, while others collapse after seeing bodies pulled gently out of the rubble, pulverized beyond recognition. A neighbor of Abu Hussein says, homes can be rebuilt if Israel allows construction materials through to Gaza. He doesn't expect this to happen. If we could turn the bones of our bodies into bridges to our freedom, we would do that to escape this ominous Israeli siege. As Gazans mark Eid, killing is still Israel's favorite sport. This year's Eid al-Fitr celebration will not take place for 170,000 displaced Gazans, but their strong spirit resists as they have nothing else to lose. Gaza City. Amjad Habib should be celebrating Eid al-Fitr on Monday with his children and his wife. Marking the end of the holy month of Ramadan, Muslims celebrate Eid al-Fitr by exchanging visits and gifts with relatives and friends. This year, however, the devastating impact of Israel's Operation Protective Edge means that the 33-year-old has nothing to offer his family except goodwill. He has nowhere to receive relatives, as his house is located in the Shajaya area, which was razed by Israeli strikes. The reality of this year's Ramadan for Amjad is that he is dependent on what the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East, UNRWA, can offer him. He and his family are sheltering at a UNRWA school. There is no need to ask him how or what he feels. He had earned his living as an electrician, but can no longer house or feed his family. A week ago we ran away from our home, he says, pausing to watch his 4 children, 12-year-old Mohammed, 10-year-old Laila, 7-year-old Shams, and 4-year-old Abdel Rahman. We ran away under Israeli artillery shells at 6 a.m., he says, as he touches the hands of his daughter Shams, who is sleeping in a dusty, bare classroom. Amjad's family and others sharing the room have hung spare clothes up across the windows to create some shade and keep temperatures down, while also creating a semblance of privacy. His voice seems tired and cracked, but he can still speak about his experience of Israel's offensive. The target was never the resistance. The aim was to kill us, destroy our homes, and uproot us all again, he says. Despite the 24-hour ceasefire agreed upon by Israel and Hamas, he still finds it difficult to return home. This year, the Eid celebration will not take place for Amjad and his family, and 170,000 displaced inhabitants of Gaza. In previous years, he was one of the lucky few Gazans who could afford to buy new Eid dresses for his daughters and suits for his 2 boys. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu did not intend for us to celebrate, but he underestimates our strong spirit to survive. Amjad echoes the voices of hundreds of displaced families who have no connection to Gaza's resistance, or to the resistance in their neighborhood of Shajaya either. The only link is that they all happen to live in Gaza. We hear rockets still being fired from Gaza, but Netanyahu can't pretend that he has achieved anything, apart from hurting more trapped civilians. A failed military target. Gaza-based political analyst Hani Habib sees Israel's offensive in Gaza as a failure on 2 points: targets and ending the resistance's crude rocket attacks. As long as Netanyahu continues this war, it means he did not achieve his goals. Habib says that Netanyahu knows that in the eyes of the Israeli public and voters, not achieving his objectives means that both he and his party are out of Israeli politics as a whole. In Gaza, there is a belief among the population that the continuation of the offensive reflects the fact that Netanyahu is in trouble. But Amjad and people sleeping in UN RWA schools question why they must pay the price for Israel's internal politics. The last time I saw fighters in my neighborhood was 7 years ago. Habib says that certain ambitious Israeli leaders see themselves as Netanyahu's future successors. They pushed him more, to perform a bigger show of war so they can take his position when Israel sees his failure to crack down on the Palestinian resistance. Meanwhile, Palestinian resistance groups in Gaza say they will continue their retaliation until their conditions are met, ending the long blockade of Gaza, releasing prisoners arrested in the past 2 months, and opening all borders. Naftali Bennett is waiting for Netanyahu to fail, to present himself as a harder candidate in the next election, adds Habib. Habib also says that Palestinian blood is the price for Israeli votes. The more Palestinian blood is promised, the more Israeli votes are won. You know, my dad, I mentioned that statistic about how 95% of Israelis polled support the war, the offensive in Gaza, a whole 95%, and he didn't seem to believe me. He still thinks that. So the initial, like, or what is it? The way that the media in the West has framed it is that the Israelis, you know, they're like, oh, we want a ceasefire too. We don't want this fighting. Or blah blah blah. But I'm thinking about that thing I saw on Twitter where pro-Palestine activists are trying to block weapons getting to Israel, and then pro-Israeli activists in Israel, they block the aid trucks from getting in. And it was like, yeah, that's Israel TM. So this bit mentioned here, more blood promised, the more Israeli votes are won. My dad would probably reject this as well because so it's like they frame it as in the news as Israelis want Netanyahu out because he's so bloodthirsty and he's so bad evil. We have to get rid of him. Gosh, perish the thought. But this makes it sounds more like he's not killing them good enough. They want someone who can kill the Palestinians even harder. Yeah. And this is 10 years ago. The UN-initiated 24-hour humanitarian ceasefire appears not to have held, as Hamas and Israel exchanged accusations of violating the ceasefire. Hamas accused Israel of bombing Quzaa and other places within the ceasefire time. 16 Palestinians were killed and 30 were injured on Sunday, while 1 Israeli was injured. Habib says the offensive will continue for some time, but a ceasefire for humanitarian reasons will be the norm. Oh, I just remembered. I was thinking about, they just said 1 Israeli injured, and I was thinking about how the Israeli people, when they hold up their signs and they're like, Bob Jimbo is hostage in Hamas territory and we need him freed, and they're protesting the Netanyahu being bad about hostages or whatever. Yeah, it's like protesting over singular small number of Israelis. And then I was thinking about that thing I've seen a few times where we have a list of killed Palestinian people, and then, you know, they roll out the list and it's so long that they can't even get the whole thing out because there's not enough space on the ground to roll it out. The first however many names is all, what is it? It takes this fucking long takes so and so long to even get to the part where we're past the 1-year-olds. And then anyway, this was on a Twitter post because it came up again. And I foolishly decided to look at the comments. Only a fool would perform such a maneuver. It was all people denying this to... Oh, that's it. It was all a bunch of cold, heartless bastards. That's what it was. Yeah. Okay. Habib says the offensive will continue for some time, but a ceasefire for humanitarian reasons will be the norm. I think both parties want a ceasefire. The Palestinian resistance and Israel are pressuring each other to accept ceasefire conditions. Regional and international parties are unable to end the offensive on Gaza. Hamas is at odds with Egypt for supporting the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. Habib believes that with or without Gaza's resistance, the killing will continue. He says killing is Israel's favorite sport, especially prior to its national elections. Yeah, if you check out IDF Twitter, that sure seems to line up. Firing rockets and cannons at random into buildings for lulz. The guy putting his camera up and he's like, check this out, and he fires a rocket into a random building and then he sprays his machine gun at... Yeah. Actually, this reminds me of a thing I saw about how some American soldiers would conduct themselves in Iraq or whatever. You know, they just fire into buildings at random for keks or lulz even, because okay, well, at the time that I saw it, they were being convicted of war crimes, but at that time it's like they just do this shit because they know that no one is gonna give a fuck. And that's how the IDF be right now, posting their war crimes on social media. For him, the Israeli public must be aware that Israel's military offensive has failed in achieving its objectives. He invited the world to start bringing those responsible for killing Gazans to international criminal courts. Habib says people who had lost their homes and children have nothing more to lose. Support for the resistance is increasing among people. He himself did not support the resistance a few months ago, but now he says there's nothing left to do since all else has failed. Excuse me. I shall remain patient because this is my home. I belong here and will never leave Palestine. When Habib is asked by Middle East Eye, as he wanders around the UNRWA schoolroom with its blue painted walls, looking for a piece of carton for his daughter Sham to sleep on. Let's see, when he's asked by Middle East Eye what he would say to the Israeli public if given the chance, he responds, Allah is watching, and only he will judge Netanyahu and his military. He then pauses to comfort his impatient child, who is crying from hunger in the heat. Two religions sharing the same God but like, I guess that never stopped anyone. We're okay. Your prime minister has failed his objectives. The resistance fighters are still alive. It is we civilians who are killed with our children. Alright, yeah. I guess if you go by official statements, they're supposedly trying to flush out the resistance or whatever. But it's been stated multiple times by interviewed people that they just want to target civilians. Gaza mourns the dead during a joyless Eid. Palestinians in Gaza mark a somber Eid holiday as the death toll from Israel's bombardment mounts. Gaza City. Izzuddin Akila knew what he wanted to do on the first day of Eid al-Fitr, when Muslims around the world celebrate the end of the holy month of Ramadan. But the 35-year-old's wishes to exchange gifts, visit relatives, and watch the children in his family play games didn't go as planned. Holding brown prayer beads and white flowers, he instead spent the first day of the 3-day holiday digging a small hole in which to put flowers at the head of his 20-year-old cousin Mohammed's grave. You have always been the moonlight and inspiration to your brothers, said Izzuddin, sitting beside the grave. Come back, Mohammed. Return to your weeping mother. She has your Eid gift, another cousin cried as people tried to comfort him. There wasn't a dry eye at the gravesite. Mohammed was killed last week when an Israeli tank shell hit his home. He was sitting in his family's living room. The blast also injured his aunt's husband and 8 children. In 1 second, an Israel missile ended his short 20 years of life, said Izzdin, unable to hold back tears. Before he died, Mohammed and his father had opened their home to displaced Palestinians fleeing Israeli bombings in Shajaya. They shared food and drink with women and children who had been driven out of their homes. He hadn't planned his future yet, but he was intelligent and keen, and had already managed to memorize the whole Quran, verse by verse, Izzdin cried, as his fingers moved across the sand on top of Muhammad's grave. At least 1,110 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed, and more than 6,200 others have been injured in the ongoing Israeli offensive. 53 Israeli soldiers have also died, along with 2 Israeli civilians and 1 Thai worker. Monday night saw some of the heaviest Israeli shelling of Gaza, as more than 30 Palestinians were killed. The Israeli military called and sent text messages to people in Shajaya, Zaytun, and eastern Jabalia, instructing them to evacuate their homes. For most in Gaza, the widespread death and destruction of the last 3 weeks of violence has made this a somber Eid, devoid of celebration. We should be celebrating Eid with happiness and family love. Usually, our children would enjoy themselves and play together. But the Israeli occupation has denied us that right, and has forced us to take our children to the graveyard to say goodbye to murdered relatives, instead of letting us all celebrate the joy of life, said Izzdin. Thousands of Palestinian families across Gaza have been displaced. According to United Nations figures, more than 10% of the local population, about 215,000 people, are now taking shelter in UN-run facilities or are staying with host families. At least 3,695 families, or 22,200 people, have had their homes completely destroyed or severely damaged. At least 22 hospitals or medical centers have been affected by Israeli shelling, while the UN estimates that 133 schools across Gaza have been damaged. The main cemetery in eastern Gaza has also endured heavy Israeli airstrikes, making even burials dangerous. As a result, the Akila family had no other option but to bury Mohammed somewhere else. We had to dig into the grave of Muhammad's grandfather in order to use his space, said Izzdin, as his brothers wept beside him. It's like opening up the old wounds of my grandfather's body to lay the newly wounded body of Muhammad next to him. While Izzdin and his brother Khaled visited the grave, Israeli drones hovered overhead. This cemetery was bombed on Monday by an Israeli F-16 missile. Bones are now scattered across the sand. Then we had to rush to bury him immediately under Israel's constant bombing, said Izzdin. At least Mohammed is warm with his grandpa. At 6:30 p.m. on Monday, the first day of Eid, the graveyard was full of people coming to visit their loved ones, some of them killed during Israel's latest offensive. As the crowds of people tried to comfort each other, Khaled and Izzdin poured water and sand into the grave to remold it and make sure it stayed intact. We cry for those we have loved and lost, Khaled said, but we say that God is also watching these atrocities committed against innocent people. Death toll soars in Gaza as Israel unleashes fiercest bombardment. At least 60 Gazans were killed in a night of intensified air, naval, and artillery strikes by Israel, while the home of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh was hit. Gaza City. Palestinians in Gaza say that Israeli attacks last night and this morning were the most aggressive since Israel's offensive began 3 weeks ago. According to local health officials, an estimated 60 Palestinians were killed as a result of some 60 airstrikes. This raises the death toll in the conflict to 1,137 Palestinians, mostly civilians, since July 8th. Israel has lost 53 soldiers and 3 civilians, while a Thai worker was also killed. Israeli F-16 fighter jets bombed Gaza's fishing harbor, with the targets including a statue that was erected for the victims of the Mavi Marmara Aid Flotilla attack in May 2010, as well as a fish market, a mosque, and some and rooms used by the fishermen of Gaza. "This is the most fierce night we ever had," said Ayah Humaid to Middle East Eye, adding that the bombing lasted for 10 hours. "This is the night when Israel has used a scorched earth policy." The bombardment came on the second of what should be 3 of the most joyous days of the Muslim calendar. Monday's holiday of Eid al-Fitr was also marked by mourning and bloodshed in the Gaza Strip, following 3 weeks of merciless fighting. On Monday afternoon, Israeli troops told civilians in Jabalia and Gaza City to evacuate their homes to central and western Gaza. However, last night's bombing in Gaza City focused on those western and central areas. Tuesday morning saw several attacks in western Gaza City. An Israeli missile hit the home of Hamas's deputy political chief in Gaza, Ismail Haniyeh. The son of Ismail Haniyeh commented on the incident some hours later. "One drop of blood from a Palestinian child is more precious than all our homes." The escalation comes after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed not to end the Gaza operation without neutralizing the tunnels, warning of many more days before a truce. However, the attacks carried out on Tuesday morning focused on residential areas and civilian infrastructure, including the fuel tanks of Gaza's only power plant and carton and soft drink factories in Saladin Road. They were hiding spooky Hamas ghosts in those goddamn Pepsi factories. I tell you what. Yeah. Soft drink factories. Okay. Firefighters have been unable to cope with the massive fire damage caused by the attacks early Tuesday. Other governmental buildings were also targeted by F-16 missiles, including the finance ministry, witnesses said. The only power plant supplying electricity to the Gaza Strip was knocked out of commission by Israeli shelling, said the deputy director of the Energy Authority in the Palestinian territory on Tuesday. Several mosques were hit, including the Al-Amin Mosque, which faces the house of Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas. The mosque was hit 3 times Tuesday morning. Netanyahu said on Monday that Israelis should ready for a long military campaign in Gaza, after Hamas mortar fire from the enclave killed 4 Israeli soldiers. Mazen Hauleh from Jabalia says there's a clear escalation in the targeting of civilians. Israeli warplanes have targeted all aspects of life. Even a shop that sells paint has been targeted. Hauleh wonders what threat there could be in this. Artillery shelling continues only hitting us civilians in Jabalia, he adds. "We must be prepared for a lengthy campaign," said Netanyahu, in a speech that was broadcast live. The speech came soon after the news of the shelling of the Eshkol region of Israel, which reportedly wounded at least 12 soldiers. Oh, yeah, it's... all of Hamas's attacks, the mortars and their low-grade rockets, it's always targeting military targets and personnel. And then the retaliation from Israel is always on civilians. And it's wow. And then it's like, well, let's just we'll do a little the current event. It was a 1-day attack, and the retaliation is lasting for 4 months. Yeah. Okay. In Khan Yunis, citizens say that the humanitarian crisis is intensifying as electricity outages have affected telecommunication services for the 250,000 inhabitants. A local resident of Khan Yunis, Abu Fawad, says that he was unable to connect with ambulance crews to inform them about injured people in his neighborhood. An Israeli F-16 missile hit the... You can't even call the ambulance because the phone's not working? Up down. An Israeli F-16 missile hit the homes of the Al-Najjar family. 20 family members were killed. The airstrike hit the family without prior warning. Families were unable to make phone calls to ambulances and rescue teams because the telecommunications network is down. Instead, dozens of private cars transferred victims of the attacks to Nasser Hospital. On Tuesday morning, neighbors of the al-Najjar family said that there are still more family members under the ruins, and that they were waiting for bulldozers to dig out their bodies. Entire families were wiped out in overnight strikes from southern and central Gaza to Rafah. One of the homes targeted without prior warning was in Rafah. It belongs to the Abu Zaid family. Abu Yusuf al-Najjar, a doctor, said 7 people were killed in the attack on the Abu Zaid home, with dozens injured. Rescue teams are still digging out more bodies from the 3-story house. Residents in Rafah say there was no reason the family should have been targeted. The home of the mayor of Buriej in the central Gaza Strip was hit by several Israeli missiles. So far, health officials have said that 4 people were killed in that strike. During early morning hours, Israeli warplanes targeted Al Shuruk Tower, a building which hosts several international and local TV channels. The target seems to have been Hamas's Al-Aqsa Voice Radio. A live announcement released by the Qassam brigades, referring to a press statement about rockets being fired in Tel Aviv, was cut short. Among the 5 other buildings attacked was the headquarters of the Al-Aqsa satellite channel in Gaza City. The Palestinian Journalists Syndicate has condemned the attack and called for the International Federation of Journalists to send a fact-finding mission to investigate crimes against press freedom and journalists. In a press statement, the Al-Aqsa Network said that the attack will not stop it from broadcasting the suffering and steadfastness of the Palestinian people. Targeting media shows bankruptcy and blunder, and what happened is a clear violation of press freedom. Take a sip. Maybe I should have some commands like Hanau does for the thing of things. Links to stuff? No. Maybe I'll ask him about it later. Squeeze me. In Gaza, even the dead get no peace. The targeting of cemeteries by Israeli jets has stirred much anger in Gaza City, particularly as families are now tasked with the ordeal of reburying their loved ones. Squeezed instantly? Gaza City. The deeper 58-year-old Inshira al-Najjar digs, the more she comes across the bones of dead bodies. She only hopes that these bones do not belong to the child she gave birth to. My heart was burning when my son came early this morning to tell me Israeli F-16s had bombed the cemetery and Hani's grave is missing, she says, crying. Al-Najjar is the mother of a fisherman, Hani al-Janar, who was 27 in 2006. Oh, I'm 27 as well. Who was 27 in 2006 when an Israeli gunboat killed him while he was trying to catch fish to feed his family. They were Hamas missiles were being kept in the ocean. We had to krill him. Sorry. She continues to dig down deeper into his grave, still crying. A mother coming here alone with Israeli warplanes dropping bombs overhead. Just a few hours ago, the Sheikh Radwan cemetery was hit by missiles from Israeli jets. Al-Najjar digs deeper still, while another man from the Al-Khatib family comes to rebury the body of his relative after approximately 20 grave sites were hit by Israeli missiles. Broken bones lie scattered around, and it is difficult for relatives to determine which parts come from which grave. The man standing nearby starts screaming while holding a piece of skull by an eye socket. His loud cries of anguish can be heard across the cemetery, shouting back at Israel's fighter jets for disturbing and abusing the graves of the dead. "These are our dead. Why attack them again? Why?" he says. "The bones were not firing rockets." Al-Najjar has found a man to share her pain of looking for a family grave in the churned-up ground. Israel has no civility and no respect for the dignity of the human body, alive or dead, says the man. This is the work of cowards, who fear even the bones of human beings, he shouts at the sky. Al-Najjar weeps as she eventually gets near the bottom of her son's grave that has sustained so much damage, but she's still not sure his bones are intact, among many others disturbed and scattered. I am a mother who loves her son, and, although he may be dead, I will still protect his grave as any mother around the world would, she says, breaking down in tears again. Her son Ikrami came earlier to visit the grave of his brother, to tell him how much he misses him. Ikrami has done this on the first day of every Eid since Hani was killed. But this Eid, Ikrami did not find the grave. He ran away in horror upon seeing the bones scattered on the ground. He ran to his mother, screaming about what he'd seen. The burning sadness I had in my heart is stronger than when I heard about his killing some years ago, she says, trying to steady her voice. Al-Najjar says that Hani's two children wanted to come visit their father's grave, as they had done on every Eid since he was killed in 2006, but she did not want them to see the shattered grave of their father or the other graves nearby. They would have been terrified and upset at what I have seen. I just couldn't bring them, she says. 16-year-old Mohammed Kader, who lives nearby, witnessed the bombing. He works at the normally peaceful graveyard where he tends the graves. He arrives today with some water to rinse the gravestones off and to take care of the flowers, so visiting families can enjoy fresh and clean graves on the first day of Eid. I don't know how to tell people that the bones of their loved ones have been displaced by Israeli bombs, he says. Targeting the dead. Residents of the area say that they have seen no fighters and know of no reason why Israel would target cemeteries and graves. Last week, the Roman Orthodox Church in the city center reported that 15 Palestinian Christian graves were also damaged by Israeli artillery shells. For the past 4 years, Kader has worked as a volunteer at the cemetery, tending the graves, sometimes getting paid by families to look after the grave sites. We need more stones to cover the bodies, but because of the war, people don't know where to find them, he says, holding on tightly to a yellow water container that he uses for washing the gravestones. When the grave sites are bombed by Israeli jets, families in Gaza have no other option but to bury all the bones together, instead of going through the pain and trauma of sorting through them to identify individuals, male or female. In this case, the local resident who discovered that the cemetery had been bombed decided to lay every scattered and shattered bone together in the same area. Israel's attacks on the grave sites have stirred much anger. Abu Suhaib, 46, is extremely upset. To Israel, everything is a target. The gravestones, trees, living humans, and now our dead. The first day of Eid is special to Palestinians who spend the day with their deceased loved ones. Thousands made it here to Sheikh Radwan Cemetery, and everyone is wondering why Israeli F-16s would strike just before people flooded into the cemeteries to pay their respects to the dead. Abu Sahib thinks the real aim is to intimidate Palestinians and make them fear that whatever they do, wherever they go, they could be a target for Israeli weapons. This is a pure form of terrorism. Christian and Muslim cemeteries are targets. Even the dead are Israel's targets. Gaza families bake Eid cake of resistance. Under Israeli bombardment, displaced Palestinians are baking traditional holiday cakes to bring joy to their children. Gaza City. When Elham El-Zanin fled her home in Beit Hanun, she only had time to grab her terrified children and evacuate. Now, sheltering at a school in Gaza City, El-Zanin's 9-year-old daughter Nima cries over missing one of the sweetest parts of the Eid holiday, cake. I said to myself, we ought to make the children feel the atmosphere of Eid, even if warplanes are bombing, El-Zanin, 39, told Al Jazeera. She said that the idea quickly spread among the children seeking refuge with their families at Al-Hud school, and soon a group of mothers began baking. The Israelis should know they will not stop us from finding some joy in making Eid cake, she said. The cake, she added, represents resilience and resistance. The cramped Al-Huda school provides shelter to many internally displaced Palestinian families from across the Gaza Strip. According to United Nations figures, more than 240,000 Palestinians have now sought refuge at UN or government-run schools, at informal shelters, or with friends and relatives. At least 747 residential buildings in Gaza have also been destroyed or damaged. On July 20th, Israeli shells hit a UN school that was sheltering... On July 20th, Israeli shells hit a UN school that was sheltering displaced families, killing at least 19 people and wounding dozens more. In response, the Israeli military said Palestinian fighters had been firing from near the facility. It was the second time in a week that a UN school being used as a shelter was hit by Israeli attacks. The UN has reported that at least 133 schools in Gaza have been damaged by Israeli strikes, while 23 health facilities have also been hit. More than 1,303 Palestinians have been killed since Israel's military operation in Gaza began over 3 weeks ago, while more than 7,203 others have been injured. 53 Israeli soldiers have also died, along with 2 Israeli civilians, and a Thai worker. That Thai worker is just going to keep coming back. Meanwhile, at Al-Huda school, Kitam Al-Fayoumi, a 46-year-old mother of 9, said that her son Abdullah, 7, and daughter Fatima, 9, begged her to make Eid cake. "We can't deprive them just because of what Israel is doing to us," Fayoumi, who fled her home in Tufa near Shajaya, told Al Jazeera. Sitting in a long corridor, she was among a group of 40 women rolling the cake mixture and pressing crushed dates inside. These Eid sweets are well known throughout the Gaza Strip as marking the Eid al-Fitr holiday. Usually families compete over whose version of the cake is tastier. I was joking slightly about the Thai worker, but you know what? I'm gonna feel more bad for the Thai worker than all the Israeli soldiers and civvies. Fucked up. Okay. Next to Fayoumi, Nawal Abu Asi smiled as she helped make the treats. 18 members of Abu Asi's family fled their home in Shajaya after heavy Israeli bombardment 2 weeks ago. She told Al Jazeera that she witnessed the bombing of their house with her own eyes. Real? Yeah, the Thai worker was probably... You know, he was just there to get money to bring back to the homies in Thailand or something, right? Okay, let's see, that's the more you displace us, we will remain. The more you kill us, we will plant happiness in the hearts of our children, said the 24-year-old. Exploited Southeast Asia workers? Yeah. She lost everything in the bombardment, including her wedding dress, which she plans to wear for her nuptials, planned for August 15th. My wedding dress, my clothes, and my new bedroom have all turned into ruins. Yeah, I figured that Thai worker would probably be like the sort of cheap immigrant labor that often be working in the richer countries. Kader Abelkas, 48, was the only man among the women making the cakes. An Israeli F-16 missile hit his home, forcing him, his wife, and their 6 sons and 3 daughters into the shelter. We also want to tell Israel that, despite the siege, destruction, and killing, we will continue to make the cake of resistance, he said. Israeli buffer zone tightens Gaza chokehold. A buffer zone surrounding Gaza has been continuously bombed, with a high rate of civilian casualties. Gaza City. Israel declared a 3-kilometer buffer zone inside Gaza's borders last week, an area that represents 44% of Gaza's territory. Anyone within the zone has been warned by the Israeli military to leave or risk being bombed. This buffer zone has only exacerbated Gaza's siege. To the east, Palestinians in Gaza are fenced in by Israeli artillery tanks, mortars, cannon shells, and snipers. On Gaza's western side, Israeli warships form a blockade and allow only a 3-mile fishing zone. To the north are more military checkpoints and soldiers. To the south, the Egyptian military has closed off the Rafah border. The buffer zone has tightened the Israeli chokehold around Gaza's small strip of land. Issam Dogmush, 25, ran a family business, renting out apartments in the residential tower where he and his family also lived. He said the building was reduced to rubble immediately after he received a phone call from the Israeli army at midday. The caller on the other end of the line simply ordered him to evacuate the building. Dogmush rushed to each apartment screaming, "Israel is going to bomb the building!" The bombing of the 7-story residential building left 21 families homeless. Why our building? I don't know. These are poor people who haven't been able to pay their debts due to lack of access to their salaries, he said, while holding a bill he found on top of the rubble showing the debt of someone in his building. Dogmush believes this present Israeli policy deliberately tries to drive people away from the Hamas resistance, but he insists that his business is politically neutral. I usually check that people are not affiliated with political factions before renting to them, he told Al Jazeera. Dogmush sat on top of the rubble, counting how many people lived in the building. On average, 10 family members lived in each apartment. Nowhere is safe, he said. Shalal Jundia, 41, has been displaced for the second time in 10 days. Last week, our home was demolished in Shajaya. I sought shelter with relatives in this building, but it was bombed, he said, while trying to comfort his terrified children. Jundia was a Palestinian Authority, PA, civil servant who got laid off 7 years ago due to internal Palestinian political strife. He is the father of 6 children, aged 3 to 15, who are now left with nowhere else to go. We had no time to evacuate the building. The drone missile struck while we were still inside. We only just managed to get outside before the F-16 missile hit, Jundia told Al Jazeera. Suleiman Jarbo, 51, lives nearby. He described how women and children had run from their homes, some still wearing just underwear. I had to protect them in my home, and now they have nothing to wear and nothing to hide, he said. And nowhere to hide, he said. Jarboe was also laid off 8 years ago after working most of his life in construction in Israel. After performing Umrah in Saudi Arabia recently, Abdullah... Oh, that working most of his life in construction in Israel reminded me. Before, they were bombing the heck out of everyone. They were exploiting them for cheaper labor. Bomb your house, and then they pay you to build one of their houses on top of the ruins. And then after that's done, and you go back to whatever place you're in now, and then they bomb you again. Wow. Yeah. After performing Umrah in Saudi Arabia recently, Abdullah Nassar was hosting some friends when we received a phone call that told him, "Musa speaking from the Israeli Defense Army. Evacuate because we will bomb the house." The first missile came from a drone and hit a house nearby. Israel says that we are targeting civilians, but they know that we are also innocent civilians here, he said as he gathered decorations from a guest room. Nassar expressed concern about the future of his family. His entire neighborhood had to evacuate, and he feels that his new location is not safe enough to stay. With schools and hospitals also being bombed, we have no alternative other than making tents and waiting to die in them. This randomly reminded me about how when the US was in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they were bombing schools and hospitals, and then it was like, oh, we're so sorry, that was an accident the 50th time, and everyone hated them, and everyone, well, maybe not everyone, some people still stan Obama. It was a lot more, I don't know, I felt like there was more attention on that, even though it wasn't a thing that happened that often. But I guess Israel gets to do it as much as they want. Gaza, no place to bury the dead. Under continuous Israeli shelling, Palestinians in South Gaza face a shortage of space and supplies to bury loved ones. Rafah, Gaza Strip. You feel like many other issues, they just don't even care to pretend to care anymore. last couple of fellas who are still standing Obama. No, the last couple of fellas who are still pretending like they care, and then everyone else just mask off. Well, under continuous Israeli shelling. Oh yeah, I read already. Mohammed Abu Sada uses her headscarf to block the stench of bodies, some of which have been lying outside for days. Excluded from Israel's humanitarian ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, this city in southern Gaza has suffered under continuous Israeli shelling and airstrikes. The smell of bodies knocks people down. It is horrible to see human bodies thrown onto the streets like that, Abu Sada told Al Jazeera. The missiles are hitting everyone. There is nowhere for us to seek shelter. Corpses of dead Palestinians have overwhelmed morgues at Rafah's hospitals, and relatives have been left with no option but to keep their loved ones in commercial refrigerators. At the city's Kuwaiti hospital, a stream of ambulances negotiated its way through crowds of medical staff and families, delivering bodies to be laid out on the gravel outside the building. I just randomly, when you said, don't even pretend to care, I was thinking about how, like, other conflicts, there's that thing in the Congo where they're shooting each other the heck up. If those in power actually cared, they could intervene right now and, like, stabilize things and shazazzle, but we don't. Conflict is profitable because they can pay this or that group, which currently controls like whatever area in the Congo, to get cheap cobalt, and they don't care about people dying. They just want cheap cobalt. Yeah. Yeah. Very different issue, but I had you think about cars, since you saw the video on the LA tunnels and your besties and you're talking about the struggle of unwalkable cities. Yeah, it's like, it would be easy to solve many issues, but it's more profitable to let things rot, because it's more profitable to, it's either too costly to this and that, or it's that it's actually profitable to let things suck and be shitty, because well, let's take a little, if we're going to talk about domestic things, solving the homeless problem, quote unquote solving the homeless problem, it's we have to keep people homeless, because then, what was it? Firstly, it's like they make an example of homeless people. Police beat the homeless people so that you'll hustle harder, because you don't want to lose your job and become homeless and then have your rights be forfeit. And then the other thing, and then kind of on top of that, having a bunch of desperate people who will take any shitty job. They call it the reserve army of labor in Marxist texts. It's easy to get cheap labor when everyone is so willing to take shitty jobs because of the threat of homelessness and starvation. And this is why they'll never fix the homeless problem. Make the others. You don't want to be them. Yeah. Oh, okay. Have a good BRB. This also ties into the racisms and the immigrations and the whatever, because if you have an underclass of people, cheap labor, TM, it's two things: cheap labor and the different groups of underclass people will fight with each other for the scraps. and then they won't fight. They won't burn the White House down because they're too busy fighting each other. Yeah. Okay. We're right here. Many of the dead have no one to bury them except distant relatives, as Israeli airstrikes on Rafah have killed several members of the same families. On Saturday, 4 members of Mohammed Ayad Abu Taha's family were killed when Israel struck their home, including 2 children and 1 woman. An Israeli airstrike on the Al-Ghul family home in Rafah killed 8 family members on Sunday, including 2 women and 3 children, aged 1 month, 3 years. Oh, these are the children. 1 month, 3 years, and 13 years, according to UN figures. Relatives crowded around the buildings at Kuwaiti hospital, stroking the blood-stained faces of 6-year-old Malak and 13-year-old Ismail. Doctors had no space in the hospital's morgue for the family, so those small enough to fit were placed in ice cream freezers. Ibrahim Abu Muammar of the National Society for Democracy and Law in Rafah told Al Jazeera that not allowing Palestinians to bury their dead was a form of humiliation. Keeping the bodies in ice cream and vegetable refrigerators is a violation of the most basic human rights, said Abu Muammar. Since Israel's military operation in Gaza began nearly 1 month ago, at least 1,830 Palestinians have been killed, and more than 9,406 have been injured. 63 Israeli soldiers have also died, along with 2 Israeli civilians and a Thai worker. Oh, there comes Thai worker again. Oh, hello. Thank you for the follow, Flame, the Red Wolf. Welcome to the hole. Israel announced a 7-hour humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza on Monday to take place across the whole territory except for the area east of Rafah, where clashes were still ongoing and there was an Israeli military presence. The city has been excluded from ceasefire deals over the past few days as Israel's shelling has continued unabated. Abu Muammar said that at least 300 people in Rafah had been killed in recent Israeli bombings. On Sunday, Israel struck a United Nations school being used as a shelter, killing 10 Palestinians. UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon condemned the attack, calling it a moral outrage and a criminal act. Meanwhile, Palestinian officials in Gaza are struggling with the dozens of bodies that cannot be identified, either because of the nature of the wounds, which means pieces, or because there are no family members left to do so, which means the entire apartment. The persisting Egyptian-Israeli siege of Gaza has also made proper burials almost impossible. Usually in such situations, we build 500 graves, but since cement is not allowed into Gaza, we are unable to build graves. Hassan al-Saifi, deputy minister of Gaza's Waqf ministry in charge of religious affairs, told Al Jazeera. For now, the ministry said it is putting bodies into a temporary mass grave until the Israeli assault on Gaza ends. But the task of holding funerals has also become precarious due to Israel's shelling of the Rafah cemetery. Where else can we bury our relatives when Israel is bombing the cemeteries, said Abu Muhammad Abu Suleiman, a resident of Rafah, as he wept over the death of 7 family members. This fierce aggression on Rafah has no justification, especially now that the tunnels in Rafah leading to Egypt have been shut completely and no one is able to access the tunnel area for many months, said Maher Tabal, a Gaza City-based economist who specializes in Gaza's commercial crossings and the tunnel economy. In addition to those killed, Rafah's residents are deprived of access to vital infrastructure. Engineers have not been allowed to get in and fix damage caused to water and electricity lines, while phone networks and the internet have also been cut off, leaving the city's 180,000 residents isolated from the outside world. Back at Rafah's Kuwaiti hospital, Mohammed walked toward the garage where dead bodies were being laid out, complaining about the UN's inability to end the Israeli occupation. Our faith and trust is in God's hands, she said. I think I'm going to read one more and then I'm going to take a break to go eat because I am tummy rumbling. When a shelter is a target. After an Israeli strike hit a UN-run school in the night, Gazan children are fearful of going to sleep. Meanwhile, their parents know that the schools and hospitals, traditionally seen as shelters, have clearly become targets. The eats. Yeah. Well, it's only 6:18 p.m., so dinner might not be ready yet. They're starving in Gaza right now. You know, when I was sick with stomach flu, and I barely had any appetite, and so that week of a few days of being sick felt so weak. My muscles were all sore, or not sore. It was like, I don't know. I was just staying in bed the whole time. I don't remember the last time that I felt like that. And I guess that's how a lot of people in Gaza probably feel right now, where it's like stomach hungry and all the muscles in your body just, you don't want to move them, but you gotta move, you gotta get up and move anyway. When you get starved enough to a certain point, your body, your like stomach kind of shuts down a bit, or not your stomach, your like digestive system starts like shutting down, and if you go past a certain point, you're not even able to recover anymore, because you need food for your body to be able to work, but your food processing doesn't work anymore. I mean, I guess at least I was still able to get water down, at least. They don't have water either. Or like, before you get to the furthest starvation point, you still would be able to digest like soup or something, but solid food doesn't go down. We return. Hello and welcome back, Nyekua. I was just talking about how my body felt when I didn't eat anything for like 3 days and was sick, and then because I was like, you know, I'm gonna read like 1 or 2 more and then I'm gonna go eat, and it's like, I don't know. I guess I get to chill back here and just go eat whenever. Fucked up. I mean, I guess there's not much that you can do living on the other side of the globe in. Yeah. There's a YouTuber you sometimes look over at that talks about like experiences around ED and the real long-term effect it really does on the body. What does ED stand for? Extended deprivation? No, I don't know. I just made a random guess. Eating disorders? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I remember seeing that abbreviation again, though. It's definitely not erectile dysfunction. That's for sure. Okay. Let's see. I'll read this one and the next one, and then I'm gonna check on food. Yeah. Also, I think I'm gonna ask now about. I mean, I guess I could just look at the stuff he has and copy it. TBH, it's just like some bot commands with links and stuff. But I might just ask him about his thing of things anyway, because I should probably have some stuff up even during normal streams, because it's not like the thing of things just happened once and then we're gonna forget about it. Although it's probably kind of be like that with the majority of the good section of people. Me get this? Oh, okay. The thing I've seen the most right now is that since aid can't get in, that the best way to help, besides domestic actions like strikes and boycotts, would be what was it? The eSIMs? Hello, Baguette Man is fake. Welcome to here. And if you want to send me stuff after stream, you can do that. After stream, I said that twice. But yeah, you need to sort of sit down and look into things. Okay. Oh right, I did check if there was anything local happening for the Global Day of Action on March 2nd. It seems there's nothing in my city or state on that specific day, but on the March 1st there's a that's tomorrow. On March 1st there is a protest happening, which, while not directly related, is it's the protesting over the Class C felony thing, which, what is it? The protest over unauthorized protests being classed as a Class C felony bill, which presumably is related to recent protests about Palestine. So, I'm gonna, yes, yeah, me and my dad are gonna go to that. Maybe I should see how many warm bodies I can get and be like, hey dad, you want to call Uncle Ray and get him to come too? Get my white liberal dad to get the other liberals. No, okay. I mean, when I told my dad about that, he was like saying something like, "Ah, that's, that's infringing on freedom of speech, or that would never get, that would never, blah 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 blah, goes against the Alaska Constitution." Blah, 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 blah. I don't know. Good enough. I'll take it, I guess. Okay. Protests? We didn't have a single protest for almost 2 years now. Yeah, to be honest, the only reason I know that the protests are happening is because I'm like looking up a specific group, and then what is it, like for locally I'm looking up PSL page for my city, PSL standing for Party of Socialism and Liberation, and then like checking their page to see what events they're organizing, because I don't think the news is reporting on most of them, because they have a negative incentive to do so. Okay. Oh, I didn't read the subtitle for this one yet. When a shelter is a target. After an Israeli strike hit a UN-run school in the night, Gazan children are fearful of going to sleep. Meanwhile, their parents know that the schools and hospitals, oh wait, no, I did read this, traditionally seen as shelters, have clearly become targets. Gaza City. In the night, I am frightened by the bombings, missiles, and the thought of the blood of injured people in the street, says 8-year-old Karam Abu Shanab. I can't sleep in the night. My mind is filled with bad images from the Israeli bombs. Let's destroy him. Can't sleep in the night. My mind is filled with bad images from the Israeli bombs, he tells his mother, who says her other 3 children, Saleh, Malak, and Sajud, are all unable to sleep after hearing how children were bombed in their sleep at the UN RWA schools in Jabalia. Karam is now taking shelter at Al Raftin School in Gaza City. Among the children, there's constant talk about it being bombed, and how parents cannot put a stop to it all. At least 19 died in the attack on Jabalia refugee camp, and another 200 were injured. Israel has been accused of breaking international law over the strike, which was also condemned by the UN as a source of universal shame. Sadly, shame does not affect state actors, apparently. Families such as Karam, his mother, and his 3 brothers went to the shelter, believing that it would be a safe place to take refuge, but no one is safe. Everyone is a target here, but where else should we go? Asks Karam, while holding children who fear the next Israeli airstrike. Every day I look at my children and hug them to make them feel safe and sound. About 10 days ago, Karam Abu Shanab lost his home and all of his clothes and belongings in the bombardment of eastern Gaza City. Now, Al-Rafdin School is the only shelter he has. His home was one of the 747 homes that have been damaged or totally destroyed since Israel's current offensive began more than 3 weeks ago. No one wants to risk going on protests anymore, not since the war started. Yeah, they, besides just in, say, what was it, the protests, a couple of protests I went to locally, like, this is not a very big city, and it's kind of, well, it's not exactly a backwater, but it's like, yeah, it's kind of a smaller area, a little detached from the rest of the US. Like, you know, no police showed up to beat our asses, but if institutions like government or schools or whatever find out that if they find evidence that you've been to a protest, they'll like, if you have a job, then you get fired from it. If you don't currently already have a job, then you'll probably have a much harder time finding one. I remember seeing the what was it? Silicon Valley, the what is it? You know, the IT programmer community in California or whatever. They oh, hello. Okay, I'll be up in a minute. Silicon Valley was like creating a blacklist for people who had been to protests and stuff. That's fucked. Freedom of speech only when convenient? Yeah, it's always been a farce, but more obvious with these current events. No, it's a lot harder to consider depending where around in the world you are. But yeah, like freedom of, what is it, like freedom of speech in the US was allowed for, or rather, nowadays it's allowed for, like, say, topics around gender and race, because those have been more publicly, what is it, the word? Well, I was gonna say approved, but it's like, oh, acceptable, that's it, more publicly acceptable. But they don't threaten capital that much, while, say, something like socialist, communist speech has been heavily censored and punished even since, like, let's see, I don't know, okay, maybe not as far back as I'm thinking, but like in the US there used to be a lot more visible socialist movements. Like a notable name that you might see is Eugene Debs. And this was like in the early 1900s, in the late 1800s, and then it all got stamped out after World War II when Soviet Russia popped up, and there was like, oh shit, socialism might actually work, we better take care of that. So they yeah, so now there's like non-existent left-wing parties in the US. The ostensibly left-wing in the US is more right-leaning, center at best. Or okay, so right-leaning as far as economic political stuff, which is the stuff that matters, the stuff that, you know, the policies that determine whether people live or die. So I was just saying to clarify that, since some people, they think right-wing and they think of neo-Nazis only neo-Nazis, and not just, you know. Yeah, I wouldn't, I was living in a big city where, yeah, I wouldn't go to a protest in like a big city probably, because I would be afraid of being, I don't know, one of those nutcases from the right-wing chud groups. What if I get run over by a car? I don't know. There's a big gap between the sentiment of those constitutional policies and whatnot and how they're applied in modern context. A lot of stuff is just the existing power systems protecting itself and trying to reduce well-built animosity enough to reduce unrest, but still pressure them to be subservient to the current power. Yeah, unions are a good thing overall, but like, even with unions, they kind of serve a function for the bourgeois. Oh my god, I pulled out the big word. They serve a function for the ruling class of like letting off steam. It's that thing where, you know, we don't make it all the way to the finish line of tearing up capitalism. And like with the the constitutional policies and so, the like free market liberalism. No, the liberal conceptions of freedoms and shit, it's because those freedoms really were only ever meant for those that had the power to, like, you know, it was for the at the time the middle class, meaning merchant class, back when they originally, you know, got a sizable amount of influence. So those freedoms were never meant for us. It just so happened that they were able to spin it into something that like sounded good to common people. And common people and the even less common poor people. No, it's yeah. I was being a little silly because common people, anyone hears common people and they think, yeah, I'm a common people. Yeah. Bedtime for you? Work is scary lately and you're still not entirely sure how to process it, but you just took out a loan like 3 months ago, so I feel kind of stuck trying to hold on to the current job while you try to set up some kind of plan B. Oh. Yeah, I hope things go good for you. If you wish to talk about it with me, I would like to hear what's going on with you, but or after stream. I mean in Discord, because I can look at it later. Alternative, well, but yeah, good luck with that, and hope everything goes well. And I hope that you don't lose your job, and it may be a good idea to look into stuff before, before you, I don't know, being optimistic, being not optimistic. I'm being pessimistic. I'm being pessimistic and saying that there's a possibility you could lose your job, so maybe, well, good luck. If you need some help, you have creatures around you that can assist, however small it may be. Send you super short explanation? Oh, okay. Alright, well, have a good sleep regardless. Okay. According to the United Nations, more than 240,000 Palestinians have now sought refuge at UN or government-run schools, at informal shelters, or with relatives and friends. Inside the UN RWA schools, Gaza's refugees don't feel safe. Some fled the schools to find other shelter after Israel attacked its second UN school in a week on Wednesday, a UN school that Israel knew was being used as a civilian shelter. According to the United Nations, this brings the toll of schools attacked and damaged to at least 133 facilities. Another 23 health facilities have also been targeted. Mohammed, 54, knows that schools are targeted, so she has considered trying a hospital, but this is not a safe option either, because hospitals have also been directly targeted by Israeli gunfire. On Thursday morning, an Israeli artillery shell hit Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Balah, central Gaza, leaving one nurse injured. The week before, the same hospital was hit by 10 Israeli tank shells, leaving 5 dead and 70 injured, says Dr. Khalil Katab. Some families decided to split up and go to different shelters, hoping that when Israel attacks again, at least some members might survive. That's just like that thing they said where family members would not stay in the same rooms in the house because they wanted to try and reduce the amount of family members that would die if a bomb hit the house, because at least maybe someone would be on the other side of the house and they wouldn't be directly impacted by the bomb and they would survive. That was one of the previous snippets that mentioned that. As a mother and grandmother, Sue Hawil takes care of 17 children in their family home in Beit Hanun in the northern Gaza Strip. I had to leave the house when Israeli troops called, telling me I must evacuate the house, which I did by coming here, she says as she hangs children's underwear out to dry on a window of a classroom. She adds that she did not leave immediately, as she waited until she saw her neighbors leaving. Luckily, we left, because moments later, Israeli tank shells came down like hot raindrops. She and her family had no time to gather anything for emergency supplies. They left with just the clothes on their backs, not knowing if they would ever return home. Some of the children were barefoot. It was early morning. I dragged everyone out of bed with the help of my son and his wife, she says, trying to comfort her 10-year-old daughter, Fatima Suhail, who is crying again at the sound of an Israeli missile hitting nearby. Now the children fear everything, every sound. Even a door banging makes them tense. They scream and tremble and hold on tight to me, she says, as she holds Fatima's hands. Suhail described the moments of horror when they were leaving the house. She feared that she might leave behind one of the children, so she ran back and forth and kept looking behind her to ensure that all the children were still with her as she led them away. When Israel and Hamas agreed on a 12-hour humanitarian ceasefire last week, she ran to the house to get some spare clothes, but she didn't recognize the area after Israel's bombing. It wasn't possible to tell which part was the street and which had been our home until I saw our burned clothes and belongings in the rubble, none of which were usable anymore, says Suhail, with tears in her eyes. Her daughter, Fatima, insists to her mother that she does not want her fate to be the same as the children that were killed and injured in Wednesday's bombing of the UN RWA school. In tears, she asks, "Mom, let's leave here, please." Her mother tries to comfort her with little success. She doesn't know where else they can go. She explains that Fatima has been very sick for over a week from the constant bombings and living in a crowded classroom. At night, I fear the bombing. I can't sleep. My stomach hurts and my ears hurt, says the child softly, as she is hardly able to speak without pain. The rockets and bombs make me scared and feel pain. The humming sound of the tanks scares me, Fatima adds. 10 days ago, she could hear the noises of tanks and bulldozers, but now in the shelter she hears F-16s, drones, and shelling by tanks and warships. Fatima had asked her mother to bring back her favorite toy, a bright doll, when she went back to her destroyed home to find some more clothes. "I want to go back home, Mom, and sleep in my usual room with my sisters and get ready for school," she says. But whether Fatima likes it or not, this is their reality, and the Al-Raftin school is now home for the Suhawil. Okay, maybe it's just different spelled. Is now home for the Suhawil family. However, when school begins again in September, students and teachers will need their classrooms back. Where we go from here, I have no idea, says the mother of Fatima Suhawil. Alright, I'm gonna go eat, and I'm gonna be gone for about 15 to 20 minutes maybe, and then I'm gonna see, we've read 60-ish pages so far today. I kind of would like to try and be able to finish this whole thing, but let me check how long last VOD was. I don't think I would be able to finish the whole shebang. Because the protest tomorrow is at 6 p.m. and I'm likely to get out of bed sometime past noon, and I don't know if I'd have enough time to read 100 pages within... Well, let's check. I read 100 pages yesterday, and that was 4 hours. So it would probably take me 8 to 9 hours to... See, we're about 4 hours in. Yeah, I could probably finish it tonight, but it would be late when I did. If I did. something when I was reading up there reminded me of my dad when I was telling him about this shit that local politician TM, the governor, was trying to put through, like trying to criminalize. No, it was a bill to redefine the definition of life, to criminalize abortion. And then a thing about making unauthorized protests a Class C felony, and then the little administrative action that made it so if you have a government job or a contractor job or whatever that you participated in BDS, you're blacklisted. Told him about these things, and he's saying like, oh, that's against the Constitution of Alaska, or saying like, oh, that would never pass. I think he has too much confidence in the will of the people to protect us from this and that, because I don't remember if I said so, but I'm thinking like, yeah, that worked out real great with Roe v. Wade, that thing that people said would never get repealed or whatever. Or like, the only if these things are prevented from being pushed through, it's only because people struggled hard to make sure it didn't happen, and even then sometimes it doesn't work. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat now. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I acquired a can of suspicious liquid. Ah. Okay. Here comes the part where I have to clear my throat a bunch because I just ate. Meh. Okay. Palestinians struggle to dig out bodies. Dozens of dead bodies remain under the rubble in Rafah as Israel's assault on southern Gaza kills scores of civilians. Rafah, Gaza Strip. Under continued Israeli airstrikes and artillery fire, Issa Akel has no other choice. The 50-year-old bulldozer driver must stop unearthing the dead bodies buried beneath the rubble in the southern Gaza town and seek safety for himself. In Hay al-Junina, east of Rafah, Akel went on a mission to rescue the dead, but he soon realized that his life was in danger. On Saturday, the town's roads were littered with dead bodies, left bleeding for hours without any ambulance crews arriving to rescue them. We are now unable to dig out bodies of people from under the ground, Subi Radwan, the mayor of Rafah, told Al Jazeera. He explained that his office receives hundreds of calls for help, but the municipality's trucks can't access most areas. Local medics said that at least 110 people have been killed in Rafah in the past 24 hours, while hundreds more have been injured. At least 1,680 Palestinians have been killed and 8,500 others hurt in Gaza since Israel's military offensive began on July 8th. On Friday, an Israeli tank shell struck an ambulance in Rafah, killing 3 medical crew members, Youssef El-Sheikh Aid, Youssef Darbeh, and Atef Al-Zamri. Meanwhile, the city's only hospital, Abu Youssef al-Najjar, has been under constant Israeli artillery shelling, forcing doctors to evacuate their patients and the dead bodies. Killings in Rafah occurred just 2 hours after an internationally brokered 72-hour humanitarian ceasefire between Hamas and Israel came into effect. Israel blamed Hamas for shattering the truce, while the Palestinian group said Israeli troops used the short-lived deal to storm into Rafah and kill residents. Meanwhile, Ashraf al-Qidra, Gaza's health ministry, has appealed to international groups to ensure that ambulances have a secure route to evacuate victims to the nearby town of Khan Yunis. With nowhere safe left to take the dead, people in Rafah have begun storing the bodies of their loved ones in refrigerators usually used to store food items. Al Jazeera saw dozens of bodies stuffed into one such refrigerator. Nearly half the city was under Israeli bombardment on Saturday, making it difficult to arrange proper burials. Injured people are calling us, but we can't get to them, said a local ambulance driver. I'm gonna put on second hoodie. No one is safe. Ambulance crews, municipality workers, and civilians in their homes are hit, Mayor Radwan told Al Jazeera. The crisis in Rafah has resulted in a lack of electricity, water, and sanitation services. We're receiving hundreds of phone calls from people who have no water and they can't move under constant artillery shelling, said Radwan, explaining that between 30 to 40,000 people have been left without drinking water in the eastern part of the city. Violence has also created thousands of new internally displaced persons, according to the United Nations, including many who have sought shelter in overcrowded UN schools. At least 280,000 Palestinians across Gaza have now been displaced. The UN estimates that 76 families have lost 3 or more members in the same incident, totaling over 400 deaths. Radwan said that he had never seen a war like this in his 62 years, more than half of which has been spent working in public services in Rafah. In the past, I have dealt with the Egyptian and Israeli military, he said, but it has never reached this level of no consideration for the humanitarian crisis. They're probably saying that now about the current thing. gonna be honest, a lot of these thingy things, I'm reading the account, and then they say some stuff about how bad it is, and then I'm like, is this person still alive? A little bit boinked in the oink. Butchery in Rafah. The dead are kept in vegetable refrigerators. As Gaza stranglehold tightens, full morgues have forced people to store dead bodies in refrigerators. Abu Taha, a farmer in Rafah, opened the refrigerator in which he normally keeps his potatoes and carrots. In it were the corpses of children, young men and women, lying on top of one another, soaked in blood. Many were impossible to identify, and only a few have been placed in white burial shrouds. Such was the savagery of Israel's bombardment in Rafah, such was the quantity of dead bodies, that there was simply no other option but to use vegetable refrigerators as makeshift morgues. The closure of hospitals that came under bombardment led to a cascade of corpses. It started when medical staff were forced to abandon Rafah's main hospital, Abu Yusuf al-Najjar, which came under constant bombardment by artillery shelling from the east of the city. They evacuated the injured to Kuwaiti Hospital, a facility totally ill-equipped to deal with major trauma injuries from the battlefield that the Gaza Strip has become. Several bodies were left lying on the road, bleeding for hours without any ambulance crew arriving to rescue them. Meanwhile, 3 ambulance crew members have been killed. Their bodies were unidentifiable after they were hit by an Israeli tank shell directed at their ambulance. Several of the victims close to the hospital gate were not reachable by rescue teams, says Abu Ahmed, an ambulance driver. Each time I drive through, tank shells are fired nearby, he says. He's a couple of 100 meters from dozens of victims bleeding on the road. Most of those killed in Rafah are civilians slain by cannon shells that wiped out several homes in the Hay al-Janina area. Israeli warplanes fired missiles on several homes in Rafah, targeting the houses of Abu Suleiman, Zorb, and Al-Shair. The death toll in Rafah in the past 24 hours is now 110, with hundreds injured. Medics say there were more bodies they could not reach. The corpses were put into vegetable refrigerators in Rafah, which have their own electricity generators. Even burying the dead was full of hazards. As the cemeteries in the east of the city have also endured Israeli artillery shelling over the past 24 days. We had no option but to put the bodies in the refrigerators, Subi Radwan, mayor of Rafah, told MEE. Al-Najjar Hospital has only enough beds for a few dozen patients, but the evacuation of the hospital has meant that there is nowhere to go for victims of the attacks. Radwan says that his staff is unable to offer any utilities to people on the ground. Water and electricity lines were destroyed by the strikes. We appeal to international organizations to step in and help us evacuate injured people lying in the east of Rafah, he says. International groups have tried to help evacuate victims, but to no avail. Survivors of the 24-hour bombardment said they had seen nothing like it in their lives. They were bombed from the air, sea, and ground simultaneously. You know what this reminded me of? Something totally unrelated, but it reminded me that Super Animal Royale is doing a community art contest thing where the theme is land, sea, and air. And so the initial thought I had is like, oh, that's like a military whatever thing. But it's also supposed to be supposedly something about some new animal types they added with like fish creature and then I don't know, I guess air is like bird creature and ground is all the other creature, but like I don't know. Cutesy animal game, but they all have AK-47s. It sure be something. I think. I don't know. Popular entertainment media being so full of the gun and bomb shit, but I guess we're all just used to it now. Okay. It is terrifying. The Israeli military has gone out of control. They bombed a building of families fleeing and killed 23 innocents, says Abdel Rauf Ayad, 33. He fled his home in Hay al Janina when the bombing started 24 hours ago. Excuse me. No one is safe. No home, no hospital, no shelter, he says, as he runs to Tal al-Sultan to seek shelter at his cousin's house. Ashraf al-Qidra of the Health Ministry has appealed to the international community to allow ambulances to evacuate injured people from roads in eastern Rafah and near Kuwaiti Hospital. We need safe routes for ambulances to evacuate victims to other hospitals in Khan Yunis. Israeli tanks could be seen to the east overlooking Rafah, home of 180,000 inhabitants. The town is in far southern Gaza, on the border with Egypt. The massacre in Rafah occurred 2 hours into the 72-hour humanitarian ceasefire announced yesterday. Hamas and Israel exchanged accusations of breaking the ceasefire. Despite the truce, Israel insisted on carrying out a military ground operation near the eastern border. Well, I think Israel is the sussy one. Perhaps an obvious conclusion to come to. Israel announced that one soldier was missing after the ground invasion, while Hamas's Qassam brigades say they lost communication with some of their members who were in combat with Israeli troops before the ceasefire started. The Qassam brigades said in a statement that the Israeli soldier was probably killed during an ambush, along with Qassam brigade's members. Since the war began 27 days ago, the death toll across the Gaza Strip is 1,680, with 8,500 injured, a majority of them civilians, according to the UN. Meanwhile, 3 Israeli civilians and 50 Israeli soldiers have been killed. I'm not mentioning the Thai worker anymore, he got subsumed. Israel and Palestinian factions were expected to travel to Cairo for talks with Egypt on a long-lasting truce, but the presence of Israeli tanks around the Rafah crossing means that this is unlikely to happen anytime soon. Nowhere to hide in Gaza. The UN reports that 215,000 Palestinians are now seeking shelter in UN facilities, while 133 schools have been bombed since Operation Protective Edge began. Gaza City. Netanyahu has turned our homes into ruins and our neighborhoods into ghost towns, says Anam Banar, a 56-year-old homeless Palestinian. Banar has nowhere to go except Al-Rafdin school to seek shelter, but even schools are targeted by Israel. 10 days ago, her home was razed to the ground by Israeli tank shells. When she cautiously returned during a 12-hour ceasefire, she didn't recognize the location of her house, and no familiar landmarks were left to identify exactly where she was. More than 3 weeks of horror and trauma fill the hearts and minds of people in Gaza. Those who are lucky enough to be alive have still lost everything, and have no safe haven from Israel's heavy military bombardment. The whole of Gaza is in the crosshairs. You can run in any direction, she says, and you are still a target, because you are Palestinian. In Operation Cast Lead, the 2008-09 Israeli war on Gaza, Banar lost her husband and 4 sons in a massacre. This brought immense sorrow to her family. Now, her home is demolished, and she still questions why she is being targeted. For 56-year-old Inshira Abuelkas, it is difficult to contemplate what Israel considers to be a target, as she has no affiliation or connection to the resistance or militants. She just lives in Gaza. Israelis are failing to reach the resistance fighters, so they punish all civilians instead. They bomb our homes, families, and children. She tells of how she ran away from Israeli mortars in Shajaya, fleeing to a new shelter at Al-Rafdin school in Gaza City. But even here in the school with her family, she can't escape the attacks, and her children are still chased by gunfire. And where do we go in September when schools are due to open? A neighbor speaks up and suggests, "We only have the beach to run to," before another person interrupts her. "No, remember what Israel did? Killed 4 children on the beach, firing missiles at them from Navy warships." In the dark night, as the drones hover, we are hit by Israeli warships. Then in daylight, we are hit by F-16s, she says. The debate goes in circles, with no one knowing of any safe place to shelter, be it homes, schools, hospitals, parks, cemeteries, beaches, mosques, or churches. All areas are being bombed by Israel. The option that we surrender and leave completely is not on the Palestinian table. This is our land, our home. We belong here and will stay. A few days ago, Israel bombed another UN RWA school, a UN-designated safe haven, killing at least 16 people and injuring hundreds of civilians who were sheltering there after being ordered by Israel to leave their homes. The UN reports that 215,000 Palestinians, more than 10% of Gaza's population, are now seeking shelter in UN facilities, as well as in schools and with their relatives. Chris Gunness, in UNRNA, a UN RWA spokesman in Gaza, broke down in tears when he was interviewed by international media yesterday. As a wife and mother to 12 children, Abwelkas says she cannot think of any safe place to go. The constant threat from Israel means that she counts her children every few minutes to make sure none have wandered away from the fragile refuge of this school. The UN reports that 133 schools have been targeted by Israeli tank shells. Gaza is a small piece of land, tightly packed with 1.8 million civilians, considered to be the most overcrowded residential area on the planet. Because of Israel's occupation and the restrictions it imposes, Gazans don't even have the option of fleeing to neighboring countries. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. The death toll now stands 1,730 Gazans, with 9,200 injured. This surpasses the Palestinian death toll of 1,417 in Operation Cast Lead. What do Gazans think of Hamas, Abbas, and Israel's strikes? Ordinary Gazans are asked about their views on armed resistance, Hamas, Mahmoud Abbas, Egypt's role and what the future may hold. Gaza. During an unusual moment of quiet, residents of the Gaza Strip were asked by MEE their opinions of Israel's latest war on the Gaza Strip and the Palestinian response. Here are some of their very thought-provoking responses. Nashat al-Wahidi, 47 years old, author. Today, there is a national consensus on the resistance as Israel continuously attacks. I refer to a group of Palestinian military factions who have brought hope and spirit to occupied Palestinians as well as all Arabs. The Palestinian resistance has the ability to crack down on the Israeli army, known as the Army Never Defeated, one of the most strategic and powerful military forces in the world. Palestinians have hoped that Palestinian political leadership, headed by Abu Mazen, or Mahmoud Abbas, will return to the same stage of combining Islamists and nationalists together in order to lead the national project to end the Israeli occupation of Palestine, release prisoners, and return Palestinian refugees. I have a 7-year-old daughter. She has already lived through 3 wars with Israel, which killed around 5,000 Palestinians. When we talk about wars, we include this physical, psychological, and emotional impact on Palestinian children from the first moment they are born. Many children in our world can't imagine this. As far as Egypt is concerned, we, as Palestinians, are looking for an Egyptian leader to take on a role that has long been absent from the Arab scene. Since the time of Mustafa Hafed, the Egyptian who was killed in Palestine by an Israeli explosive device, whose name is still honored, with a school named after him in Gaza. Abdelaziz was killed in Palestine at the hands of Israeli occupation forces. We remember Ahmed Abdelaziz, who was killed when Egyptian officers and soldiers were killed in Zanai at the hands of Israeli forces who took them as POWs, disarmed them, tied their hands behind their backs, and executed all but 1 or 2, making them dig the mass graves before executing them too. What is this right? French. Israel's orders were to take no prisoners. Egyptians need to remember these things, and we, as Palestinians, need Egypt to work with us toward Arab unification. The relationship between Egypt and Palestine is not simple. Our 2 nations have both human and historical relations. Egypt is considered to be, for all Arabs, the beating heart and pulse that combines the hopes and pains of all Arab nations. When I talk about my daughter, Arij, I have to mention the defeat in June 1967. I was born in that era, which was tough for Islamic and national movements. Since then, I have lived through several wars up to the present, 2014. Despite our pain and Israel's heavy weapons splitting Palestinian bodies into small pieces, I emphasize the principle that elders die and the young never forget. Hikmat Abu Zakari, 32 years old, public administrator. Hamas is a Palestinian resistance group, which defends the Palestinian lands that Israel occupies. I disagree with it ideologically and some of its policies. The difference in ideology appeared at the period of contest for governance over Gaza, in military confrontations with Fatah and PA security forces led by Abu Mazen. This made Hamas lose popularity because it wanted to impose its principles and beliefs on the Palestinian people. However, as a legitimate resistance movement, I respect them, especially for resisting Israel as it has continued its massacres against Palestinians for so many years. As for Islamic Jihad, it's a movement that has always avoided political squabbling, earning many people's respect. It sidelined itself from political work and focused only on resisting Israel's occupation. This makes them very respected among the Palestinian public, even though some Palestinians may view them as an extension of the Iranian regime in Palestine. But that is not a problem for me. The foundation of Palestinian resistance is to defend Palestinian rights, and I respect that, as long as the gun is directed toward the Israeli occupation, and its aim is to resist the occupation for Palestinian freedom. I believe Egypt, as a neighboring country, will remain the defender of the Gaza Strip. The geographical and human relationship between us means that Egypt is always present, even if they are absent from the scene because of a struggling political system. But there is no alternative to Egypt. It has to come back. As far as Mahmoud Abbas, he is still president of Palestine, regardless of how much we agree or disagree with him. He implements a policy that he sees as a service to Palestinian people and their aspirations, while Islamic movements may have different opinions. But I think a large sector of Palestinian people support him, despite his mistakes. Abdel Majid Abu Nasser, 22 years old, student. I believe Hamas is a movement which defends Palestinian rights. I see it as a potential defense army, and I respect that highly. Islamic Jihad is also an extension of Hamas, working for one objective: to liberate Palestine from occupation. I respect Islamic Jihad for not getting involved in Palestinian politics, but instead fighting the Zionist project in Palestine. I see Mahmoud Abbas as a legitimate Palestinian president, and I respect him for carrying the cause of Palestine to the international arena. Now Abbas is standing for his people in Gaza, after he realized that Israel had little to offer him in real negotiations. As for Egypt, with Egyptian President Abdul Fattah al-Sisi in charge, the government in Cairo stands by Israel from A to Z in endorsing Israel's blockade of Gaza and closing the Rafah crossing to sick and injured people stuck inside Gaza. In former Egyptian President Mohammed Morsi's era, life was easier for us. During the 2012 Israeli war in Gaza, Morsi sent his prime minister to monitor the situation closely. I miss the time of Morsi, when we felt some freedom and care from our neighbors. Hassan Nakala, 23 years old, academic. Hamas is a resistance movement, working for the liberation of Palestine from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. It tries to resist occupation with all available means. We have seen Hamas develop over the years. Any person who resists occupation, I respect very much. Hamas brings pride to us by capturing Israeli soldiers to exchange for our Palestinian prisoners. Israel is unwilling to release them. Islamic Jihad is also a resistance movement with aims to liberate Palestine by adopting the Islamic project. I don't know why they have reservations when it comes to joining a government, but I know in the previous war of 2012, Islamic Jihad played a role in the ceasefire, and now it has a vital part in mediating between Egypt and Hamas. Regarding Abbas, he is the president of Palestine, but he is supposed to stand by all his people. He should stop security coordination, PASF, with Israel. The power of Hamas resistance in Gaza is stronger because of their intention to fight collaborators. In the West Bank, the security forces of President Abbas are not allowing people to resist illegal occupation. During Morsi's time, Egypt played a different role in the 2012 war in Gaza, but now we are under siege still, and even medical supplies are not coming through. In the first war, during Mubarak's era, the war was announced from Cairo, but Mubarak pledged that he would not allow Palestinians to starve. But now, during this Israeli war, our lifeline tunnels are shut, and water and electricity supplies are seriously low. Egypt no longer plays the role of mediator. I do see Egypt as a party involved in imposing Israel's siege. We hope that Egypt, as we knew it, returns to its old role by bringing about an honorable ceasefire deal for Palestinian factions. Excuse me. Ibtisam al-Khalili, 48 years old, housewife. Hamas. I think they are good. May Allah bless them for the work they do. They are the ones who will rescue us from Israel's long-imposed siege. Excuse me. We have only Allah, then Hamas. I have always respected them for the work they do. They have helped through charity, helping many women and orphan children when the rest of the world turned their backs on them. Islamic Jihad. May Allah protect them for defending us with their rockets when we are attacked by Israel daily. They will rescue us and give us life. We live in the shadow of their resistance now. Or we were killed for no reason, and today we are killed, but at least we have resistance. The more Israel hits us, we have no one to turn to except them. Borders are closed, and our Arab brothers have forgotten us. I am unhappy with Egypt. Sisi is supposed to be Muslim, but he's watching our children's bodies torn to pieces by Israel's weapons, and our houses demolished over our heads. The Egyptian government is supporting Israel and not Palestinians. Didn't Sisi see the small Gaza child whose brain poured out of her head? He should have acted more humanely. Sisi can't moderate the ceasefire and help the Israeli oppressor at the same time. Abbas is still watching, like the rest of the community. Abbas and Sisi are not standing fairly. They have sold themselves to Israel and the US. I always remember both of them in my prayers and ask Allah to punish them. Abbas deals with us as a country needing charity, sending us medication as if we are a poor country in Africa and not his own Palestinian nation. Othman Swalian, 38 years old, taxi driver. I never liked Hamas because I disagree with their approach to ending conflict, but I am afraid we could not achieve our rights through other methods. Israel failed Abbas in negotiations and empowered Hamas by making people like me see them as the only option for changing a grim reality. The siege is killing people like me who need to feed 8 children. Now, Hamas sacrifices their lives and are owed our respect for trying the new approach, which is armed struggle, to end Israel's siege and open the borders to freedom. Islamic Jihad has always been a good fighter in the field. I've never had problems with them. They are softer than Hamas, but their relationship with Egypt will open doors for Hamas in Egypt, after being shut by Sisi after Morsi was pushed out. As for Abbas, I wish he'd pay more attention to people like us, who are lost in 7 years of siege and Palestinian factional divides. I understand he did his best with Israel, offering so many compromises, but my advice to him is that he dismantles the PA and tells the world, we are finished, and occupying Israel must assume responsibility for providing services. If you keep an animal in a zoo, you are obliged to take care of it. You can't just leave it to starve and die. When Egypt is mentioned, I can't help but see the image of Sisi. He's done so much damage to us, bringing us to a strangulation point because some of us stood and cheered for Morsi. I am personally being punished because before Sisi ordered the closure of the Rafah crossing, I did 2 or 3 trips from Gaza City to Rafah to meet international visitors arriving with money to spend here, and new faces that brought a few smiles here among the depression. None of that exists today. Egypt carries the responsibility. I can't say I am outwardly angry with them, but I remain silently unhappy, because although revolution ended an era of tyranny in Egypt, that tyranny has expanded to us through Israel and Egyptian regimes working together. I wish we could have back the old Egypt that we loved. Gaza's voice from under the staircase. A group of brave and dedicated radio journalists continue to report the news from Gaza, despite their building being targeted by Israeli airstrikes. In Gaza City, it is no wonder that listeners tuning in to Ahmed Saeed's live broadcast are amazed that his radio show is still on air, especially when you consider that the building housing his office and studio has been targeted 3 times already by Israeli strikes within the past 4 weeks. The voice of 30-year-old Saeed reaches his audience with the help of a group of exhausted but dedicated youngsters on Al-Sha'ab Radio, People's Radio, which offers live coverage of each day's traumatic events and news from around the Gaza Strip. Now Saeed sits under the staircase with a microphone, mixer, transmitter, and the will to resist with words. Saeed's real-time interaction with the community can be deeply moving. A mother calls in from Shajaya, eastern Gaza City. She has only a few minutes of battery life left on her cell phone. Israeli missiles targeted the sole power plant in Gaza, and there are numerous power outages. I appeal to you. My children are scared. Israeli tank shells are hitting my neighbors, screams the mother on the live broadcast. In the background, listeners can hear the sounds of tank shells pounding and children screaming. I feel powerless myself, and realize how much our role as journalists is limited to reflecting people's true pain, but we can't rescue the people from their suffering, said Saeed during break. But Saeed's job goes beyond journalism now, as he opens the airwaves and directs the messages to officials of the International Committee of the Red Cross, urging them to intervene and rescue families hit by Israeli airstrikes. As a concerned father of 2 children, he says he can visualize his own children screaming when he hears other people's children suffering. Excuse me. Under the stairs lie cell phone chargers, a computer, and some spare clothes. The youth who work with Saeed are familiar with his commitment to serious journalism. He could just stay home and say it's unsafe to show up, but he still comes. His rationale? Nothing compels me to do this, except the urgency of making sure that the people's calls for help is heard. In general, all Palestinians speculate about the Israeli mindset and strategy. Over the years, Saeed has developed his own deeper analytical sense of how the Israeli government thinks. This insight has compelled other media channels, including Al Jazeera and other Arab stations, to approach him for his viewpoints and analysis. I believe this is a national message which I have to transmit as a journalist. It is a price I feel I must pay, said Saeed. This price could be the loss of his own life, like the dozens of reporters killed and injured by Israeli troops. When asked if he is scared while broadcasting under the staircase, Saeed said he was more frightened when phone calls came from his family after they heard him announce Israel's bombardment of the tower where he and his radio colleagues are located. Saeed said that women taking shelter under the stairs in Shajaya have been hit by Israeli missiles. I fear a random tank shell could harm us more than a deliberate targeting of our building as journalists, he said. Mahmoud Elyan, the 29-year-old executive director of Al Shaab Radio, works all night long. At 2 a.m., he is organizing shift changes and checking on his 25 reporters around the Gaza Strip. The decision to go under the staircase was for the safety of his staff members. Israel has special bunkers to protect its citizens, but this is just a makeshift shelter. We felt that the Israeli cannon shells were reaching far behind and around us, so our building was a possible target, he said. Elyan's decision to broadcast from under the stairs proved to be wise, as an Israeli missile hit their building once more in the past week, damaging the 2 floors below them and some floors above. A uniting force. Al Shaab Radio began broadcasting in 2006, with the aim of bringing people's voices together and inviting leaders from Fatah and Hamas to speak on the same show, an initiative that would not be possible on other factional media outlets. We try to work on whatever can unite all Palestinians and end internal Palestinian division, said Elyan. For the past 4 weeks, the work of Al Shaab Radio has focused primarily on the Israeli strikes and helping to connect urgent case victims to rescue teams and medics. International groups have always criticized Israel and Palestinian security forces for imposing censorship on the media. However, Elyan views this as a form of healthy monitoring, which he seems not to mind. We have been approached with positive communication rather than authoritarian obligation, he said of such censorship. To him, Israel's falling missiles are more dangerous than censorship. He said that the latter helps guide the work of his station when instructions are received from the Gaza-based Interior Ministry. Palestinian resistance fighters launched rockets from specific locations, and we broke that news. It could endanger the lives of the resistance fighters, he said. The Interior Ministry in Gaza has been proactive on local and social media by not providing information harmful to the internal front. This tactic only began in this war. It was not used in the 08 to 09 or 2012 wars. We also try to advise listeners not to heed dubious Israeli messages meant as a form of psychological warfare, said Elyan, as he reported the breaking news that a car had just been hit in East Gaza City. According to Rami El-Shrafi, secretary of Al Shaab Radio, his 25 reporters in the field and in the studio are on a mission to fight with words against Israel's psychological warfare on the Palestinian civilian population. We have volunteer correspondents determined to provide honest and professional messages, making the public feel more secure, he said. Palestinians left facing the odds alone after ceasefire. Families returned to Beit Lahia in northern Gaza to pick up the pieces, but find their homes almost completely destroyed. Beit Lahia, Gaza Strip. When Israel and Palestinian factions announced a 72-hour ceasefire, Fares Abu El-Nin, 35, had few choices left except to return to her apartment at Al Nada residential towers in Beit Lahia. She expected little, but what met her eyes when she reached her home in the northern Gaza Strip was worse. The whole apartment was bombed and smashed. Dust and debris lay scattered everywhere, as if a hurricane had smashed straight into the center of it. They, Israel, bombed the hell out of our homes with their Hellfire missiles, drones, tank shells, and gas which irritates the skin and eyes of my children, said Abu El-Nin. When Israel launched this offensive 4 weeks ago, Abu El-Nin managed to stay home for 3 days, but as Israel began to shower the north with leaflets warning of its planned escalation, she knew she had to go. Situated in the first line of residential homes facing the northern border with Israel, her home was one of the first to be targeted by Israeli tanks that lined up close to and set their sights on the apartments. We tried to run away. I called the ambulance and the International Red Cross, but they told me there was nothing they could do, and I would have to manage as best as I could on my own, says Abu El-Nin, as she inspects the massive holes in what remains of her house, as well as the craters around her neighbors' now leveled homes. This reminds me, I am reminded of the thing, that Twitter post I saw. IDF posting when they were driving through the ruins that they had created, and then they had planted a bunch of Israeli flags in them, in these public piles of rubble. And like, they destroy, actually I kind of alluded to this thing already, but it's like they're destroying a lot of these places so that they can just clear it out and then build settler homes on top. Possibly, potentially, probably. Very, very violent eviction. It's possible. While the horror has impacted everyone in Gaza, Abu El-Nin has been left particularly vulnerable. She is originally from Iraq and has no real family in Gaza. Her in-laws are based in Egypt, while her husband, Mohammed Abu El-Nin, was killed in 2002 by Israeli gunfire shortly after he went to work as a bodyguard for former Palestinian President Yasser Arafat in Ramallah. There are so many people, families, fleeing, many barefoot, trying to reach someplace safe which hasn't been hit, but everywhere has been hit, says Abu El-Nin. Frightened, tired, hungry, and with sore feet, Abu El-Nin at last decided to leave her home and dragged her 5 children to a UN school, already filled with local refugees seeking shelter. The school we ran to, Abu Hussein School, was filled with civilians. Later on, Israel bombed that school too, she says. With her home and then the UN shelter destroyed, Abu El-Nin's only option was to run to anyone who could offer even the semblance of protection. As the sun set, Abu El-Nin and her 5 children were lucky and managed to find a sympathetic family that offered them refuge, but this shelter did not endure for long either. When we ran into their home, the cemetery facing them was under constant bombardment. Eventually, even the host family's home was damaged after an Israeli drone struck the house next door. An uphill battle. Tears now flow freely down Abu El-Nin's face as she holds her son Fares. The 13-year-old sustained injuries to his back and arms last Sunday, and his ears still buzz from the noise of the missiles that hit him. He is just one of thousands of children who have been injured during the grueling Israeli onslaught. Thank God he is still alive. I only have my children in this life, says Abu El-Nin. But the current truce brings only mild relief. Abu El-Nin is paperless and is unable to travel to her in-laws in Egypt or to her parents in Iraq. She can only stay in Gaza with her 5 children, but she insists that she remains firmly committed to raising and educating them, despite the extremely difficult security and economic condition. How a widow will do this, now that her apartment is severely damaged and has been burned by tank shells, is not immediately clear. The whole area has been turned into a disaster area. Under the family's tower stand hundreds of others who have also lost their homes. In the damage, one can see the remains of a supermarket. Diapers, toothpaste, spices, and the remains of various other products are all seen strewn across the ground. Men, women, and children have all come back to collect whatever they can retrieve from their homes. Documents, bedding, clothing, food, pots, pans, cutlery, and anything else they can carry away. But those desperately fumbling around for their possessions are the fortunate ones. Other families have come back to the dreadful task of digging up their loved ones who were asleep when Israeli missiles hit. In the 2012 war, Abu al-Nin's home was also damaged, but not remotely as seriously as in this Israeli attack. Back then, mostly window frames cracked and glass panes were shattered. I never received any compensation then, because the apartment we live in is not in my name, says Abu al-Nin. It's annually leased from the government. The same situation applies now, and most people living in government-leased homes may not get any reparations. Abu al-Nin knows that no officials will come and help her with the damage, but her resilience is reflected in her eyes that show a determination to carry on and try to salvage and rebuild a home from the ash, the dust, the rubble, and the chaos that was left behind by Israel's artillery shelling. As sundown approaches, Abu al-Nin stands in the rubble, sorting through dusty items, looking for a small corner where she and her children might be able to sleep and take shelter, at least for the duration of the 72-hour ceasefire. Her children, meanwhile, gathered together, trying to collect some photographs from the cupboard that is riddled with holes. The Iraqi widow says she misses her husband, as she holds her children close and runs her fingers through her son's hair. She explains that Faras, at 13 years old, is the man of the house now that the husband is gone. I shall remain here with my children. We're not going anywhere. Mohammed's story and heartache for Gaza's lost. Tragic human tales from Israel's brutal 4-week offensive on Gaza are only now emerging amid a fragile ceasefire. Gaza City, a ceasefire that ended a 4-week-long Israeli offensive on Gaza. Ceasefire that ended a 4-week-long Israeli offensive on Gaza held for a third day on Thursday, while talks in Cairo on a longer-lasting truce took place. It has remained relatively peaceful at Shifa Hospital, although hundreds of displaced families are still camping on the floor there. But among the crowds, Narjaz Al-Kayed, 21, grew more anxious as the days passed. She was waiting for her 12-year-old brother, Ahmed. Ahmed had returned home with his 14-year-old sister, Wala, on July 25th, amid reports of a ceasefire. The plan was to bring mattresses and new clothes for the Eid festival back to the UNRWA school where they were sheltering. Narjaz said she remembered his smile as he told her, "Make sure you get me an Eid gift." But the brother and sister never made it back to the shelter and never saw Eid. An Israeli drone missile hit them both on their way back to the UN shelter, killing Wala instantly. Her young body was collected in small pieces by an ambulance crew and brought to the Al-Aqsa hospital in Deir al-Balah. But Ahmed's body was not there when the ambulance crew arrived, raising both fear and hopes among the family who desperately phoned hospitals and aid workers for news. To their relief, officials from the International Committee of the Red Cross said they had found out that Ahmed was still alive and had been taken by Israeli troops for treatment at Sorko Hospital in Beersheba. "We were so relieved to hear he was alive," said Ahmed's brother-in-law. Waiting for 13 days with no news about his condition or injuries proved terrifying for the family. The only person, Wala, who would know about Ahmed's injuries was now buried in Deir al-Balah's cemetery. When a more durable ceasefire was announced last week, the family ran to their home and found leftover supplies of IV fluid bags and bandages there. They took this as a sign that the Israeli military, controlling the area, had offered medical aid to the boy. Palestinian ambulances generally evacuate patients and bodies to hospitals for triage treatment or storage. They have meager ambulance supplies to treat patients en route to the hospital. The Israeli army has more than adequate medical supplies in the field. The family was in limbo, with Narjaz frantically wanting to see her brother. On August 5th, the family heard that some injured people had been discharged from hospitals and brought back by the ICRC. Narges took the Eid gift she had kept for Ahmed and, with her husband Adam al-Qayyad and sister-in-law Amal al-Sayyad, jumped into a taxi on Saladin Road in Deir al-Balah and rushed back to Shifa Hospital. Upon arrival at the hospital, she ran to every corridor and corner to check the patients on stretchers and beds, but Ahmed was not there, nor was his name on medication charts or the patient registry. Her husband tried to reassure her that perhaps if Israel was treating Ahmed, he wouldn't be released until he was considered stable enough for a discharge home. Shifa hospital staff was not able to provide much information, other than the message they received from the ICRC. Ahmed al-Qayyad is injured and alive. Narges was more reassured, but still wanting to hold him and give him his Eid gift after almost 2 weeks of grieving the loss of her younger sister. After a time, a medic dressed in a white coat came and asked, "Are you al-Qayyad's relatives?" When they said yes, they followed him to the southern part of the hospital. Narges, her husband, and his sister knew little about the layout of Shifa Hospital, or where they were headed. They just followed nervously behind hospital staff, hoping to see Ahmed. "May Allah bless his soul," said the man, while opening a white metal door. Oh, they were going to the morgue. When the morgue door opened, Narges broke down sobbing and stepped forward to try and wake Ahmed, his little face cold and stiff, and part of his head shaven, showing some sutures. "Ahmed, brother Ahmed, my Ahmed," she screamed, banging against the wall, and then collapsing on the ground in tears. Her husband, also in shock, tried to help her stand up, but she couldn't. Ahmed and Wallah had both been killed. In 2002, their brother Mahmoud was also killed by Israeli gunfire when he was just 12 years old. Narges called out again, "Ahmed, I love you. Wake up, I brought you your Eid gift, darling." But Ahmed was dead, from injuries sustained to his head, chest, and leg. He may have survived a few days before his body was brought back to Gaza. "It breaks my heart that both my children were killed for no reason. I just wanted to celebrate Eid," says the mother, with no home left to receive her family and friends offering condolences. Saying a final goodbye to Ahmed wouldn't happen at their home, destroyed by Israel, but at the UN RWA school, their new home for an indefinite period of time. "If my 2 children had been Jewish, would the world have been so silent?" Ahmed and Wallah's mother asked through tears. Voices from Gaza. Survivors speak out. The ceasefire holds for now, but many in Gaza fear it will be broken unless the demands of the Palestinian factions are met. Gaza Strip. A month has passed since the Israeli offensive on Gaza began. Palestinians in the besieged territory are still tending their wounds after 4 weeks of war and destruction. Israel said on Wednesday night that they are willing to extend the 72-hour ceasefire that took effect on Tuesday. However, this comes amid a general feeling among Gazans the offensive could begin again tomorrow, since Hamas has announced that it has no intention of extending the current ceasefire, so long as the Palestinian factions' conditions are not met. Palestinians have demanded an end to the 8-year Israeli blockade of Gaza and the release of Palestinian prisoners, but Israel has resisted those demands. Al Jazeera toured the north, central, and southern areas of the Gaza Strip to hear what people are saying about the offensive. Jamal Salman, 56, farmer. "We were forced to leave our homes and seek shelter in a UN RWA school as protection, but sadly, bullets of hatred chased us even into the schools where we thought we would be safe. It is only today that we have been able to receive condolences. Our hearts are burned. We lost our loved ones, which can't be estimated at any price. A month later, we have survived to tell the story of how our family members were slaughtered by Israeli tank shells. Civilians are looking for a life that is free of this harm." Abu Osama Nafal, 51, teacher. 3 minutes before the start of the 72-hour ceasefire, and rockets are still being fired on Israel. If it was about making us lose our children, I can assure Israel that all Gaza women are birth-giving by nature. A month later, I stand on the ruins of these demolished homes and say, "We won this war. What has Israel achieved? They killed children, women, and elders, but the resistance fighters remained untouched. You kill one, we will bring 10. I stand now and say, Israel won the war over stones, which it has destroyed, but the Palestinian resistance has beat all of Israel. Abdullah al-Hagin, 54, unemployed. Excuse me. I never blame Hamas or our Palestinian resistance factions. The destruction we live in is caused by Israel on this ground, and Arab silence on the other end. I am homeless today because my home was bombed. A war that struck civilians for a whole month can happen only because of the silence of Arab leaders. It's a choice we have to make. Either we die or we live a dignified life. Aid Sabat, 60, engineer. As long as the resistance exists, this is itself a victory, and inshallah, God willing, in the coming period, the resistance will make victory tangible. A month later, I would like to tell Israel, which made the decision to start this war, as for this destruction, we will fix it. As for this destruction, it's not necessarily us who will rebuild, but our sons will. Israel has an agenda, but there is no justification for targeting a civilian population. Youssef Shabat, 50, housewife. They want to end the Middle East issue, but I can assure them that we will remain resilient, and one martyr will bring forward 1,000 more, as the Palestinian people will not quit. I blame the Arab states for not standing by us. This war should not have happened. I feel all Arabs are conspiring against us, because they want to get rid of us, the Palestinian people. I have lived here for 14 years, and I know God will compensate us for such damage. Youssef Rashwan, 28, Baker. He, Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, is in agreement with Israel to maim people so that he can politically cleanse the Islamist party in Gaza. Israel failed in this war. After all, killing civilians is not the way to go. Abu Mazen is a traitor who left us alone. Egyptian President El-Sisi has also been part of this war in order to bring Abu Mazen back to Gaza. Thanks to God, Hamas achieved so much by its steadfastness. People were rushing here to buy bread during the war, and we fear no war, like this one from the air, by cowards. Ismail Radwan, 45, Palestinian Authority civil servant. This is a war that will not end. This is just a pause for a time, but whether we like it or not, we should... I'm going to assume that means that it was supposed to be not forget. We should not forget about the scenes of fleeing, like during the Al-Nakba, the forced expulsion of about 750,000 Palestinians after Israel's creation in 1948. 1 month later, tens of thousands of homes have been damaged. We lost so much in this war after, no doubt, tens of tons of Israeli explosives were dropped in Gaza. Resistance won the war, but so did the resilience of the people of Gaza. Nowhere to go now, we have Israel ahead of us and the beach behind us. We must face the challenges because this is our land. Mohammed Kulab, 56, construction worker. I shall hope that Egypt will make the conditions of resistance succeed. Arabs were watching us. I am appalled by the Arab silence. Why are they just watching Gaza being slaughtered? Where is the Arabism? Where is the Arabism? No Arabism. I am confident in the resistance. Osama Ejela, 9, student. Let's give it a crunch. Even our apartment has been bombed. The aim is to make us displaced in UN schools and then be a target for tank shells. As you see, we had our 3 shops completely destroyed, but I know fully in my heart that God will compensate us. Till the last day of the war, we remained in our apartment, but when the apartment next door sustained damage, we ran to seek shelter at my grandpa's place in Shajaya, and there it was bombed again. We ended up going to relatives in the west. There was nowhere safe, even Shifa Hospital has been targeted. Nobody won the war, not any of the sides. I only blame one side, the Arab states, for their silence, which gave the green light to Israel to kill indiscriminately. All Arabs don't like us Palestinians, because we are, after all, fighting the filthiest occupation, sticking to our land and maintaining Arab courage. Salam Abwel Bayed, 35, homemaker. And I say to the resistance, go ahead, we are behind you. I say this despite losing my home and some family members being injured. I say this despite my pain and deep wounds. If I were to describe this last month, it was a war of terror. This war made me believe only in the resistance, and the resistance will bring an end to this occupation. It is the resistance which defends us and our souls. The world is watching us, but they are doing nothing for us. Crunch. Missing in Gaza, dead or arrested. While many families have learned of the fate of killed relatives, many still don't know if loved ones are alive, arrested, or buried under rubble. Farid al-Najjar, 50, does not know which way to turn. His home has been bombed by Israeli tank shells in Gaza, and he stands lost in the middle of the rubble of his family home. It is not about money or assets, all that can be rebuilt, but not knowing about our loved ones is the biggest catastrophe today. That feeling of catastrophe is shared by all families in Gaza, who sit among the ruins of their bombed-out homes, not knowing if their family members are alive or dead. Here are the bodies of 4 elderly men who were killed in front of me. Their bodies were dragged to the side of this gas station. He describes the moment when tank shells began falling on them and snipers were shooting people. A donkey cart arrived carrying more dead bodies. The man on the donkey cart could not go further, so he had to put the bodies down here and left them, he said, while on the other side of him, the body of a donkey lay lifeless on the road, covered with what looked like shrapnel wounds. Farid is a taxi driver. His orange taxi is smashed underneath the building, but he said nothing about the business that feeds his 9 children. There is worse that burns my heart, he said. His 54-year-old brother, Hamdan al-Najjar, also doesn't know what to do next. He described a moment of death that he and his family had to face, the details of that moment filled with pain and sorrow, as everyone from the area listens to his testimony. This is not Gaza, the peaceful place where I was born, says al-Najjar. Escaping from our homes, we will be hit by Israeli tank shells and snipers, but staying aside means we are still in danger from the bombs overhead, he explained. His neighbor, 106-year-old Abu Mustafa low cat. His neighbor, 106-year-old Abu Mustafa al-Najjar, popped his head out of his window, telling Hamdan al-Najjar, "We have never seen a war like this, not even the 1947-48 Nakba." The old man's body was buried after he was killed by an Israeli tank shell. Many in al-Najjar's family know he is dead, because his body was retrieved and taken away, but many others in the family don't know yet. The al-Najjar family knows that 82 of its family members have been killed, either by tank shells or F-16 missile strikes. The al-Najjar family knows that 82 of its members have been killed, either by tank shells or F-16 missile strikes. The explosives the soldiers put under our homes are terrifying. You don't know which home will be blown up next when soldiers are everywhere, said a man whose eyes were bloodshot from crying. Even those who were injured but were rescued from inside their houses had to lay on the side of the road near the gas station, only to be killed later by more Israeli attacks. The Israeli soldiers even shoot at anyone who has sustained injuries and is bleeding. Some injured people were killed in front of me while bleeding, he says, showing bloodstains. 17 people had been allowed to leave by Israeli troops to find safe shelter, but 4 of them did not make it. They were shot in the head by Israeli snipers, he explained. The soldiers told them that they were safe, but then shot them, he said. The 35 years that al-Najjar spent constructing his home are all gone, and he's never been a resistance fighter or lived near any. All my cousins have been taken by Israeli soldiers. We know nothing about them, if they are alive but arrested or dead under the ruins. Al-Najjar and his people have been to the International Committee of the Red Cross to check on their relatives, but little information is provided on the whereabouts of dozens of people from his neighborhood. Now they are appealing for more information on those missing. He explains that they also need bulldozers to dig down to see if missing relatives are under the ruins of homes. Some of those arrested were released after a few days. The terrifying account that 23-year-old Baker tells is about a man who was forced to strip naked and was beaten up by soldiers. The soldiers made 2 lines, one tank ahead and one behind us, and burning sand beneath our feet, he told MEE. Baker said that they interrogated them about tunnels and rockets, of which he knew nothing. For a few days, the soldiers kept him handcuffed, blindfolded, and wouldn't allow him to sleep. He said to them that he was only a farmer, and only saw rockets flying in the sky. Baker said that there were more arrested young people left behind when he was released with his brother and a few others. It all depends on the mood of the soldiers interrogating us. Can't. Baker said that there were more arrested young people left behind when he was released with his brother and a few others. It all depends on the moods of the soldiers interrogating us, he added, as he gazed at the ruins of his demolished home. Baker is not familiar with what Hamdan saw when 15 young men were rounded up from their homes, held inside a bathroom and handcuffed. They were executed, shot in the head point blank. We found their bodies with arms handcuffed behind them in a kneeling position on the floor. Hamdan said that the Nazis led the way in human atrocities, but Israel is committing the same atrocities now. The 15 execution victims are known by people in Kuza'a, and their families now know of their fate, but many more still do not know about their loved ones. Hamdan noted that scores of people are missing. In a war zone, usually an army announces the names of captured prisoners, but not Israel. They have not made any such announcement during the 4-week war. Many families remain unsure of the whereabouts of their children and relatives. I have lived through 1967, 1982, the Iraq War, 2008, 2012, and now 2014. But this is the most aggressive one. Israel acts as if it's fighting a powerful, equally sized entity, but we only have the resistance, so they arrest, injure, and kill our children. Gaza fishermen demand insta-blockade. Gaza's fishermen are particularly hard hit by Israel's offensive, with many decrying the bombings as economic war. Gaza City. Ayman Alamodi was 18 when he began working as a fisherman in the Gaza Strip, but that was 30 years ago, long before the Egyptian-Israeli siege on the Palestinian territory made it nearly impossible for the father of four to provide food for his family. My experience from this ongoing war has been the worst. The intensity of airstrikes and destruction has forced me to stay home, Alamodi told Al Jazeera, explaining that fishing has been nearly impossible under a near-constant barrage of Israeli airstrikes and naval shelling off Gaza's coast. At least 1,922 Palestinians have been killed, and 9,806 others have been injured since Israel's military operation in the Gaza Strip began on July 8th. 64 Israeli soldiers have also been killed, along with 2 Israeli civilians and a Thai worker. A 72-hour ceasefire that began on Tuesday in Gaza provided a brief opportunity for local fishermen, but Alamodi said he was unable to catch anything of substance when he went out on the water. Alamodi currently shares a boat with 9 other fishermen, all members of his extended family, and their catch provides for about 70 people. Today, there is no fishing. We went out during the 72-hour ceasefire to try and get food for our families, but we got nothing, he said, while removing crabs from his fishing nets. Holding one in his hands, he added, "This is all you get when allowed to fish not more than 2 or 3 nautical miles out." Since the war began, Palestinian fishermen have suffered severe financial losses after Israeli F-16s struck sheds storing fishing equipment. Amjad Shrafi, deputy head of the Gaza Fishermen's Syndicate, told Al Jazeera that Israeli shelling has cost the fishing industry about $3 million in the past month along the Gaza coastline. Bombing the workrooms of fishermen, where fishing equipment including motors and nets is kept, is meant to drive us away from the sea, Shrafi said. It's a form of collective punishment. Over the past several years, hundreds of Palestinian fishermen have been arrested, injured, and even killed off the Gaza coast. Meanwhile, the Israeli Navy has confiscated 54 fishing boats, Shrafi said. In the first half of 2014 alone, Israeli Navy ships fired at Gaza fishermen at least 177 separate times. Over a month ago, on July 6th, the Israeli authorities reduced the fishing area off Gaza's coast from 6 to 3 nautical miles. This was the 4th time restrictions were placed on access to Gaza's coastal waters since a ceasefire agreement came into effect. Following Israel's 2012 military offensive in Gaza. Israeli officials gave no explanation as to why the recent limits were imposed, nor whether they are permanent or temporary, according to Jisha, a legal center advocating for Palestinian freedom of movement. Under the Oslo Accords agreement, Palestinians should be granted access to 20 nautical miles off the Gaza coast. It's a waste of time. There are no fish within 3 nautical miles now, but further out, beyond 6 nautical miles, there are natural stones where we can find a variety of fish, said Alamodi, adding that he remembered when he was able to go beyond 12 nautical miles and catch all types of fish in the Mediterranean. Even in 2012, when Egyptian President Mohammed Morsi was in power, Fuel came cheaply from tunnels linking Gaza to Egypt, and fishermen could enter Egyptian waters, Al-Amodi said. Dr. Moeen Rajab, an economist at Al-Azhar University, said that Israel has purposefully targeted Gaza's fishing industry to stem its profits and sever Palestinians from the historic profession. This economic war is to force fishermen to rely on charity and eventually leave Palestine, Rajab said. According to the United Nations, at least 95% of Gaza's fishermen rely on international aid to survive, while the number of fishermen dropped from approximately 10,000 in the year 2000 to 3,500 in July 2013. Palestinian fishermen lost approximately 1,300 metric tons of fish annually between 2000 and 2012 as a result of Israeli restrictions, the UN found. But these challenges haven't kept a younger generation of Palestinian fishermen out of the water. Al-Amodi's nephew, Munir, 34, makes a living from the family's boat, but told Al Jazeera that whatever he earns has never been enough to meet his family's needs. It costs 200 NIS, or 58 USD, to run a generator to power the boat each day, while what he catches only brings in 50 NIS, 14 USD. Those earnings are then divided between his relatives. Each of the 10 fishermen receives only 5 NIS, $1.44. We are living on debt owed to the gas stations. We pay them half of what we earn, and we live on the other half, Munir said, adding that for the past month he hasn't been able to work at all. The family boat's motor was also destroyed, and replacing it will cost 25,000 NIS. I'm gonna look up what that is. Oh, Israeli new shekel. About $7,210. Another fisherman, Saleh Abu Riyala, had his workroom destroyed in an Israeli bombing. All his belongings and work tools now unusable. The 45-year-old fisherman said that it might take years to get back on his feet. When I was looking up shekels, the Israeli currency, and that reminded me that I got reminded that Hebrew was not actually like, what is it? So you may have heard of the language Yiddish. Yiddish is like, I looked it up a bit ago because it was in a video I watched. It sounds kind of similar to German. It is a Germanic language, and it's like what? I don't know. I think basically it seems like there was a push to make Hebrew the official language in Israel, because I guess Yiddish is like a poor people language, you know? It would be like... It'd be like if we established a Christian state and we made everyone learn and use Latin. Wow. I suppose it's possible. Yeah, I don't know, little funked up and whack. Okay. Even motors for fishing boats are not available to us because Israel won't allow us to use them on our boats, he said. So what is destroyed is gone forever. This is Israel's aim for Gaza. Al-Amodi added that lifting the siege on Gaza, a main Palestinian demand, and ongoing negotiations between Israel and Palestinian faction Hamas to end the violence in Gaza is crucial to ensuring that their profession can continue. We just want freedom to fish, Al-Amodi said, and sustain our families exactly like our grandparents did. Gazans returned to looted homes, dead livestock. Even my child's savings were looted by Israel troops, a resident of the Gazan town of Kuza'a tells Middle East Eye. Kuza'a. The beautiful, dark yellow-colored villa of Al-Najjar appears to be in pieces. In Kuza'a, it is the closest Palestinian home to the Israeli tanks on the border with Gaza, and the first one Israeli troops broke into 2 weeks ago. They were here. They destroyed all my belongings. Windows, front door, lamps, furniture in my bedroom. They stole the money I'd saved, said Mohammed Hussein al-Najjar, 35. Najjar's claims were checked by MEE when we went to verify his details and inspect the damages. Al-Najjar walks us through his villa, lying just behind another large villa where his cousin lives with his wife and children. There are no bullet holes in the damaged door, but it seems the door was broken open by metal instruments and the lock was destroyed. They opened the kitchen vacuum bag and turned the sofas upside down to cut through them, Najjar said, as he inspected the massive damage caused to the villa. His kitchen is in a mess. Onion boxes are thrown around, his dishes are destroyed, the refrigerator door left open. In the bathroom, the toilet seat is totally destroyed as water pours out into the living room. A soldier seems to have forgotten his sunglasses, and scattered around are bits of bread and strawberry jam, among bags with Hebrew writing on them. Najjar inspects his bedroom. He doubts that they slept here, but he says a hole that he carved out of the left-hand side of the bed was opened by force. Come, I will show you my bedroom where I had my savings, he said. I designed a hole in the side of the bed. No one would think to look for money there, not even my wife. When the Israeli troops broke into his house, one soldier asked him to hand over the key to his chicken farm nearby. Najjar always kept the key in the leg of the bed. Najjar gave it to the soldier, inadvertently revealing the location of his safe. The next day, the same soldier returned the keys, before ordering Najjar, his wife, and children to leave. After 12 years working in the chicken farm business, I saved $40,000 to expand the business to another area and hire my relatives, Najjar said. When he and his family heard about the 72-hour ceasefire, they went home, but on arrival found the $40,000 gone. He doubts if any Palestinian would have known the money was there, and his family was the first to return. As night falls, no sign of life is left in Quza'a, east of Khan Yunis. A resident tells MEE he is hungry. A neighbor tells him the local falafel man has gone and is taking his business with him. Oh, hello, Clarion. Welcome to the place. The loss to Mohammed al-Najjar is not just his savings. Forced to stay away for 7 days, his chickens went without food and died. The Najjar family, like most in Quza'a, have a different life from the rest of the community. Many of the families here were the first to arrive in Gaza in 1948, after the Arab-Israeli War and the creation of the State of Israel, when an estimated 700,000 Palestinians fled or were expelled in what is called the Nakba, catastrophe in Arabic. Families like the Najjars bought their land very cheaply at the time because of its close proximity to Israel. Today, the land is now worth millions of dollars, but the families hold down similar jobs to other Gazans. Still, they have been able to build more expensive villas, hardly found anywhere else in Gaza. We went through almost certain death here, with Israeli gunfire, Najjar said, while putting his hand to the empty hole in the bed leg. The makeshift safe was protected with a lock, the remains of which lay on the floor of the dusty room. Najjar had no option but run to the International Red Cross, who said they were assessing damages and that he should return on Sunday. They told me to find an Israeli lawyer to litigate this in Israeli court, he told MEE. Israeli officials say they will open investigations about such claims. Mohammed al-Najjar doesn't expect much from these investigations, but he said he's not going to let this go. He is now starting to litigate the case. The case of alleged theft by Israeli soldiers is not the only one in Quza'a. It's similar to other stories being told by Gazans living in towns near the border, where troops were concentrated during the ground invasion. Mohammed al-Najjar's cousin, Baker al-Najjar, 29, also returned to his home this week, after he was forced to undress down to his underpants, and was taken by Israeli troops for 5 days. He found that the home had been vandalized. He believes Israeli soldiers raided a cupboard where he had stashed $2,000 and a certificate to allow him to marry his fiancée. As a farmer, Baker is better off than his cousin. He worked hard to save the $2,000 he had in his cupboard. The money the soldiers stole was money I'd been saving for our wedding next September, said Baker Najjar. In the same neighborhood, on the outskirts of town, stands Galeb al-Najjar, 34, who runs a falafel restaurant that competed with the other falafel man who has fled. Najjar developed the habit of saving 10 Israeli shekels every night in coins. His money has also disappeared. I kept this money as emergency funds, in case my 3 children had any health issues, Najjar said. Even my child's savings were looted by Israeli troops. The blue plastic teddy bear bank belonging to his child, Mohammed, was broken open and the coins looted by Israeli troops, he said. Najjar said he does not mind going to court, even if he has to save more coins from his falafel business to get an Israeli lawyer. No rights are lost as long as I am alive and demanding them, he said. They even smashed the little toy guy piggy bank. They needed those extra 3 coins. Yeah. Please don't shoot me. Evidence of a summary execution in Gaza. Members of a family in Gaza say an Israeli soldier shot their relative point blank as he waved a white flag, trying to negotiate the exit of women and children from his home. Gaza. Raghad Kudeh had nowhere to run except the home of her uncle, Mohammed Tawfiq Kudeh, 64, who had a basement. For 2 consecutive nights, Israeli forces had used all manner of weapons and missiles to hit her family home. They used pesticides, as if they are just killing insects, said Raghad. Then on Friday, July 25th, next door to Raghad's house, the home of her neighbor, Helmi Abu Rajela, was hit, and the bodies of his family lay under the rubble. After the bombing, Israeli soldiers were shooting all around Raghad's house. In a moment of calm, Raghad and her family found shelter at her uncle's house next door. In his basement, Raghad gathered with 21 members of her family, including her sisters and her mother. No one wanted to leave. Others in their neighborhood had tried to escape their homes and had been injured or killed. Some who were told to evacuate by masked Israeli special forces were killed by snipers at the entrance of the town in southern Gaza. We stayed hiding until Friday at noon, Raghad said, as tears fell from her eyes. Israeli bulldozers came closer to my uncle's home, destroying the side. Israeli troops broke into the house. As... Cat. A cat. No, I don't know. As a bulldozer then crashed into the home and the family feared that the house would collapse into the basement, soldiers entered the house by breaking down the door. We closed to the curtains and were terrified when a bullet hit the door and voices shouted to us to get out, she said. Please don't shoot me. Raghad's uncle, Mohammed, told his family he would open the door and talk peacefully with the soldiers, explaining to them that there were only civilians inside. He courageously went outside with a white flag, just to talk with them, saying, I am a peaceful man and have only women, children, and elderly here, Raghad said. Her uncle, Mohammed, usually based in Spain, showed the soldiers his Spanish permanent residency card. He also held a resident permit, and spoke to them in English, Hebrew, Arabic, and Spanish. He told his family that using multiple languages would help to avoid any misunderstandings. He moved closer, speaking softly and politely in all 4 languages. Please don't shoot me, he said. Suddenly, a muffled shot came from a short, blonde-haired, blue-eyed soldier holding an M16 in his shaking hands. He was only about 20 years old, Raghad said. I looked at the soldier in the eye and his eyes seemed wet. She said, My father only said, Please don't shoot us, we are peaceful people, his 35-year-old daughter, Putina Kudeh, said in despair, but the soldier shot him anyway. Raghad is still in shock. She never imagined Israeli troops would kill an unarmed civilian. I understand them killing a resistance fighter from close range, but to kill an innocent old man who was kind, she said. Putina continued. Usually my dad was a bit tougher with troops, yelling at them to stop using offensive ethnic slurs, but this time he seemed to realize that caution would protect the lives of those in the family with him. It was a cold-blooded killing, just a human killed in front of our eyes, without reason, said Raghad, a first-year English-language college student. Helen Hintgens, a Hague-based human rights lecturer, said incidents, like the one described by Raghad, when people shelter for safety and are attacked, remind her of the Rwandan genocide. There too, women, children, old people, and civilian men, not taking part in any fighting at all, were slaughtered in places of safety. Churches, hospitals, schools, Hintgens said. It is very reminiscent of the genocide. It looks like another genocide for all intents and purposes. Your bullets forced us to stay inside. After the soldier shot her father, Butina said, all 3 soldiers backed away and threw tear gas at the family. Ragad and her family ran indoors, as tear gas made it difficult to breathe or even see Mohammed's body. Minutes later, the same 3 soldiers came into the house again. Why didn't you leave the house? They asked the family. We tried, Ragad said she told the troops, but you were shooting at us, your bullets forcing us to stay inside. Ragad... Yeah, run outside so they can shoot you. Why would you... I don't know. Ragad tells the events of that day outside the same home that used to be a small farm with goats, doves, chicken, and dogs. All of the farm animals have been killed, their bodies scattered around what used to be a lovely garden amid the stench of dead meat. One can't tell if this comes from the animals or the human dead bodies next door. I guess those goats, doves, chicken, and dogs, they must have been part of Hamas. Possessed by a spooky Hamas ghost. Ragad said she communicated with a soldier in English, explaining why they hadn't left the house. But the soldier who executed her uncle did not say a word. He still had his hands on the gun, ready to shoot anyone. I told them, we are children and women. My cousin spoke in Hebrew. I spoke in English, and downstairs the children were screaming in Arabic, she recounted. After they executed my uncle, they told us to go, she said. Ordered by the soldiers, Ragad and her family had to go back to her parents' home, leaving the body of her uncle bleeding with his mouth open. While Ragad and her family walked home to their house, many of the male members of the family, including Mohammed Kudeh's son, Ramadan Mohammed Kudeh, were kept behind. For several hours, Ramadan said, the soldiers moved him and other relatives from room to room around the house, using them as human shields as they shot from windows. At the time, there weren't any fighters returning fire at the soldiers, but the tactic scared Ramadan all the same. We could have been killed at any moment, he said. Under the staircase, as Ragad and her family walked back to their home, soldiers standing about 2 meters away fired bullets around the feet of all the children and women, a common practice used to scare civilians. We are used to them bombing us from above, demolishing our homes with bulldozers or firing tank shells, but to break into your home and execute you in front of your family is something we have never seen. We are simple people who don't deserve this, she said. There's no humanity in them. They are cruel and heartless, she said while holding back tears, her voice staying strong. When they returned to her parents' home, the family hid under the staircase. The only place they felt was still safe. Ragad told her dad and everyone to pray and prepare to die from the Israeli bullets. Suddenly, a bulldozer made a hole in the fence of the home, and bullets were fired at the staircase, she said. A gun came through the hole that Ragad had made to try to see what was happening. The soldier screamed, Ragad, come here! Who is inside? Just my family, she said. The soldier demanded they all come out, one by one. Her father, in his 60s, was pushed around by the soldiers using the butts of their guns. I felt so sad for my dad, an old wise man being hit by them, she said. The family was taken again to the house they were hiding in before. When Ragad asked where her uncle was, the soldiers said they had given him first aid and he was okay. I felt relieved when they told me he was alive, she said. The children were screaming, asking for water, but two blonde-haired soldiers couldn't care less about them and refused to let them use the toilet or drink water, she said. We were held at gunpoint, unable to do anything, Ragad said. Only one Druzi soldier came to them with a bottle of water. Speaking Arabic, he told them to cover their ears because of the explosions. Ragad's brothers were handcuffed, blindfolded, and taken to an unknown area. They screamed to the soldiers, we did nothing, for God's sake, as smoke came out of nearby buildings. Every time Ragad said she asked the soldier when they could leave and use the toilet, they responded, ask Hamas. One of the soldiers wearing a dark blue yarmulke told Ragad to say where the tunnels were in exchange for her safety. She told him she didn't know anything about Hamas. When women were finally allowed to use the toilet, the soldiers came inside the toilets to observe us, she said. Military dogs passed by the children to scare them, while soldiers refilled guns. making noise similar to the sounds the family heard when their uncle, Mohammed, was shot. Someone will come to give you instructions on what to do, a soldier told Ragad and her family. Moments later, Ragad's dad, Ramadan, came in and told her, "They have ordered us to leave one way, not look to the side or argue with the soldiers." "Please be quiet," Ramadan told his daughter, confirming to her that her uncle had been killed. "Go quietly and say goodbye to him." A final look and a question. All of the children and women ran up to the body that lay in a pool of blood. Some held onto their uncle and grandfather by his phenomenal mustache. They had a few seconds for a final look, some kissing his hands, others kissing his forehead and legs, but trying not to make a sound so that the soldiers wouldn't shoot them. "I kissed him and told him how very proud I am of him," Raghad said. The family was allowed to flee, but Muhammad's body was left behind. As they left, she lingered to ask one of the soldiers, who spoke in British accented English, a question. "Why did you kill my uncle, a peaceful man?" she asked. Tears fell from the soldier's face as he turned away, Raghad said. Another soldier distributed chewing gum to the children, which they could not refuse because they were hungry and thirsty, and our lives were still in the hands of the soldiers, she explained. Raghad, her father and their family, 4 children, 10 women, and 6 men, walked around 7 kilometers from their uncle's home, passing several dead bodies as they walked through their town. During their walk along roads torn up by Israeli bulldozers, soldiers shot at them again. Sometimes the soldiers threatened us by saying, "You will die on the way," said Butina. Soldiers, she said, lied to her family, saying they had offered her father medical care. His body had not been moved and remained in exactly the same spot, in the same position as when he was executed. It was a cold-blooded execution of my father in front of us. He had a huge influence on me and the person I am today, Butina said. Outside the house in the once lovely garden, the body remained for several days and was later unrecognizable when it was brought to Nasser Hospital. It was bloated and bruised, but in better condition than other corpses in Gaza, eaten by insects. Israel's attacks in Gaza town, a war crime. Witnesses say Israeli soldiers used Palestinians as human shields and fired on civilians in Quza'a and southern Gaza. Quza'a, Gaza Strip. An Israeli bulldozer crushed the outside of Mohammed Khalil al-Najjar's home, pushing rubble through his kitchen. Dozens of Israeli soldiers then entered his home, many of them masked, moving from room to room, weapons in hand. We are 14 family members inside this home. Sneezing cat in a box? Oh my god. We are 14 family members inside this home, all civilian women and children. In addition to my 2 boys, al-Najjar screamed to the army commanders in Hebrew, a language he mastered over 30 years as a construction worker in Israel. "I have built in Israel more than you," he added, as the soldiers ignored his pleas. "I want safe haven for my 14 family members," the 57-year-old eventually told the soldiers, 4 hours after they first entered his home. Moments later, al-Najjar told Al Jazeera, the Israeli soldiers used the family as human shields, walking behind them through the streets of Quza'a, a small town in southern Gaza. The soldiers, al-Najjar said, told him to take the women and go to Khan Yunis, Rafah, or anywhere. Al-Najjar returned to his home during a short-lived ceasefire in Gaza between Israel and Hamas that expired on Friday. Israeli troops had ransacked his home and destroyed all the family's furniture and possessions. According to the United Nations, at least 1,922 Palestinians have been killed and 9,806 others injured since Israel's military operation in the Gaza Strip began on July 8th. 64 Israeli soldiers have also been killed, along with 2 Israeli civilians and a Thai worker. The Israeli military launched a ground invasion into Gaza, a town of about 10,000 residents near the city of Khan Yunis, not far from the border with Israel, on July 23rd. The Israeli army fired on and killed dozens of civilians in Gaza during the ground offensive, human rights groups have reported, with some calling the attacks that were launched between July 23rd and 25th apparent violations of the laws of war. Excuse me. The Israeli army reportedly warned Gaza residents to leave the area, but many residents were trapped in the town as it was under heavy Israeli shelling. Israeli airstrikes hit many civilian homes and destroyed the local mosque. A paramedic attempting to evacuate wounded Palestinians and remove dead bodies from Gaza was also killed, according to the Red Cross. Warning families to flee fighting doesn't make them fair targets, because they're unable to do so, and deliberately attacking them is a war crime, said Sarah Lee Whitson, Middle East and North Africa Director at Human Rights Watch. The Israeli Army spokesperson's office told Al Jazeera via email that it could not comment on specific events that occurred during its current operation in Gaza. The Army said, however, that it PR bullshit and would that it undertakes all possible measures in order to prevent civilian casualties in Gaza, and would look into all cases following the close of the operation. Without addressing specific events, it is important to note that the Israeli Army's policy regarding fighting in urban areas goes to great lengths in order to avoid hurting civilians, while Hamas cynically uses its own population as human shields, the army said. Classic maneuver of telling on themselves? No, they accuse Hamas of all the things that they do themselves. Jaber Wishah, deputy director of the Palestinian Center for Human Rights in Gaza, visited Gaza after the Israeli ground invasion and spoke with 3 families from the neighborhood. He said that according to PCHR's findings, Israeli soldiers ordered residents of Gaza to leave their homes and forced them to pass through an army-operated checkpoint before allowing them to leave the area. Between 70 to 100 residents were arrested at this checkpoint, Wishah said, and transferred to a makeshift interrogation center on the Israeli side of the Gaza-Israel border. For many, the detention lasted at least 3 days. I think the aim of this huge destruction was to make some sort of deterrence to the whole Khan Yunis area, Wishah told Al Jazeera, explaining that control of the Gaza area would divide the Gaza Strip into 2 parts, one north and one south. Future inquiry committees and investigation committees will easily find verification that not only war crimes, but crimes against humanity and ethnic cleansing were committed. It was committed indiscriminately, said Wishah. Israeli soldiers arrested 2 of al-Najjar's children, Baker and Saad, along with 2 of their cousins. HRW estimated that about 100 Palestinians from Gaza were arrested on July 23rd, most of them boys and men over the age of 15. Israeli troops reportedly forced the imam of the town's main mosque at gunpoint to announce via loudspeakers, "Surrender yourself to the Israeli army and you will be safe," to draw the men out of their homes. "They forced us to sit on the ground under the hot sun for about an hour," recalled Baker, 29. "All of us together, from the same neighborhood, have nothing to do with the resistance." The soldiers took the men to an unknown destination and made them strip down to their underwear, Baker said. They were then handcuffed and blindfolded for 5 days, he added. Baker told Al Jazeera that one of the soldiers shouted, "Sit on your ass or I'll shoot you," and he was forced to sit on hot sand against his bare backside. His brother, Saad, was forced to sit on hot pavement. "The night was freezing cold, and we were naked except for our underwear," said Saad, 23. "Every night, after sitting for the past 5 nights, we slept in a sitting position. They woke us up 2 to 3 times each night. We were handcuffed for 24 hours, Saad added. The brothers were released from Israeli detention and dropped off at the Erez crossing in the northern Gaza Strip. From there, they said that they were picked up by the International Committee of the Red Cross and driven back to Khan Yunis. Their 2 cousins remain missing, and the family hasn't received any information on their whereabouts. Baker, who is soon to be married, said he lost everything from his now destroyed home in Gaza. Even the $2,000 I kept in the safe for our wedding expenses was stolen by the Israeli troops, he said, adding that Israeli soldiers left only a stack of plastic handcuffs behind. Plastic handcuffs? Is that like the zip ties? We had no phone, water, electricity, no way of connecting to anyone. Baker, who was traumatized by his experience and speaks very little, told Al Jazeera, "My skin is still burning from that hot sun." Gaza's new plague, scabies. I had scabies once. It wasn't very fun. It's when you have little tiny bugs in your skin and they make you get rashes everywhere. And to get rid of it, well, it's usually more in the scalp rather, but to get rid of it, you have to get some spicy shampoo to rub all over your body and scalp, because it's got like, I don't know, it burns and it krills them, and you have to do it a couple times and then they'll be gone. The cramped and unhygienic living conditions in Gaza's refugee shelters are proving to be the perfect breeding ground for contagious illnesses. Khan Yunis. It is a moment when a mother becomes frantic, not knowing what is causing the symptoms affecting her baby. She runs everywhere, but in wartime, there is nowhere to go except the UN school where she now lives. Arafa Abu Jamie, 29, arrives with her 8-month-old baby, Remas Abu Jamie, not knowing what is wrong with her. She has a visible skin rash and what seems to be serious stomach cramps, vomiting, and other gastric symptoms. Oh, thanks for the water. Isn't that supposed to make a sound? Pretty sure it's not from Mix It Up that makes that. I don't remember. Yeah, that's supposed to come from Cheers bot. Maybe I should I'll put that on my list of things, I think. So she has a visible skin rash and what seems to be serious stomach cramps, vomiting, and other gastric symptoms. She is vomiting and her temperature is elevated. She's never needed clinics before, except for routine vaccinations, said her frightened mother while waiting to see the emergency doctor at the Khan Yunis UNRWA school. Abu Jamie and her children are sheltering here after their home was bombed by Israeli missiles. 28 family members were killed inside the home, in addition to scores of others also killed by Israeli missiles in eastern Khan Yunis. With nowhere else to go, this UNRWA school is their home for the foreseeable future. This is not, however, her main concern right now. Her baby's health has worsened in the last 10 days, so Abu Jamie urgently seeks diagnosis and treatment for her baby's symptoms. Challenging conditions. Dr. Yamin Al-Shayer, on the emergency team of UNRWA, finds it challenging to cope with so many different medical cases, especially as he has so few medications available to treat people, and he knows that scabies, the condition Abu Jamie's baby is suffering from, is difficult to treat in an overcrowded school where around 100 people sleep together in each classroom. More than 100 people are queuing outside a classroom to see Dr. Al-Shayer, some with acute scabies and head lice, others with acute fever and gastroenteritis, diarrhea and vomiting. Others come with severe upper respiratory tract infections. According to Al-Shayer, not one day passes without seeing scores of children with acute gastric problems. Some are treatable, others are not. And he is seeing more children arriving with severe dehydration who must wait patiently to be seen in the makeshift facilities at the school. Such symptoms come through a combination of a lack of hygiene, overcrowding, poor nutrition, and inadequate hydration among people in refugee shelters, he said. Abu Jamie is given enough medication for a day, but has to attend another clinic for follow-up. She knows hospitals in Khan Yunis are overwhelmed with urgent cases from Israel's attacks, and patients with secondary symptoms are lower priority. Abu Jaimi is from East Khan Yunis, but can't get there due to Israel's military presence, so she must go to another UN clinic where the doctor says he's seeing around 200 patients in a 6-hour shift. The long waiting period to see, for less than 2 minutes, the doctor, is time enough for illnesses to spread further. The emergency is now beyond the UN's capacity in Gaza, with more than 450,000 civilians displaced and needing shelter in UN and government schools, hospitals, public places, churches, or with relatives. Everywhere is overcrowded and unhygienic, with people malnourished and dehydrated, and with a severe shortage of medical supplies. However, the main problems affecting the people in shelters are scabies and head/body lice. UNRWA has handed out leaflets on how to avoid such conditions in normal circumstances, but these are abnormal circumstances for Gaza's people, and avoiding the spread of these maladies is not possible in these circumstances. A woman arrives at the clinic, concerned that there is nowhere to shower in the schools. She and her children haven't showered for 5 weeks since Israel's attacks began. Hosni Abu Rida is waiting in line with serious scabies on his leg, which is spreading to the rest of his body. He fears that his wife and 8 children will contract the scabies. He arrived from a nearby school, Sheikh Jaber, where he couldn't get a doctor to check his family. This is extra humiliation for him, as his family lived comfortably in their villa for a long time. Now there is little left, his business is closed, and his money is gone. His 11-year-old child, Abdullah Abu Rida, has acute vomiting and is waiting in line to be seen. The stench coming from the sewage in the school where they're sheltering is intolerable, but this is the only safe shelter for his family. These schools are not built to cater to such a huge number of sick and desperate people under attack, so the school shelter system is collapsing fast. For our second week, we are sleeping on the floor, and right next to us is a flooding sewage well, he said. Trucks have tried pumping the sewage 4 times per day, he explained, but within an hour, the floor floods again. The family huddles in the only small space they can find. He feels that the UN should urgently open new shelters for Gaza's refugees, as space is running out and more people are forced to seek sanctuary on sewage-filled floors. In each classroom, there are 100 people sleeping. If each one carries a virus, it'll soon spread to everyone, said Dr. Al-Shair. I treat the child one day, and the next day his sister, brother, or neighbor comes to the room and pick up similar symptoms, he said, while trying to reduce the temperature of Remas Abu Jaimi, which has reached 104 degrees. There is a fear that if these conditions persist, it would expose the population to more deadly diseases, such as meningitis, dysentery, and cholera. Abu Rida has experienced a big trauma recently. Both his son and brother were killed in eastern Khan Yunis by Israeli airstrikes last week. He fears these conditions will wipe out the survivors in his family, too. We escaped almost certain death from Israeli gunfire, but now it seems instead of sending missiles to kill us, Israel wants to kill us with disease, he said. Gaza. It's like the aftermath of a hurricane. One Gaza family returns to a home reduced to rubble after leaving the cramped conditions of a UN school shelter. Al-Fakari, Khan Yunis. I am 70 years old, yet feel as though I was born today. Said Mahmoud Abu Hadaid while surveying what is left of his family home. Abu Hadaid is a well-respected man known for his wisdom. He lives in the village of Al-Fakari in Khan Yunis. He made the decision to flee his home under gunfire to a UN school shelter, but then decided to leave and return home to build a tent made from whatever bed linens and blankets he could salvage to protect him and his family from the scorching heat of the day. I have lived through all wars, but this war is different from previous wars in that Israel focuses more on breaking bones and stones, said the old man, surrounded by his children as a fresh breeze blew around the remains of his home, which was recently destroyed by Israeli military attacks. This is one of the most marginalized areas in the Gaza Strip. Most families here rely on farming and agriculture, the produce of which they use to supply Gaza's vegetable markets. The people in this village live about 3 kilometers away from the Israeli border fence. Even now, under the ceasefire, Israeli tanks and bulldozers can be heard moving around nearby. The location of the area did not afford it constant media attention. Emergency help and getting injured and dead people to the nearest hospital took longer than in other areas. No stone untouched. It's like the aftermath of a hurricane, silent like a graveyard with no signs of real life. No one would recognize our family home, lived in for 45 years and renovated by my children. But it's all history now, said Abu Hadayid. The smell of bodies decaying under the rubble and dust is very strong. Bodies of friends and neighbors not yet able to be recovered, as there is such a high demand for heavy machines to dig people out. Israeli troops left no humans, trees, or stones untouched, he said. All that's left of the ruins he sits on, with memories lying buried underneath. They decided to leave after Israeli F-16s dropped leaflets, demanding that all residents leave their homes immediately. The Israeli troops broke into the house and occupied it for several days, said Abu Hadayid. We had no option but to go to the Gaza European hospital for shelter. When they fled, he, his wife, and 21 children and grandchildren had to run fast, dodging the Israeli bombs falling around them. He stumbled across his neighbor's donkey, lying on the ground, bleeding from shrapnel in its neck. The night before the 72-hour ceasefire was announced, my house was still standing, said Abu Hadayid. Now it looks like it's been blown up by dynamite. He keeps watch on his home from a distance, waiting for Israeli tanks and bulldozers to stop moving, for the sand and dust to settle, and maybe some calm to return. Abu Hadayid and his wife have dug under the destroyed house, but not much can be identified, including their personal belongings. This is where the soldiers ate. See the food cans with Hebrew writing on it, and also the blue plastic bags holding their shit left behind over there, he said, grimacing. One of his children was able to retrieve a gas cylinder, found a couple of 100 meters away from the site. His wife, Hani, 70, spent hours searching for some personal gold items inherited from her mother and grandparents. Many families pass personal heirlooms from one generation to the next. She struggled to find something to keep for her granddaughter to pass on to the next generation. I can't retrieve anything from these ruins, she said, as she continued to search for some golden money left by a mother she knew who had asked her to keep it safe for the education of her orphaned child. Grandfather Hadayid has a new problem too, the injustice of aid distribution, which he views as based on favoritism and family affiliation. With some loaves of bread, milk, and bits of tomatoes from a nearby farm, he is able to make a small meal, but the portions are nowhere near what he needs for the family. He misses the tea kettle, a symbol of hospitality and friendship over the years. He used to enjoy sitting around the fire, making tea, swapping stories, and resolving social disputes between families. All is well, he said, as he knocked on a piece of broken wooden shelf. After all, my children and grandchildren are all unhurt, which is the priority. Hadayid fled the unbearably overcrowded conditions at Al-Khalidi UNRWA school and made the decision to return home. He said that Israel may have won a game over stones, but it failed at breaking his will to remain. He said, "We have nowhere else to go, but I'd rather die here instead of going back to the UNRWA schools where you can't get a clean toilet or bathroom to even prepare for prayers." When night falls on displaced Gazans. Gaza families who left their homes and overcrowded UN refugee accommodations are now being forced to live in tents and beg for food. Gaza City. 8-year-old Maryam Alejla was sitting outside the entrance to Gaza's biggest hospital, Shifa. Her leg was bandaged and she had a drip tube in her arm, but that's not why she was there. The moment she saw this correspondent, she insisted on pulling me to an area behind the surgical department. "Come and see my mom and siblings. Our home has been bombed," she said. Her mom, Nidal Alejla, 47, was lying on a mattress she recovered from a damaged home just behind the surgical building. She was tending to a kettle heated by a small fire. The family home, for all 20 of them, was a makeshift tent with random pieces of cloth, a Shifa hospital bed sheet, and pieces of nylon. We ran to UN school shelters, but were told, "You should have come earlier," she said. But it wasn't a question of leaving earlier. The day the Alejla family decided to leave their home was dictated by the timing of Israeli bombs. She says she did her best to stay indoors until it simply became too dangerous to stay. After 2 of her children were injured 2 weeks ago, she fled her home under Israeli bombardment. Since then, she hasn't been able to find anywhere to stay but Shifa Hospital, with thousands of other Gazans. Shifa Hospital's external clinic has also been attacked, but Alejla and hundreds more would rather be here than in an overcrowded school classroom. They are well aware of what happened in Jabalia. "We only ask mercy from Allah," she says, as she prepares 4 mattresses for another night's sleep. Miriam disconnects her IV to sleep closer to her mom. She says it's the only place where she feels safe. "It is cold at night, and we have 2 blankets to share between us all," Miriam said, as her older brother tucks himself into bed. Ambulance sirens call out. Miriam says that initially the children were keen to see who or what was inside the ambulances, but now they are all familiar with the sound and the terrible sight of what they bring to the hospital. "We lost everything in the house. All the cupboard contents were completely destroyed," says Nidal, as her daughter Nidaa rinses mud out of the other children's clothes. The mother wants at least a real tent that she can erect near the ruins of her home. "We are like beggars here. I can't cope with all the children, as some get sick, like the children inside the hospital," she says, pointing to 4 children showing symptoms of acute stomach pain and skin irritation. Her daughter, Nidaa Alejla, 24, summarizes the story of many. "Every day I have pains in my stomach. The doctors told me it's from the overcrowding, lack of hygiene, and clean drinking water." Unlike those sheltered in UNRWA schools, which are aid distribution points, the refugees at Shifa Hospital have received no aid so far. The children and their moms survive on donations from people passing by on their way to buy a little bread, cheese, and thyme, which they use to make tea. "That's our breakfast, lunch, and dinner," she said. "I just ask Allah for some peace, so we can eat bread and salt on the ruins of what remains of our home," said Nidal. In another tent nearby sits Mervat Shanan, 22. She gave birth to a daughter yesterday, who is yet to be named by the family. I haven't named the baby yet because the baby is probably because there's a high possibility of death, and perhaps they wouldn't feel as bad if it wasn't named yet. Or maybe I'm just reaching. Yeah. The baby is one of 4,500 new babies in Gaza born during the same period that around 2,000 Palestinians were killed, according to the Interior Ministry in Gaza. Before coming to this cloth hut, Shannon lived with her husband, 3 other children, his 10 siblings, and his parents in a simple home in the northern Gaza Strip, close to the American school, before an Israeli tank shell and drone missile hit their home, causing massive damage. During the last war in 2012, an Israeli missile killed my daughter inside her bedroom. She was 1 week old. This time, together with her husband Ata Shannon, 22, Mervat made the decision to keep the children safe by leaving the front line where Israeli missiles struck most areas. He had thought that the American school would be an ideal shelter, but he saw that it was also hit. When the ceasefire began, we ran back to check our home, but found everything burned, says Ata Shannon. Afterwards, he returned to the school classroom, but found it occupied by another family. He did not want to make trouble, so he dragged his family to other schools, but found no free space. Now his only place to go is Shifa Hospital. Shannon is one of 450,000 Gazans who fled their homes with nowhere else to go. Unlike other war zones, where some borders are open, Gaza is locked in, under Israeli siege by land, sea, and air. Egypt only opens the Rafah border sporadically, and only to those with foreign passports. Now his sisters have nowhere to sleep. Everyone is squashed into a room no bigger than the garbage container outside the gates of Shifa Hospital. Night begins. The temperature drops, and the Shannon family sleeps close together to keep warm before the hot day comes again. In this place, the baby breastfeeds, the children sleep, the mother slices bread and cheese, and the father pokes his head through a torn bed sheet to smoke. Sometimes he sits outside the tent just to get some cool air. For everyone, sleep is difficult while the hospital stays noisy and busy. It's tough because we can't just walk into the surgical unit to fill a bottle of water, he says, while carrying his 2-day-old baby. His 3 daughters haven't showered for over 20 days. We tried to use facilities inside the hospital, but we know that the patients with severe injuries are their priority, he says, as he hands over his baby to his wife, and starts to tuck his daughters in under a thin blanket, the only thing that separates them from the hard floor. We sleep side by side to protect each other. This is another dark period which will pass, he adds. New life is born amid Gaza destruction. Palestinian officials say that at least 4,500 babies have been born since Israel's military operation began in Gaza. Khan Yunis, Gaza Strip. Only a few hundred meters from Nasser Hospital's morgue, Palestinians are breathing new life into the war-ravaged Gaza Strip. I am telling the Israeli occupier, if you think killing Palestinians will make us cower, no way, Abir Saka told Al Jazeera, only a few hours after delivering her newborn son, Anwar. They would be 10 years old now, assuming they're still alive. Yeah. The hospital's neonatal unit is buzzing with activity. A 72-hour truce between Israel and Hamas has provided a reprieve after more than a month of Israeli shelling on the Palestinian territory. At least 1,965 Palestinians have been killed, and almost 10,000 others have been injured since Israel's military operation in Gaza began on July 8th, according to the United Nations. 64 Israeli soldiers and 3 Israeli civilians have also been killed. I am now more determined than ever to bring in more children, to compensate for those Israel has taken away, said Saka, 20. Hanin Al-Farah, 30, gave birth just 1 hour after her 34-year-old husband was killed by an Israeli airstrike on August 1st. The airstrike hit our home while we were fleeing, she said, crying. Married for 8 years, Al-Farah has 3 other children, aged between 2 and 5 years. Her 10-day-old daughter is not yet named. Her dad, grandfather, and cousins were all killed by the missile, said Al-Farah. Since Israel's military operation began in Gaza, local officials reported that at least 4,500 babies have been born. In 2013, 66,600 babies were born in the Gaza Strip, according to the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics, or 5,550 babies each month. The population of Gaza is expected to reach 2.1 million by 2020. Dr. Yasmin Waba of Nasser Hospital's nursery unit told Al Jazeera that the number of births would have been higher, but several women have had miscarriages. Fear is a main cause for the high increase in premature births. Most babies here are between 30 and 32 weeks, with full-term births being over 37 weeks, said Waba, adding that the unit is running at full capacity, which is rare. 15 hospitals and 16 public health clinics have been damaged in the current Israeli operation, according to the UN. The local health ministry also reported that 13 of 54 primary health care centers in Gaza have been closed due to Israeli bombing, while 7 out of 21 UN-operated primary health care centers have also been closed. This has forced several women to give birth at home or at shelters without proper medical care. Despite these challenges, Palestinians in Gaza have not been deterred. Israel cuts our electricity, so let them handle the increasing birth rate, said Abu Samin, a father of 13 from Khan Yunis. Meanwhile, from her bed in the Nasser Hospital maternity ward, new mother Abir Saka said she would build a tent on the ruins of her family's demolished house. Giving birth, she added, was part of her will to resist. If they kill 1 child, we will give birth to 10 more. Not even animals are safe in Gaza. Thousands of farm animals fall victim to the Israeli onslaught in Gaza. Palestinian farmers call on animal rights groups to advocate for them. Those were Hamas donkeys, we can't trust them, crunch. Spooky Hamas ghost. Khan Yunis, we are not one of those luxury states. We are simple farming people who use a few donkeys a lot in our lives, and always have. Ali Al-Omer, thought I muted that. Or maybe I only heard it on my end. Ali Olamor, 34 years old, is a Palestinian who relied on his donkeys for farming. Now they are dead, killed by Israeli airstrikes. His house still stands, but his donkeys are all dead. One donkey is riddled with bullets. Another looks like a bulldozer ran over it while it tried to escape. Alamor had to flee his home at Israeli gunpoint, seeking any safe shelter that he could find for his wife and children. His farm looks like it's been hit by an earthquake, and he still can't fathom why Israel should be so desperate to target animals and destroy agriculture, Gaza's farming products. We escaped almost certain death, leaving camels, donkeys, cows, and birds. The tank shells hit the trees, the stones, and even the animals, he said, as he inspected the massive damage caused to his crops, surrounded by the stench of the decaying flesh of the dead animals around him. Alomor lives in an agricultural area, and he, as well as many of his neighbors, sustained massive damage to property. Now, no bulldozers can reach the area to clear the rubble. The bodies of 4 missing people are believed to be decaying under the rubble. No one knows which building they could be under. We are used to being invaded by Israeli troops, as we live close to Israel's fence around us. This is an area which does not receive much media attention, despite Israeli special forces invading once or twice weekly, he said. He acknowledged that animals that were lucky enough to avoid Israeli missiles or bulldozers on the farm eventually died from starvation. Food and water were unavailable when the family had to escape their home. Israeli troops shoot at anything that moves, even when they can see it's only a camel, donkey, or chicken, kept outdoors in the summer. He shared how he saw his neighbor's dog directly hit by an Israeli drone missile, blowing it into tiny pieces. Medical specialists in Gaza said that leaving these dead animals to decay among agricultural crops would cause human contamination and a long-term environmental crisis. 36-year-old Sami Abu Hadaid had no other option but to run away when tank shells began falling on his head. Or began falling on his land. But he grieved to leave his 30 sheep behind. When the 5-day ceasefire was announced, he returned to his home. He arrived home to find that all 30 sheep had been savagely killed. I wish I knew that they hadn't suffered, he said, but his brother and neighbors doubt this. Some of the sheep were riddled with bullet holes. One had its head sliced off, and all were covered with flies and worms. Among more dead animals lying around, some were killed by tiny shrapnel wounds. Other dead animals had no visible physical wounds. They probably died from fear, hunger, and thirst, with the land destroyed around them, the water polluted, and Israeli bulldozers demolishing everything in sight. Come see inside. Some are even buried under a pile of bulldozed farm sand. I left them alive, but now they're all dead. Abu Hadayyad walked to the other side of his farm to find more sheep flattened by bulldozers. You feel very sad to see an animal you raised and cared for years slaughtered like this. Imagine how it feels to lose a brother, he said, while following the tracks of the bulldozer as it flattened his land and whatever animals stood in the way. He dug out more animals over the next few hours, ones that were unable to escape. I doubt whether I'll find any more alive, he said. The financial loss is estimated at around $12,000. He walked over to massive rows of cactus plants, all broken and crushed. The Israeli bulldozers seem to have avoided using streets, expecting explosive devices, so the only route for the bulldozers was straight through farms and homes to get to roads. He continued walking through his farm. Bulldozers had come right through rooms, on top of mattresses and furniture, even flattening a teapot and fireplace. None of his neighbors arrived to see the farm, or what was left of it. Only sheep carcasses and destruction. The sheep belonged to another farm nearby. Now it's lying dead here, he said. Israel's bombardment also hit the Gaza Municipal Zoo, Isad al-Tifola, where several animals were killed. Mohammed Abu Ajwa, 37, looked at his dead cows. Even they paid the price for Israel's attacks, he said, while inspecting damage during the ceasefire. Israeli tank shells killed over 500 of our cows, all of which supplied the Gaza market with milk, he said. 60 of his family members make their living breeding dairy cows. He tried to get the cows to a safe place when he saw smoke coming out of places near his farm in Shajaya. His loss is estimated at around $500,000. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Agriculture says it can't reach all areas to account for the damage unless the longer ceasefire holds. The uncle of Sami, Hamad Abu Hadayed, 80 years old, sustained even more damage than his nephew. For years, he has made his living from his dairy and beef cattle. It is appalling that even sheep are slaughtered by Israeli machines, he said, giving thanks for one small miracle. His donkey survived the airstrikes. My donkey must have been terrified. His behavior has changed. He's nervous and just wants to run away from here, he said. He mentioned animal rights groups. If the abuse of our human rights is not condemned by the world, then I hope at least animal rights groups will have something to say about this. Palestinians find shelter at Gaza hospital. With emergency shelters overcrowded, displaced Palestinian families have sought refuge at Gaza City's Shifa Hospital. Gaza City. Thin bed sheets provide little comfort to Naima Abu Asar and her 3 teenage daughters, living in a makeshift tent in the yard of one of Gaza's busiest hospitals. Family now calls the Shifa hospital compound home. They lie on the hard ground outside as hospital and ambulance staff rush between patients, and family members frantically check if their loved ones are alive. The schools, shelters, are bursting with families sheltering there already. The only option for our safety is here at the hospital, Naima told Al Jazeera. Life here is already harsh, but Israel tries to crush us more and more every day, she said, adding that the family's tent, made from hospital bed sheets and pieces of plastic, doesn't protect them from the scorching summer heat or the cold at night. Naima and her 3 daughters are living within the walled compound of Shifa Hospital with dozens of other families, totaling a few hundred people. They are in the same clothes they were wearing when they escaped the bombings near their home in Shajaya, a neighborhood in eastern Gaza City that suffered extensive Israeli shelling in July. I couldn't retrieve anything from the house. It's all ruined, said 15-year-old Yasmin. We just managed to escape the artillery shelling, but it killed several of our neighbors. We are lucky to have gotten away with the clothes on our backs. He couldn't find anywhere safer or less overcrowded, Naima added, while an elderly man in the makeshift tent next door chimed in, saying that Israel has bombed Gaza hospitals too. Unlike Palestinians sheltering at United Nations or government-run facilities, the Abu Asar family and others now living at Shifa Hospital get little support, relying solely on passers-by who sometimes share food and other supplies with them. Cat? Why are you standing there? Get out of here. The UN estimates that about 365,000 Palestinians are living in UN and government emergency shelters or with host families across the Gaza Strip, as at least 16,800 homes have been destroyed or severely damaged since the Israeli offensive began on July 8th. At least 1,980 Palestinians have been killed, and nearly 10,200 others injured in Israel's operation, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. 64 Israeli soldiers have been killed, along with 2 Israeli civilians and a Thai worker. Kafa al-Harazin, 25, is also from Shajaya. Even during the ceasefire, as now, I know my home is partially demolished, with much of the stone structure turned to dust and sand, which could crash down on our heads, said al-Harazin. Sitting at her feet, her 2 young children have head lice and skin rashes. It's been nearly 1 month since the family has been able to shower, al-Harazin said. She now uses a small pot filled with water from the hospital's maternity ward to wash her children. I never had to live in the dirt like this before the bombing. Now, viruses are spreading among our children, while we all shelter at the hospital and still try to stay clean, al-Harazin said. We couldn't get into the UN schools, and now we feel excluded from any aid, food, or water, she added. Chris Gunnis, spokesperson for the UN Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, for Palestinian refugees, said the group does not turn anyone in Gaza away. It is UNRWA's policy to turn no one away, whether refugee or non-refugee, while there is an emergency in Gaza such as we are now seeing. We assist people on the basis of need, Gunnis told Al Jazeera. 87 UNRWA schools are currently being used as emergency shelters in Gaza. The number of displaced fluctuates as families discover that their homes are uninhabitable or lack even the basic amounts of water, electricity, and food available in emergency shelters, the group stated. Others are returning because they wish to secure their places in shelters should hostilities resume or because of general insecurity. Gunnis explained that UNRWA is currently trying to prepare its facilities for the upcoming school year, which means clearing out the schools that are currently being used as shelters. To that end, we are trying to consolidate and regroup, moving people into a fewer number of shelters, he said. Amal Alabrayer, 46, lives at Shifa Hospital with 9 family members, including her husband and son, who both sustained injuries when Israeli troops fired on a local market in Shajaya, killing at least 17 people and injuring 200 others. We sit on pieces of old cardboard medication boxes from Shifa Hospital, said Alabrayer, as she prepared her children for another night of trying to sleep through loud ambulance sirens. Alabrayer told Al Jazeera that her family tried moving to 5 separate schools being used as shelters, but upon seeing the conditions, overcrowded and lacking basic resources, she decided to go to the hospital instead. We gave up and came here to Shifa, where my family was also sheltering, she said. Children shiver from the cold night air. It hurts me as a mother that I can't make them warm enough. Despite a 5-day ceasefire, which took effect on August 13th, holding in Gaza, Alabrayer said she is too scared to return home. We want a long-term truce, she said, not just these short-pause ceasefires, and then running from Israeli tank shells and missiles again. Horror then degradation confront Gaza residents. Imam survives bombardment, only to be stripped naked in front of family, humiliated and used as human shield. Kuza'a, southern Gaza Strip. Khalil al-Najjar sat in his brother's home with his mother, siblings, in-laws, and children, 15 family members in all. They were under constant Israeli artillery fire all night, not knowing what would happen with each passing second, bombs raining around them. Tank shell hit, and there was heavy black smoke in the building, so we ran under the staircase to hide and rest for a few minutes, Najjar said. As the bombing continued, automatic gunfire was heard outside. We shouted out that we were civilians, but more bullets were fired after we declared ourselves as civilians, said Najjar, who, at 55 years old, is a well-known and highly respected imam in his community. I'm gonna look up that word again. I think it's like I don't remember. The person who leads prayers in a mosque. Okay, that's what I thought. Religious thing. A few minutes later, a military dog rushed into the home, terrifying the children. The imam shouted out in Hebrew to the soldiers behind a wall riddled with bullet holes. We are civilians. We have children and babies with no medicine or milk. The soldiers shouted back in Hebrew, ordering him and the family to get out one by one. Outside, the soldiers ordered everyone to get down on the ground. Women and children on one side, men as the other, as more neighborhood women were brought to the street corner. In front of all these women, I was forced to undress until I was naked at gunpoint, recalls the imam, while walking through the destruction in his neighborhood. Making a well-respected man stand, completely naked, in front of everyone was the most humiliating thing of my life, he added, as tears began to well up in his normally proud, dark eyes. The situation would have been embarrassing for any man, but for a deeply religious and conservative Muslim who was seen as a pillar of the community, the act was particularly shameful. Adding to the humiliation, Najjar said that he and the other men were ordered to stand naked with their arms held up until they hurt. When he could take no more, Najjar told one soldier in Hebrew, "My arms hurt," at which point he was ordered to sit. This was the only time they listened to me. They brought a chair for me to sit on, he added. The imam and his family had already been denied sleep by the pandemonium of Israel's attacks, but that fateful morning was the fiercest attack they saw. Najjar now calls it the Black Tuesday of July 22nd. While still naked, he was told to take the women and children somewhere else. The only option he could think of was his brother's home, 2 streets away, which he hoped would be safer. The bombs and bulldozers left massive holes in the streets, so I carried my elderly mother on my shoulders to my brother's home, he said. But when the family arrived there, they found that the house was filled with Israeli soldiers lying on their backs, some asleep on mattresses and beds belonging to the family. These soldiers were angry that someone had allowed us to come, Najjar said, as if there was a lack of communication and coordination between the different Israeli units in Kuza'a. The men were then rounded up, while the Israelis decided who would be arrested and who they would let go. Najjar, however, was singled out and marched to the Kuza'a mosque, which had been badly damaged and defaced by Israeli soldiers. It's here that he was interrogated by the Israeli officer in charge of the men inside his brother's home, and repeatedly asked about particular individuals from the Abu Rida family, a very large extended family that is well known in Gaza. Yes, I know him from the mosque, where Abu Rida says Friday prayers, the Imam said. Still held at gunpoint, he was then questioned further about where the rockets come from. The Imam replied that the only rockets I know of are the Israeli missiles from the F-16s and drones. But this did not save him. The officer soon became angry with Najjar, demanding to know about the tunnels that Israel had used as a pretext for expanding its military campaign in Gaza. Najjar stayed firm. You are Israeli intelligence, with all your technology, drones, F-16s, and you don't know where the tunnels are, he said. Do you think those building tunnels are going to come and tell me where they are? This continued for a while, but eventually one of Najjar's brothers was brought to the mosque. He caught a soldier looking at some graffiti on the wall, citing Islamic Jihad's term for Operation Protective Edge, al-Bunyan al-Marsus, a Quranic term that means hard-packed structure, and asked the soldier if it needed erasing. But the soldier dismissed Najjar's brother, simply stating that he would deal with that. Soon after, a bulldozer came to demolish the whole mosque wall that had the graffiti on it. In retrospect, the bulldozers should have acted as a warning sign that Najjar's troubles were far from over. The Imam was soon ordered to dress and was ushered outside at gunpoint along with his brother. Najjar was then told to walk ahead of the soldiers down the center of the street, while calling to all young residents to come outside and surrender. The Israeli troops seem to have selected a well-respected resident, the Imam, knowing that the local residents would trust his words and be more confident about their safety, although they also harbored deadlier intentions if this plan failed. The Imam's brother heard the officer tell his soldiers behind them in Hebrew that, if people didn't come out, my brother and I were to be shot. The soldiers behind them had warned, "You are being observed. Our guns are pointed at your heads, so watch out. If you move from the center of the street, you'll be shot." While walking ahead of the soldiers, people saw the Imam. Another brother shouted from a window, "Brother Khalil, Brother Khalil." The Imam told his brother and everyone around him to come outside and they would be safe. The young people came out, seeing the Imam, but not the troops, who stayed out of sight until the majority of the residents walked outside. It's only then that the soldiers appeared and shouted at them to put their arms above their heads. Some of the people, however, stayed inside. One soldier told the Imam that there are over 1,000 people still in their homes. The Israelis then marched him back to the mosque, where an officer raised his gun and ordered Najjar to start the electricity generator to the mosque and use the loudspeaker to call all young people out of their homes, insisting that they would be safe. I was having problems giving the call to prayer anyway from exhaustion and fasting. My voice was dry, but the soldier put his gun to my head and ordered me to tell everyone to come out. When the Imam finished his message, he was led outside the mosque and saw more people arriving, trusting his words that they would be safe. The soldier then ordered him, "Take your mother and go. If I hear any of these women speak, I'll bomb your home immediately." All the young men who surrendered were arrested, leaving just the women, children, and elderly behind. The Imam was allowed to carry his mother home, finding a way between numerous Israeli tanks parked around the area. When he reached his brother's house, the same soldiers were still lying around on the floor and furniture. The soldiers locked the family in one room while they kept the rest of the house for themselves. I heard an Israeli soldier discussing on a mobile with someone else what they had done in Gaza. The soldier responded that they had turned Gaza upside down, said the Imam. Najjar now mourns the nearly 2,000 lives lost and the hundreds of thousands who have been made homeless, but the damage and the brutality have not necessarily hurt him the most. Instead, it is his shame that will stay with him the longest. "I will never live this down. I will never forget," he said. 401 is not a number. Family of first ambulance driver to be killed in Gaza can mourn only now, amid the ceasefire. Gaza City. Fawad Jaber, the first ambulance crew member killed in Israel's assault on Gaza more than a month ago, is only now being remembered amid a semblance of peace. A 5-day ceasefire since August 13th has given his family a moment to reflect on the life of Fawad, who left behind a 2-year-old daughter, Hala, his young wife and parents, and a deep sense of loss. His family recounted his story to MEE. Until now, the story has not been told by local or international media. The 24-hour shift for the 28-year-old Fawad Jaber was over. Hala, his wife, would usually hear from him if he was staying late, but this day there was no call. A ground attack had taken place in the eastern Gaza City neighborhood of Shajaya, and Fawad's phone seemed to be turned off. His father tried to locate Fawad by calling some ambulance crew colleagues. They said he was working on the front lines, evacuating the injured and dead from buildings wrecked by Israeli tank shells. I had an unusual feeling, something deep in my heart, said Fawad's father. Fawad's mother urged her husband to call his son's number again, but he replied that Fawad was likely busy rescuing desperate people and that they shouldn't bother him. After some time, with shaking hands, he picked up the phone anyway and dialed the number of Fawad's boss at medical services, who told him, "You are a strong man, and I must tell you that your son has been killed." Fawad's father was stunned. He then had to tell his wife and mother. His mother, Fawad, had felt a deep sense of dread when she heard on TV that an ambulance driver and journalist had been killed together. The journalist was identified as 24-year-old Khaled Hamad, who was working for a local media company. Fawad's ambulance had been the first to get through to evacuate the injured and dead in Shajaya. He managed to rescue many people. At some point, his ambulance sustained damage from an Israeli tank shell, but he still managed to continue. He got inside one of the homes where women and children were appealing for help before he, himself, was fatally hit by an Israeli mortar shell. Israeli troops allowed ambulances through only after a few hours of the humanitarian ceasefire. When another ambulance crew managed to get inside the house and dig people out of the rubble, they saw an orange ambulance vest and realized the body was that of their colleague and good friend, Fawad. "Oh my God, Fawad, Fawad!" a fellow ambulance driver had cried, trying to wake him, but Fawad had died before they found him. Abu Fawad says he always wanted to support his son in being a nurse and was proud when his son received his nursing qualification. But his son then decided to use it to become an ambulance driver and help people who were in emergency distress. "I'll always be proud of him and the work he dedicated himself to," he told MEE. Responding to the desperate calls and pleas of victims and their families kept Fawad on the run. There was never a call for help that he didn't respond to. At the time of his death, he had not been home for 2 days. Usually, Fawad would drop by to quickly pick up some food and coffee for his colleagues. His dedication to his work earned him a strong reputation among his fellow rescue team workers. "I won't get home until the war is over," Fawad had told one of his colleagues. His father, tears running from his eyes, told MEE, "When Fawad was killed, I felt the pain of all the families who had lost loved ones. I felt the agony of separation. I felt how parents feel when they bury their children and return home with an empty heart and empty hands." He continued, "Never think that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is killing without precision. No, he knows he is killing innocents, including children. It's not about an apartment being bombed or a house being razed to the ground. It's the loss of a dear beloved son that matters to the heart. Israel did not kill just an ambulance driver, it killed a good man and a good heart." Fawad's father, who himself still has shrapnel in his head and leg from injuries in the first Intifada, the Palestinian uprising in the late 1980s and early 1990s, takes comfort from the fact that his son was doing an honorable job. Still weeping, he says, "Even if they kill us one by one, Palestine, Al-Quds, Jerusalem, Barbara, a village cleared of Palestinians in 1948, and Haifa will never die in our hearts." Last contact. One cheerful memory he holds dear is when he said to his son, "Fawad, you have your education, and we gave you the best wedding ever. But when I die, who will pay the debt?" Fawad replied, "Daddy, I will do that." But now his father must take care of everything, including the debts his son was happy to shoulder. He must also take care of Fawad's wife and child. Already, Abu Fawad has taken the first painful steps in taking over his son's burdens. He has been to the pharmacy where his son worked and gathered medicine for patients in need. He told them that if Fawad owned any money, he, Abu Fawad, would pay it back. And yet, all people told me they owed him money. Or see Fawad army. Oh, yet all people told me they owed him money. Fawad was getting medicine for those who couldn't afford it. One of Fawad's colleagues had asked him what number victim he would be if he was killed by Israeli tank shells. Fawad had replied, "Oh, any number after 400. As it turned out, Fawad was victim 401 in Gaza, as confirmed by Shifa hospital logs. Earlier, as phone calls constantly came into the emergency dispatch center from people needing help and rescue, Fawad had asked his boss not to put his body in the morgue if anything happens to him. That was his wish before he died. After 5 hours, his body was returned to his family, his forehead cold, his face clear, and his still lips saying so much to his family, says his mother. His wife, Hala, says Fawad was committed to his job. The night before he was killed, he called his wife and told her, "Say some prayers for me, and take care of Hala." Saying this, she burst into tears, her sobs filling the silence of a ceasefire that came too late to save her husband and others he had devoted his young life to. I'm gonna take a very short break to eat some more. I'm gonna make a little guy sandwich, and then I'm gonna be right back. Cause I'm gonna take a break from my voice for a little bit. Fucked up. We're on page 231 out of 305, so I think I will be able to finish this tonight. Wow. Back from a minor food incursion. Alright. Your drones see everything. Why kill the innocent? Doctor throws down challenge to Netanyahu after epic ordeal with injured patients from wrecked clinic. I'm gonna skip this track. I'm gonna krill him. Kuza'a, southeast Gaza. Kamal Kudeh, a doctor serving the small village near Gaza's border with Israel, is sitting in what is left of his private clinic, surrounded by shards of glass, bloody bedsheets, and discarded medical gloves. He is summoning the energy to rebuild and cauterize the memory of the attacks last month that rained death and injury on his fellow villagers, even on already injured patients as they tried to flee the Israeli onslaught. Among the injured were his brother and sister. Among his patients was the doctor himself, having repaired his own wounds even as he treated others. The initial attack, when it came, was unexpected. On July 17th, Israeli F-16s dropped leaflets ordering people to leave their homes before a ground offensive started on July 20. The day July 20 came, it all seemed normal in Kuza'a, so people returned, thinking the leaflets had been a false alarm. Then, on July 21st, in the afternoon, an Israeli F-16 missile hit the main road connecting Kuza'a with neighboring villages, said Dr. Kudeh. He then detailed a shocking story involving those who survived that day, but are now hospitalized with wounds or badly traumatized. When the Israeli bombardment began, Dr. Kudeh contacted the officials of the International Committee of the Red Cross, requesting the evacuation of civilians by ambulances. The agreement was that we would walk down the middle of the road, clearly visible, with ambulances escorting us on both sides, he said. But as the people of Kuza'a waited, neither ambulances nor ICRC personnel appeared. We had to make a decision to go by ourselves, without protection, and get to the village entrance. There were around 2,000 of us, walking toward Israeli tanks. I told the Israelis, we are civilians, unarmed, and we needed safe shelter. We have women, children, and elderly, and we want to evacuate peacefully. The Israeli troops replied through loudspeakers that there was no coordination, and everyone should return home. We stayed there, standing, hoping they would have compassion and let us through, said Dr. Kudeh. But the Israeli troops began firing their weapons, immediately injuring 30 people. The rest of the evacuees started running and screaming, trying to carry the injured with them, Dr. Kudeh said. There was no other option. Ambulances were blocked from entering the village, with tanks, F-16s, and drones watching the movements of everyone. The injured and bleeding had to get back to Dr. Kudeh's private clinic, even though it is just one room, with only basic equipment and medical supplies, such as gauze, bandages, cotton wool, antiseptic, and some sutures. We carried bodies on our shoulders back to my clinic. I managed to stop the bleeding of some people, sutured some wounds, and treated others, said Dr. Kudeh. Ala Abu Rajala, a youth who helped carry some of the bodies, tells of how the soldiers watched as residents tried to carry the injured and dead evacuees. Despite this, they still shot at us near the entrance to Kuza'a, he said. One of those he tried to carry was a paralyzed 15-year-old girl, Ghadir Abu Rajela, who had been unable to run and had been shot. But he was also shot at, and her body lay in the street for 3 days until Israeli troops backed off, he said. In the clinic, Dr. Kudeh's assistants were merely young villagers who wiped the sweat from his face as he worked to stitch deep wounds. Someone held a phone to his ear as he made urgent calls to the ICRC and the ambulances for assistance. Some of his patients were semi-conscious, suffering from inhaling some form of gas, which he was unable to identify. As he worked, more villagers came to Dr. Kudeh's clinic to check on relatives and friends, mistakenly believing they were safe when the Israeli ground troops fell back. When I was treating victims inside, the outside area of my clinic was hit by 2 Israeli drone missiles. Window glass shattered on those receiving treatment, and scores more people were injured outside, he said. His own brother, Mohammed Kudeh, and many family members, including his sister, sustained injuries. Dr. Kudeh himself suffered shrapnel injuries to his leg and arm. I removed the shrapnel from my leg and arm and continued stitching others, he said. Excuse me. One of those injured that day, Hussein Abu Rajela, 19, was still at home when he heard people screaming and running from the bombs. He ran with them, but was hit by a bullet and 3 bits of shrapnel. People were running from missiles that were falling like rain, he said later at Nasser Hospital, with head and hip injuries. I only remember Dr. Kudeh treating me before coming here. Rajela is waiting for the completion of documentation before he is transferred to Jordan or Turkey for further treatment. The soldiers could see we were civilians, and I was only wearing a white undershirt, he said. Rajela was fortunate. One missile fired at the crowd from an Israeli jet killed 22-year-old Rami Kudeh and 7-year-old Badr Emish. With the clinic no longer safe, Dr. Kudeh, his patients, and everyone else had to evacuate and hide in his uncle's basement. A space only 60 meters square now held 200 to 250 people, including women and children, staying the night while he still tried to treat those he could. Come the morning, the situation became even more dire. At 6 a.m., Israel troops fired tear gas, leaving people stunned and in respiratory distress. We had to help each other breathe using mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, he said. At 7 a.m., an Israeli missile hit the basement. The door was blown off and we had to escape. I shouted, "All of you, come this way to get out of here, come on." About 2,000 people were outside on the street and were met by Israeli tanks. This time, they were allowed to pass, though only for about 500 meters, before being led onto a sandy road full of holes and tracks left by Israeli bulldozers. The road was covered with cactus thorns and stones crushed by heavy machines, and we were mostly barefoot and naked from top to bottom, to show Israeli troops that we were unarmed and just civilians, he said. We are peaceful men, women, and children, young and elderly who want safety. This was what we told the Israeli troops. Dr. Kudeh and others carried some 130 injured people on their shoulders. On the way, an elderly man, Ismail Abu Rajela, was killed by random fire. Other patients were pulled onto donkey carts as they made their way to Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, about 2 hours' walk to the west. Upon arrival at Nasser Hospital, there were 15 critically injured among the 130 civilians. Some are still waiting for surgeries that can't be carried out in Gaza. Their health now depends on paperwork and closed borders. Back in his clinic, Dr. Kudeh said, "I challenge Netanyahu. His drones can clearly see everyone, pregnant women, elderly, youngsters, and children, who have nothing to do with militia resistance, to explain why they should be injured or killed." Gazans prepared for anything, despite weight of looming violence. Violence begins again before the expiration of ceasefire talks, but many Gazans feel Israel is just wasting time and offering nothing. I used to be able to analyze the situation, read the silence and what lay behind words and positions, but not anymore, said Abu Amjad Saleh, 42, in Gaza. He feels that the Cairo talks are a waste of time, like running behind one's own shadow. Israel is best at wasting time and offering nothing, says Saleh, frustrated at having had to flee his home and go to relatives when his Rafah neighborhood was heavily bombed recently. Saleh is not alone in his opinion. As a father of 5 children, he feels unable to resist Israel's war, but finds it even more difficult to just concede to Israeli demands after all the massive loss and destruction in Gaza. I have no doubt that Palestinian negotiators are united in Cairo, but I hear the international community calling for ceasefire when the bloodshed still goes on. It is time for Ban Ki-moon to be in Cairo, he says. Dr. Mukhair Abu Sada says Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu seems to be in trouble when it comes to the arena of Israel's internal political arena. He appears to have failed in achieving his goals from this war in Gaza. Israel is trying to return to a circle of violence situation, clearly shown in statements from Israeli officials in the past days. The comments from Hamas spokesman Fazi Parhoun show a lack of progress in Gaza. If Netanyahu does not understand the message and demands of Gaza through political language in Cairo, we will know how to make him understand, he said in a statement on his Facebook page. Hamas is ready to deal with all potential developments and possibilities. But says Israel's intransigence would be to blame if the talks failed to create a long-lasting ceasefire. I'll look up this word again. Refusal to change one's views or to agree about something. Islamic Jihad leader Khaled al-Bach says from Cairo that the Palestinian delegation is willing to sign a ceasefire deal, but not at any cost. Any deal should meet the people's aspirations, hopes, pain, and steadfastness. However, in statements issued by Islamic Jihad, there seems to be no intention of extending the military confrontation. Before the expiration of the ceasefire, several Israeli F-16 airstrikes. Oh, I guess gestures bar is not working. Thank you for the pats of the head, as they say. Wow. Click. Yeah. Yeah, oh well. Fine, whatever. Before the expiration of the ceasefire, several Israeli F-16 airstrikes were carried out in eastern Gaza City, Khan Yunis, and the northern Gaza Strip. Israel states that these were retaliatory strikes after rockets were fired into Israel from Gaza. But political analysts say that Palestinian factions usually announce the firing of rockets from Gaza, and no factions have taken responsibility for such rocket attacks. Israel has an interest in rockets coming from Gaza, in order to withdraw its negotiators from Cairo without results before the end of the day, says Abu Sada. Israeli drones continue flying over Gaza despite the ceasefire, and the occasional Israeli F-16 flies overhead at low altitude, intimidating the Gazan people. Meanwhile, Gazans are receiving conflicting reports from Cairo that do not help understand the ongoing events. Mahmoud al-Dermli, 49, father of 11, is staying at a UN school shelter and says, "The resistance should continue as long as it can. It's better that we die in dignity than live in humiliation." For al-Dermli, waiting for the results of negotiations is the worst type of insult. I have the patience to wait in the miserable conditions we live in, but in the end, we want to see those results so that we can live in dignity, he says. The recent airstrikes are likely to end the peace talks, and as Israeli officials say, the talks between the Israeli and Palestinian delegations in Cairo have collapsed. Prime Minister Netanyahu and Defense Minister Ya'alon have recalled Israeli envoys from Cairo. Earlier on, the Palestinian ambassador to Egypt, Jamal Shubaki, said that the Israelis proposed agreements for not fully removing the blockade but easing it. Palestinian negotiators say they want an end to the blockade forever. As Saleh hears more Israeli airstrikes hitting nearby, he says, "This is a clear Israeli message that if you don't accept what we offer in Cairo, we will continue our airstrikes." Palestinian factions, including Hamas, say none of them have fired on Israel and they are committed to a 24-hour ceasefire. Hamas accuses Israel of foot-dragging, and Sami Abu Zuri says this is a well-known Israeli policy, causing the abortion of ceasefire talks. The Palestinian Minister of Housing, Mofid al-Husseini, estimates that Gaza needs $6 to $8 billion to rebuild the Gaza Strip. 20,000 homes have been demolished completely and rendered uninhabitable. 40,000 other homes were partially destroyed, and 2.5 million tons of rubble from demolished homes needs to be cleared away. Gaza outraged at Israel's use of GBU-28 missile. Palestinian civilians brace for another round of intensive attacks and remain steadfast in their support for the resistance as Israel employs the use of much more lethal missiles. Gaza City. We either die as one or live as one, said Abu Suleiman al-Buriyam and his 11 family members as they fled their home in the Al-Zana area of eastern Khan Yunis. Life doesn't have much pleasant news for the family of Abu Suleiman. During the ceasefire, he left one UN school shelter in search of another. He said that this time, Israel broke the ceasefire to evade signing a long-term ceasefire agreement. If it was just me alone, I'd have known how to cope, but this also involves the lives of my 11 family members, mostly children, he said, as he hurried his children to another shelter. This time, he said, he does not feel safe anywhere. The more the war continues, the more Israel wants to test new weapons. On Tuesday, the Israeli military used a GBU-28 bunker buster missile, sometimes referred to as Deep Throat, to kill the Al-Dalu family. The 5-meter-long missiles smash into homes and then explode. Palestinians in Gaza were made to believe that peace was being negotiated, but last night's airstrikes tell Abu Suleiman that no one is safe. Not even a child in his mother's womb, said Abu Suleiman, referring to Nabila Alou, whose home was hit by an Israeli airstrike, killing 7 family members, including a heavily pregnant woman and her unborn baby. In Gaza, the public is shocked that all targets so far have been civilian. There is a general belief that this is intended to turn Gaza against resistance factions. But Abu Suleiman said, "If we let the resistance down, who else will protect us from Israeli missiles?" He said UN and Arab leaders remain silent on the constant murder of residents in Gaza. Anger is mounting toward Arab states for not supporting long-occupied and besieged Palestinians. Israel said that one airstrike was meant to assassinate Mohammed, the chief of Hamas's military wing, the Qassam Brigades. However, medical sources said that his wife and small baby were killed. Hamas sources said that the apartment that Deif's wife was staying in is known among the public and was not a resistance building. Hold on a minute. Anger among Gazans toward Israel is also mounting after Israel tested its GBU-28 missile, apparently more destructive than F-16 missiles. Meanwhile, it appears that Israel didn't manage to assassinate Deif. Both Ismail Haniyeh and Mohammed Deif became leaders of the resistance after Israel assassinated Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, Dr. Abdelaziz al-Rantisi, and Ahmed al-Jabari. Hamas sees any targeting of Hamas leaders as unlikely to crush the spirit of the resistance, although the Qassam Brigades and many Gazans fear that it will spur more retaliation than ever before. Abu Suleiman said that Netanyahu has tried to justify the war on Gaza to the international community, but that the United Nations has reported that the majority of those killed and injured have been civilians. During an interview on Al-Aqsa TV, Hamas said that Mohammed Deif is the one who holds the authority to stop rockets fired from Gaza. 6 weeks of fierce bombardment have taken the lives of over 2,055 people and has injured to 12,000 people, the majority of whom are civilians, and those numbers are increasing hourly. The public is confused as to what Israel's target could be. Most of the targets are not informed of strikes beforehand. An eyewitness in Rafah said that he received a call from an Israeli officer telling him to evacuate a home he had already left in 2009. The apartment was bombed, and he didn't have time to tell the family who was living there to evacuate. Hamas spokesman Ghazi Barhum said that Israel started this war, as he asked Egypt to note that Palestinian factions did not fire rockets. It was Israeli troops that were called up 8 hours before the ceasefire expired in order to murder the wife and child of Mohammed Daif. Egypt expressed profound regret at the end of the 10-day period of calm and said it would continue trying to secure a lasting truce. It seems that the apparent assassination attempt on Mohammed Daif may explain the intensity of rocket fire coming after the collapse of the Cairo peace talks. Azam al-Ahmed, senior member of the Fatah Movement of Palestinian Authority, President Mahmoud Abbas, said that Israel is responsible. Israel thwarted the contracts that could have brought peace. Meanwhile, Hamas said the strike was an attempt to assassinate Daif and said Israel had opened the gateway to hell. Barhum of Hamas said the coming days were going to be tough, without precedent. Hamas spokesman Abu Obaida warned that international airlines should stop service into Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv, assuring the public that Daif was not killed. Sadi Hamd, 39, arrived from the northern Gaza Strip to find shelter and expressed anger at the displacement of children. He said that he would never direct his anger at the resistance, only towards Israel's occupation and the killing of people in the school where he sought shelter. A shelter is supposed to be safe, and I feel America shares much responsibility for providing missiles to kill innocents, he said, as he pulled his 4 daughters into a UN school to seek a safe haven. It appears certain that the Obama administration is satisfied with such massive destruction, using the GBU-28 missile on defenseless people who can't even find milk for their babies. I cheered for Obama when he came to power, thinking he was better than Bush, but now I say that a man who fought injustice is shamefully supplying weapons to the Israeli occupation. In Gaza, rage is rising against the international community for their lack of reaction to Israel's attacks. For once, he, Obama, should stand up and speak his mind, but maybe he'll just wait until all US-made missiles are tested on our bodies. Profile: who were the 3 Hamas commanders that were killed? Hamas's military wing announced the killing of 3 of its most senior leaders in an Israeli bombardment on early Thursday in Gaza. The 3 Hamas military commanders killed early Thursday in southern Gaza are amongst the earliest generation of Qassam Brigade fighters. Here are more details about the 3. Raed al-Attar. Born in 1974, Raed al-Attar joined the Qassam Brigades in his early youth. Over the years, he gained a reputation for building Hamas's military capacity and became one of Hamas's top-ranking leaders. Since 1994, he had been on Israel's most wanted list. Israel accused him of being able to snap up Israeli soldiers, teaching Hebrew to Qassam Brigade soldiers, and drugging Israeli soldiers during military confrontations. Several assassination attempts had been made on his life, including repeated bombing of his home on several occasions. He was known to change his location and never stay in one place for long. More recently, al-Attar was a member of the higher military council of the Qassam Brigades and was the Rafah division commander. He was also one of the founders of Hamas's elite commando unit, Nukba, who was best known within Gaza as the architect behind the Gilad Shalit prisoner exchange deal and kept Shalit in a secret place for 5 years in Gaza. In a video showing al-Attar walking beside Shalit on the day the exchange deal happened, Israeli TV Channel 2 said al-Attar was sharp-looking, quiet, and ready to deal with any emergency, his eyes filled with determination and wearing very modern clothes. During the recent conflict, Israeli intelligence accused al-Attar of knowing the whereabouts of Israeli soldier Hadar Goldin, who was reportedly captured by Hamas during recent fighting and has been reported to be dead. As the commander of Rafah, al-Attar was also accused of supplying weapons to Hamas through the smuggling tunnels underneath the border town. He was married and had 2 children. Mohammed Abu Shamala. Head of the Southern Division, Commander Mohammed Abu Shamala was one of the most senior leaders in the southern Gaza Strip and was in charge of overseeing the Rafah and Khan Yunis areas. Oh, water? Okay. Born in 1973 in Rafah and married with 5 children, Abu Shamala was believed to have been the successor to Hamas's Former second-in-command Ahmed al-Jabari, killed during the 8-day Israeli offensive in November 2012. He is thought to have been one of the founders of the Qassam Brigades and to have directed their fighting strategy. In the first Intifada between 1987 and 1991, Abu Shamala was involved in chasing down alleged Israeli collaborators and planning resistance operations in different parts of Gaza. In 1999, the Palestinian Authority issued execution orders against both al-Attar and Abu Shamala, but massive demonstrations held after the orders were released contributed to stopping the executions. Abu Shamala worked with al-Attar on the Shalit prisoner exchange deal. Abu Shamala was on Israel's most wanted list since 1991 and had survived previous assassination attempts. One of the most high-profile attempts occurred in 2004 when Israeli troops surrounded his home and bombed it with explosives. In 2012, Israeli warplanes bombed his home again. A third home that he built in 2014 was bombed by F-16 missiles a few weeks ago. Mohammed Barhoum. Close friends to al-Attar and Abu Shamala, Barhoum was the senior commander of the Rafah division. In 1992, he left the occupied Palestinian territories after being chased by Israeli intelligence. He continued to travel secretly between different Arab states, but he returned during the Second Intifada to rejoin the Qassam Brigades. Born in 1970 and married, Barhoum is not well known in Gaza, but he was nicknamed the Grey-Haired Man. What the... I was just checking Cheers, or logging into CheersBot again real quick, like, kinda fucked up. I've muted it to make sure it won't, I don't know. Well, I guess we can just turn it back on, TBH. Okay, collaborators publicly executed in Gaza. The policy of executing alleged collaborators with Israel hasn't been used for nearly 2 decades. Gaza. Friday's execution of 18 Palestinians who allegedly collaborated with Israel during the recent conflict in Gaza is part of the new Show No Mercy campaign that Palestinian resistance groups have announced. It was not immediately clear on Friday how many of the 18 were alleged to have collaborated with Israel in the recent fighting, or if they had been tried in court. The new campaign and the executions follow an increase in Israeli assassination attempts after fighting started again this week with the failure of truce talks in Cairo. On Tuesday, hours after the talks broke down, an Israeli airstrike that was thought to be targeting Hamas's military chief, Mohammed killed his wife and 2 children. Then on Thursday, 3 Hamas military commanders were assassinated in Rafah. The precision of the attacks led many to believe that Israel had been fed credible intelligence. The executions on Friday would seem to confirm that Palestinian resistance groups believe this as well. Amidst the dangerous developments on the ground, decisive orders have been issued to start strangling the necks of collaborators and to deal harshly with suspects and collaborators in the field, said a statement released on Al-Majd Security, a website that is close to Hamas and Gaza security affairs. Those killed on Friday were responsible for the deaths of many Gazans and the destruction of their homes, the statement said. As part of the campaign, any future collaborators who are discovered will be punished immediately. The resistance will show no mercy to any collaborator caught in the field, the statement said. On Friday morning, masked men ran into the police station in Gaza City, where alleged collaborators, many of whom have been incarcerated for years, are held. 11 men were shot. Several hours after the 11 alleged collaborators were shot in the Gaza City police station on Friday, another 7 men were publicly shot in Palestine Square, one of Gaza's most crowded districts. As worshippers came out of Friday prayers in Omer Mosque, which is situated on the square, a group of masked gunmen dressed in black shot the men, whose faces were covered and hands were bound. The identity of the men was hidden, as families associated with collaborators in Gaza suffer from discrimination for generations. A child, for example, whose father was caught as a collaborator would be nicknamed the son of the collaborator at school. The bodies of those killed, apparently as an example to the public, were later taken to Shifa Hospital. The killing was quickly denounced by human rights groups. We demand that the Palestinian National Authority and the resistance intervene to stop these extrajudicial executions, no matter what the reasons and the motives are, said Raji al-Surani, the chairman of the Palestinian Center for Human Rights, in a statement. They're quick to denounce that when it's the resistance doing it. These are the first executions to take place in Gaza since the 90s. Witnesses on the ground say that most of those killed had been convicted in military courts and were awaiting execution orders, seemingly having exhausted all appeals in the courts. So they weren't extrajudicial. In recent months, the Palestinian Interior Ministry had offered mercy to any collaborators who voluntarily handed themselves in. But the security divisions of Gaza's resistance groups have now issued orders to tighten security procedures to protect against collaborators and suspects, and to discourage would-be collaborators, according to a source that preferred to remain anonymous. Security sources say that another group of people are to be executed once judicial and legal procedures are completed. For years, Israel has relied on Palestinian collaborators by either threatening to bomb their houses, blackmailing their businesses, offering alluring exit permits for travel, or other incentives. In his book, He Who Comes to Kill, Yaakov Peri, the former head of Israeli security agency Shin Bet, stressed the importance to Israeli security of information provided by collaborators. But in Gaza's culture, working as a collaborator is considered one of the most shameful of acts and can haunt the family of an alleged collaborator for years. In a famous collaborator case, a university student informed Israeli intelligence of the whereabouts of Sheikh Salah Shedah, former chief of the Qassam brigades. Due to the intelligence obtained from the collaborator, an Israeli F-16 bombed Shedah's residence, killing him, his wife, his daughter, and 7 members of the Matar family, in addition to injuring over 100 people. The bombing took place on July 22, 2002. As a result of this, a group of collaborators were executed in the 2008-09 war on Gaza, Operation Cast Lead. Neither the names nor the photos of those executed this morning have been published, as security forces say this would hit Gaza's social fabric. Their identities have not been released in order to prevent offense to the families of those killed. As prices soar, Gaza's food crisis looms. With produce and meat selling at inflated costs, many Palestinians in Gaza are surviving on emergency food rations. Gaza City. Ashraf al-Helu knows that whatever chickens he has in stock right now may be his last. Most chicken farms have been destroyed. The livestock was either directly killed by Israel's attacks or from lack of food and water. Al-Helu, 32, tells Al Jazeera from his shop. On the phone to his usual supplier, Al-Helu explains that the farmer does not have enough chickens left to make a delivery. What he has left will last one more week at most. If there were restaurants open, we would have run out of chicken about 2 weeks ago, Al-Helu adds. Before Israel's military operation began in the Gaza Strip, 1 kilogram of chicken cost 10 shekels, or $2.83. Today, with his stocks quickly depleting, Al-Helu charges his customers 15 shekels, or $4.24. According to the Gaza Health Ministry, at least 2,102 Palestinians have been killed and another 10,540 injured since Israel's operation in Gaza began on July 8th. 64 Israeli soldiers have also been killed, along with 3 Israeli civilians and a Thai foreign worker. Israeli bombings in Gaza have destroyed much of the local infrastructure. including water and electricity supplies. At least 360 factories and workshops have also been damaged in the shelling, including 126 that were completely wrecked, amounting to $47 million in damages. Many of Gaza's farmers and shepherds have been forced to abandon their crops and animals, paralyzing agricultural and fishing activities and bringing local food production to a halt, the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization reported. Up to now, ongoing military operations have prevented detailed assessments of damages to agriculture, said Ciro Fiorillo, head of the FAO offices in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, in a statement. The FAO estimates that half of Gaza's poultry stocks have been lost, while Gaza's fishermen have seen their annual catch reduced by 9.3%. Mohammed Abu Ajwa says about 500 cows were killed on his farm in eastern Gaza City, costing him approximately $500,000. My business used to provide milk and dairy products to a local factory, but now neither the factory nor my cows exist, he tells Al Jazeera. When 51-year-old Ghazi usually goes to the market in central Rafah in the southern Gaza Strip, her youngest son, Osama, goes with her to help carry the groceries home. For the past week, however, she has not had much to buy or carry back. It's not only bad produce, but it is also unaffordable, says Ghazi, inspecting tomatoes that appear wrinkled and dry, a sign of possible crop dehydration. In some parts of the Gaza Strip, the price of eggs has gone up by 40%, potatoes by 42%, and tomatoes by 179%, the FAO found. 23 shekels, or $650, for a box of eggs, which were 11 shekels, $3.11 a few weeks ago, Ghazi adds, as another customer explains that these eggs are smaller than before, since the chicken farmers have lost most of their livestock. Prior to the ongoing war, 66% of households in Gaza were receiving food assistance, and 72% of households were vulnerable to food insecurity, according to the UN's Humanitarian Office. In cooperation with the local Ministry of Social Affairs, the UN has so far provided emergency food assistance to 450,000 out of 730,000 needy people who do not normally receive food assistance. According to Hassam Madoun, project coordinator at Man Development Center in Gaza, inflation has primarily impacted fresh produce and meat, after eastern parts of the Strip, home to Gaza's main agricultural zones, came under heavy Israeli bombardment and military ground incursions. During the 2-week closure of Kuza'a, which comprises the main part of the vegetable basket of the Gaza Strip, farmers could not cultivate at all. The vegetables are rotten, Madoun tells Al Jazeera, adding that a severe cash shortage has made it difficult for most people, even those with money in the bank, to buy food. Hello, Camelot. Alright, I can stretch while I'm reading. Scroll up here. Oh, never mind, it's the end of a bit. Canned food is available in the markets at fair prices, but still most of the people cannot buy it, he says. Even when the war ends, the food situation is deteriorating, and I don't see that this problem is going to be eliminated unless there's a huge campaign to have infrastructure enter Gaza and jobs to rebuild. Gaza war strengthens Palestinian unity. Rebel Palestinian factions in the Gaza Strip have united in celebration of the end of the war, but will it last? Gaza City. Raif had never been to a demonstration before, but after the announcement of the latest ceasefire agreement between Israel and the Palestinian factions, a 13-year-old borrowed a green Hamas flag from his neighbors and ran to the center of Gaza City to cheer on the Palestinian faction at a victory rally. I started to know more about Hamas over the last 53 days, he said, explaining that surviving Israel's recent 7-week military operation in Gaza, which killed at least 2,100 Palestinians and injured more than 10,000 others, has made him a Hamas supporter. I like them because they defend us, said Raif, adding that witnessing the destruction of the 12-story Zephyr apartment tower made him realize the importance of Palestinian resistance fighters. My mom and dad support Fatah's Abu Mazen, Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, but they have sympathy for Hamas, he added, before disappearing into a sea of green at the rally. In 2006, Hamas won the Palestinian Legislative Council elections. The victory caused political tension with the PA, which refused to acknowledge the new Hamas-led government, because of pressure from the international community and Israel to discount the results. After the two sides failed to come to a power-sharing agreement, violence quickly ensued, leading to a bloody attempted coup in Gaza in 2007. The occupied Palestinian territories were then divided along factional lines, with the PA controlling the West Bank and Hamas governing Gaza, and political institutions were paralyzed as a result of the split. In June, Fatah and Hamas unveiled a consensus government and announced forthcoming parliamentary and presidential elections. In response, Israel said it would pursue punitive steps, including withholding Palestinian tax revenues and stopping peace negotiations. According to a recent Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey research poll, which surveyed 1,270 Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza after the Gaza war ended, Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh would win twice as many votes as Abbas in a presidential election. Hamas had an 88% approval rating, while the PA had only 36% of support. Despite this, Hamas's rivals in Fatah, the faction that dominates the PA, have garnered increased support in Gaza after the war. Yellow Fatah flags and photos of Abbas can be seen throughout the strip. The support for both major factions has contributed to this sense of unity in Gaza, according to Dr. Ahmed Youssef, the chairman of the Palestinian Reconciliation Committee, a body established to urge Palestinian reunification. Hamas has now emerged as part of the broader political spectrum. It no longer stands alone. Youssef, who served as an advisor to former Hamas Prime Minister Ismail Haniyeh, told Al Jazeera, "It is the steadfastness and survival of people which gives a flavor of victory. We are not a superpower. The message we are telling Israel is that we love life." Both Abbas and Khaled Mashal, Hamas's political chief, met with the Emir of Qatar on August 21, in what analysts described as a sign of Palestinian unity, shortly before the ceasefire agreement was unveiled. Under the deal, the PA has been charged with administering Gaza's borders and coordinating reconstruction efforts in the Palestinian enclave with international donors like the European Union, Qatar, and Turkey. Long-term issues, such as Israel's push to demilitarize the Strip and Hamas's demand to reopen Gaza's seaport and airport, will be negotiated next month. Meanwhile, after the announcement of the ceasefire, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that Hamas had suffered a very hard blow and did not achieve any of its demands in the agreement. "I think that Hamas is also isolated diplomatically," Netanyahu said. I think that we also instilled in the international community the fact that Hamas, Islamic State Group, and Al-Qaeda and other extremist Islamic terrorist organizations are members of the same family." But according to Dr. Khalil Al-Hayya, a Hamas leader who is part of the Cairo delegation, the indirect talks between Palestinian factions and Israel was evidence of the end of internal Palestinian divisions. "Today we are in a new era of unity and have adopted the rhetoric of resistance," he said in a speech delivered during prayer last Friday, adding that all the Palestinian factions would continue fighting Israel if it did not respond to all Palestinians' demands. Addressing the rebuilding of the Gaza Strip following the 7 weeks of war, Al-Shayeh said that the only body responsible for the Strip's reconstruction, including managing the border to allow the necessary materials in, would be the Palestinian consensus government. Meanwhile, Mouin Rabbani, a senior fellow at the Institute of Palestine Studies, told Al Jazeera that while Israel's attacks on Gaza backfired, resulting in greater ties between the Palestinian factions, this togetherness could easily fall apart. "The Palestinians were not defeated, but can yet defeat themselves if they do not invest their achievements into a coherent national project, and instead return to the pattern of seeking petty factional advantages," Rabbani said. Israel's political leadership was simply too extreme and fractious to identify achievable political objectives and failed miserably to achieve any objective it did identify, such as reversing recent moves toward Palestinian reconciliation, which it in fact strengthened, Rabbani added. 62-year-old Fatah supporter Abu Mahmoud Brahim from Khan Yunis said the war had made him feel more compassionate toward Hamas members. "Once you see your brother is murdered by a foreign power, we return to what unites us, Palestine, and not just factions, he said, pointing to the killing of 3 leading Hamas figures and civilians in Israeli strikes on Rafah in southern Gaza as a catalyst that caused him to change his views. Khalil Abdelhadi, 31-year-old schoolteacher in Gaza City, said his support for Hamas has been unconditional, but he cheered on the efforts of the other armed groups as well. It's odd that aggression unites us, but after today, the pain we suffered makes us focus only on ourselves as one with a common enemy, the Israeli occupation, he told Al Jazeera. Dr. Fayez Aboueta, a Fatah leader in Gaza, said that cooperation exhibited during ceasefire negotiations in Cairo proved that factions are able to work together. We forgot our internal squabbling and focused on what unites us all. Palestinian blood is most important to us all, said Aboueta, adding that he hoped this newfound unity would last beyond the end of the war. However, on August 28th, President Abbas said on Palestine TV that, as long as there is a shadow government in Gaza, there will be no real unity, in what appeared to be a reference to Hamas. Hamas did not respond to the comment, but many Palestinians are waiting to see whether the Fatah leader will pay 45,000 employees of the previous de facto government in Gaza their overdue salaries. The PA released a statement on Tuesday, announcing that it was making maximum efforts to disperse the payments, but gave no specific date for when they would go through. Gaza-based analyst Ibrahim Al-Madoun told Al Jazeera that failure on the part of Abbas and the PA to deliver the wages to Gaza-based employees could lead to another internal conflict. If Abbas does not provide salaries, then things may blow up again, Al-Madoun told Al Jazeera. Meanwhile, Aboueta said that it remains to be seen whether the consensus government will be able to function properly, but he was hopeful that under the supervision of Abbas, it will continue its mandate. This new atmosphere may make it easier for the government to work, he added. We have realized we are stronger together. We can rely on this united power to strengthen our resistance and better meet our national aspirations. Who are Israel's Palestinian informants? Israel relies on information provided by a network of Palestinian collaborators. But how does the system really work? Gaza City. The public execution of alleged Palestinian informants for Israel in the Gaza Strip, known locally as collaborators, drew international attention recently, few days before the end of Israel's 7-week military offensive in the coastal territory. With beige sacks over their heads, several men were positioned on their knees in front of a white wall. Standing over them, their executioners, armed Palestinian fighters, dressed in all black, balaclavas over their faces, and AK-47s strapped to their sides. At least 18 Palestinians were executed on August 22nd in Gaza, accused of providing information to Israel during its recent war. But what exactly motivates a Palestinian to collaborate with the Israeli intelligence services, and how does the phenomenon work? Under pressure, I gave in to their demand, said a former Palestinian collaborator, who spoke to Al Jazeera on condition of anonymity. A resident of the Gaza Strip, the man said that an Israeli intelligence officer approached him in 1995, threatening to revoke his permit to work in Israel if he didn't divulge information about the location and activities of Hamas members, among others. I was unhappy and couldn't live with that shame, so one day I woke up and told my wife I would no longer work in Israel, the man recalled. He immediately went to the Palestinian security forces to confess what he had done. Imprisoned for a few weeks, he was eventually released on voluntary probation. For years, Israel has relied on Palestinians to gather information. Often, Israeli officials threaten people's families or livelihoods, or offer incentives, such as difficult to secure travel permits or cash, in order to get people to collaborate. Capital punishment is permissible under the Palestine Liberation Organization's Revolutionary Penal Code of 1979, including Article 9, which stipulates that a person can receive the death penalty for acting against the security and safety and interests of the revolution troops. Human Rights Watch reported in 2012 that, given credible evidence of widespread and gross violations of due process, as well as systematic ill treatment and torture, Hamas should immediately declare a moratorium on executions and death penalty cases. According to political researcher Hazem Abu Shanab, several of the men who were recently executed in Gaza had spent about 1 month in prison, where they confessed during interrogation to giving information to the Israelis or planting surveillance equipment in Gaza. One of the methods of recruiting collaborators is by shutting down Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt, and allowing Palestinians to travel through Erez, crossing between Gaza and Israel, so that it can pressure, blackmail, and tempt them to work as collaborators. Abu Shanab said. Shawan Jabarin, director of Palestinian human rights group Al-Haq, said that the men executed in Gaza likely did not have a fair trial, a guarantee under the Fourth Geneva Convention, and called on Palestinian factions to halt the practice of executing collaborators. He added that sometimes Palestinians' humanitarian needs are abused in order to coerce them into providing information. Those people's needs and illness have been abused, and the Israeli authorities forced them to work in its military and security apparatuses. Israel is responsible for the crime, Jabarin said. Mohammed Abu Hasira, 30, told Al Jazeera that social media has become a place where Israeli intelligence officials seek out collaborators from Gaza. With an unemployment rate of 40% in Gaza, the highest since 2009, offers of money and other perks are tempting, Abu Hasira said. Many are innocent, naive youngsters who don't know they are collaborating, he added. Indeed, according to Gaza Security Services interrogator Abu Ahmed, who didn't give Al Jazeera his full name, the information requested often appears inconspicuous. One of my collaborators was asked for simple information. Look from the balcony and see what types of clothes are hanging there, he told Al Jazeera. The request appears very innocent, but in that case, it was an apartment of a Hamas leader, and Israel intelligence wanted to know if men's clothes were drying on the balcony, indicating that the occupant was asleep inside. In other cases, Gaza security officials have caught merchants asked to bring small bags of sand to the Erez border crossing with Israel. It turns out he was taking the sand to be tested by Israeli intelligence officials to figure out location of Palestinian tunnels. Local journalist Fatih Sabah agreed. Collaborators are national traitors, and the only solution for them is the execution, he told Al Jazeera. But those people should be given a fair trial and should have the right to defend themselves. We demand that the Palestinian National Authority and the Palestinian armed factions intervene to stop these extrajudicial executions, no matter what the reasons and motives are, said Raji Sourani. Oh, we saw that earlier. Head of the Gaza-based Palestinian Center for Human Rights in a statement. But the practice doesn't seem to be stopping, as Palestinian factions in Gaza announced that 13 more collaborators had handed themselves in to the local security services. Palestinian resistance groups should be fair and comply with the laws, said a Gaza judge, who works on collaborators' cases and who spoke to Al Jazeera on condition of anonymity. It's enough that Israel kills scores of us on a daily basis. Gaza Airport. Hopes that dreams will become that will. Gaza Airport. Hopes that dreams will be a reality again. Gazans dream of the day when seaports and airports will be open once again, allowing the free movement of goods and people and bringing wealth and freedom back into their lives. Rafah. Gaza International Airport was a reality in 1998. Palestinian children ran to the streets to formally greet U.S. President Bill Clinton. The airport was seen as the gateway to the world, whereby Palestinians could simply hop on a plane traveling out and return back home freely. The airport was known internationally by its code, GZA, after which it was renamed Yasser Arafat International Airport, in honor of a man who carried a Kalashnikov rifle in one hand and an olive branch in the other. Some airport staff members fondly remember when a KLM flight arrived for a test, and then flew a return trip to Schiphol Airport. The airport was the proud home of 3 Palestinian airplanes that had daily flights to Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Morocco, Cyprus, and Turkey. Issam Saleh remembers the day he traveled to Jordan on one of the flights. It felt like a flying bus, shaking all the way. I was confused as to whether the plane was flying or landing, he laughed, as he recalled the 1-hour journey. Now, if he wants to travel, it takes weeks of preparation and paperwork. Ultimately, the success or failure of travel in Gaza depends on whether Egyptian border control authorities are willing to allow people to travel. Hello, Amatsu, welcome to here. Welcome. But those shaky flights were better than not being able to travel at all, he said. For him, the reality of that flight faded and became a distant dream. But after all of Gaza's sacrifices under the present Israeli assault, he says he is determined to make such dreams a reality again. When the Second Intifada began in 2000, Israeli fighter jets first hit the flight control tower, then bulldozers tore up the runway, and over the years, until this current Israeli assault, the beautiful Moroccan-designed terminal with colorful marble, where President Arafat received his guests, was still faintly visible. The project that cost $86 million has now become a place for farm animals, some alive and others dead, left in the ruins of a once beautiful airport. Chickens peck in the sand and rubble, while the flights overhead are ones that never land on the runway, just Israeli F-16s and drones, which continuously circle above, ever watching and intimidating Gaza's population. Salman Abu Halib, head of the Palestinian Aviation Authority, remained hopeful, even after the airport had been bombed. He said that the Oslo Accords gave the Palestinians a right to an airport. Indirect negotiations between Israel and Palestinian factions have failed, but among the demands of Palestinians is an open airport and seaport. Both represent dreams that were once a reality. This reality existed before, and I feel it will return, as long as the Palestinian resistance continues to demand it, said Abu Sadi, who lives a few minutes from the airport ruins. I remember the days when we waved to our loved ones traveling on flights out. Now I look forward to seeing a no-fly zone for Israeli fighter jets, he said. Excuse me. Nowadays, the sea, port, and airport have become obstacles for ceasefire talks, with Israel refusing access to both because they would give more freedom and independence to Palestinians. Israel's airstrikes have turned the whole airport terminal and runway into piles of gravel, which is now used to rebuild many homes after Israel tightened the blockade. During the ceasefires, Gazans collected gravel left by Israel's missiles and tank shells to try to rebuild parts of their homes. Zaleh remembers that in the old days, passengers would go through Israeli-controlled crossings to have their passports stamped before boarding their flights. But at least there was hope. We had more of a state, and thoughts of flying made me feel free, he said. The Oslo Accords also allowed the construction of Gaza's seaport. In the late 1990s, a $73 million contract was signed with European partners. Now, Saleh says, he wants and needs to go back to Jordan for medical treatment. He calculates how many air miles it would take to reach Amman. His dreams of flying are shared by others, including many young Gazans who want to take a break from Israel's tournament. Gaza economist Dr. Meher Taba'a of the Chamber of Commerce says that a seaport and docks would allow Palestinian traders to import and export goods and materials, which would improve Gaza's economy and provide employment for over 30,000 workers. Today, there's a chance to have a floating seaport which takes a year to be built, he said. He said, adding that rebuilding the seaport is the most important first step for reviving Gaza's economy. Importing through Israel since 2002 has cost Gaza's business, trade, and economy an estimated $1 billion annually, says Taba'a. Since then, he said, the scale of import requirements has increased at least fivefold. Palestine's new generation has mostly never been outside of Palestine because of Israel's occupation and restrictions on travel through Egypt and Israel. But that doesn't stop young Palestinians from hoping for freedom of movement like everyone else. Dr. Taba'a says that external European monitoring can be used to address Israel's security concerns. Gaza will be overjoyed the moment we can work and feed ourselves, import and export freely. He says this will make goods more affordable for customers, and it will be a reliable source of income for the PA budget. Meanwhile, Egyptian brokers at the suspended Cairo talks between Israel and Palestinian factions have suggested that the airport and seaport demands be deferred for a second round of negotiations in about a month. Once we have our airport and seaports open, we can wave goodbye to aid. Palestinians can make paradise from our own air and water. Israel blows up apartments in Gaza City, sending families fleeing. In the 6 weeks of Israel's offensive in Gaza, 2,276 homes have been destroyed completely, and 13,395 have been partially destroyed, in addition to tens of thousands of other homes that have also been affected. Over the years, the Zephyr Towers apartment blocks in Gaza City have become a residential area to most of Gaza's elite. In the 1990s, the first people in Gaza to live in high-rise blocks moved into Zephyr Towers. As darkness fell on Gaza on Saturday night, Israeli fighter jets attacked one of the 12-story apartment towers in western Gaza City, completely destroying the tower and bringing the 44 residential apartments crashing down. The Palestinian Interior Ministry said in a statement on Saturday that targeting residential towers is a dangerous escalation and continued collective punishment meant to displace more civilians. Israel, however, says that there was an operation room for Palestinian resistance groups in the building. Residents dispute this claim, saying there's nothing there that belongs to any resistance groups. The Interior Ministry says Israel's allegations are baseless and bankrupt. Why would Israel warn us to evacuate the tower building before attacking it if it knew there were resistance members inside? It doesn't make sense, says an injured eyewitness at Shifa Hospital. Abu Zala, 42, says first an Israeli drone struck the roof. Then, some minutes later, he saw people rushing downstairs. He gathered his five children and wife and ran into the street. We got outside with in-house clothes on us, leaving all our money and papers behind. Now, the Al Zephyr 4 apartment towers in ruins. Including Abu Salah himself, a former Palestinian Authority employee, the residents in Al Zephyr are among the elite of Gaza. Some are sons of senior former PA employees who, historically, have not been considered with favor by Hamas because of their long association with Fatah. Residents say a knock on the roof warning missile was fired, and then just minutes later the building was bombed, with most residents able to escape just in time. Gaza's health ministry stated that 22 people were injured, including 11 children and 5 women, who couldn't escape quickly enough in the 5 minutes before 2 Israeli F-16 missiles struck. For many Gazans, this unprecedented attack on a residential tower is shocking, and demonstrates yet again that Israel is willing to attack any building in Gaza, regardless of whether it is strategically important to Israel's security. Thick black smoke billows out of huge gaping holes where Israel's missiles struck the tower. The damage to local infrastructure is massive, including to neighboring upscale high-rise buildings in the Tal al-Hawa neighborhood. People ran outside in fear and shock as the building shook. I had thought the explosion was in our building. I ran out of the toilet down the stairs, says a 45-year-old man living next to Zephyr Towers. Meanwhile, wheelchair-bound Hisham Sakala, 51, a former PA employee, says he had some assistance in evacuating the building. He has lost everything. My money, clothes, papers, furniture, and everything. I feel I am born naked with my 4 children today. Hisham says Israel lied when talking about an operation room for the Oh, hello. Leo. I was lurking in your stream. Hello, everyone. Welcome to, we're reading a book. I hope stream was good. Oh, thanks for the shout out, Nick. Yeah, that was a long stream, a whole 9 hours or something. I was probably gonna raid into you if I was able to finish this book, but reading books takes a long time. But yeah, I'm reading Shell Shocked by Mohammed Omer, which was a book about it's a book with like a bunch of short snippets which are accounts of events that happened during an assault in 2014 called Operation Protective Edge. And my throat is dry and crispy. It's okay though, I have water to drink, to sip. I'm almost finished with this book. There's only 40 pages left. see. Okay. Meanwhile, wheelchair-bound Hesham Sakala, 51, a former PA employee, says he had some assistance in evacuating the building. He has lost everything. My money, clothes, papers, furniture, and everything. I feel I am born naked with my 4 children today. Hesham says Israel lied when talking about an operation room for the resistance. We are a close community, and we know one another very well. No resistance, and no strangers live among us, he says. Even when beggars come seeking charity, we help them while they stand outside the tower, he adds. Israel's 6-week offensive has caused around 450,000 inhabitants to become displaced in Gaza, seeking shelter either in hospitals or in UN and government-run schools. Some 100,000 Gazans are now also homeless, according to the UN. Hold on, I'm distracted. Seeing my stream in the corner. Okay. Saturday marked the highest number of homes destroyed ever by an Israeli offensive. All the things I've read so far in this book is like, it's the worst that it's been so far, and then we had recent events where we're breaking new records of it's even more the worst it's ever been so far, and we are. But I guess the type of occurrences themselves are still very similar. Yeah. Explosives experts in Gaza have said that Israel has dropped 20,000 tons of explosives over the past 6 weeks. On 3 occasions over the past 48 hours, Israel has used cluster bombs, says the department. First at the Abu Aklin family home, where the damage reached 1 square kilometer, and then at Zephyr Towers, and a 3rd location in northern Gaza. The destruction caused by these bombs is greater than a destruction in many other areas. The organization Euromid Observer for Human Rights states that during the 6 weeks of Israel's offensive, 15,671 residences have been targeted, of which 2,276 homes were destroyed completely, and 13,395 were partially destroyed. Tens of thousands of other homes have also been affected. Euromid also noted that on Saturday alone, Israel bombed 439 homes, 99 of which were completely destroyed and 340 of which were partially damaged. On Saturday, Israeli fighter jets also hit 4 NGOs, raising the number of targeted organizations to 26, all of which provide services to over 200,000 inhabitants of Gaza. As the Saturday morning sun rose in another part of Gaza, Israeli missiles targeted a home, killing members of the Abu Daruj family in Zaweda, in the central Gaza Strip. Residents say this was not a political or militia area. The home just had family members sleeping inside, who now remain asleep forever. First rocket didn't explode, luckily. But as my aunts and family were about to wake the children and evacuate, they were hit by 2 more rockets, says Arafat Abu Daruj, who lives near his cousin's home. The quote they got from this person is saying, the first rocket didn't explode, luckily, but we saw in previous snips that the first rocket often doesn't explode on purpose because the first one is a warning rocket. They call it knocking on the roof. And then a couple minutes later, the real rockets arrive. Israeli fighter jets shelled the house without giving us time to escape, he says. Wael Abu Daruj, a cousin, says there are still bodies under the rubble waiting to be recovered. Some of the bodies of 5 family members were blown to pieces, scattered to different areas. The bodies are still missing. Thank you for following, Holy Lazy Duck. Welcome to here. Earlier on Saturday, Hamas deputy Musa Abu Marzouk announced that Hamas had signed a pledge to join the Rome Statute Charter in an effort to endorse any Palestinian bid for membership in the International Criminal Court, ICC. Such a bid could expose Israel as well as Hamas to possible war crimes prosecution. Is not real, is so evil. Oh. Yeah, they are so fucked up and evil. Yeah, that's like nearly all of the targets that are nearly all of the, I don't know, it's almost always civilian targets, and then when we get the word from the Israeli officials, they're like, oh, we would never bomb civilians, and it's so, I don't know, it's something. I don't know. The more you learn, like, LMAO, there's no possible defense for them ever. One of the most violent neo-colonial states. Yeah, it's... Since part of these accounts are like... what was it? Since a lot of these quotes or accounts are from, like, you know, just random Gazan civilians, sometimes they say things like, I don't know why Israel would do such things, or it's like... And then other ones say stuff like, other people, I guess, other people having experienced so many of these violent episodes, it's like, yeah, Israel just wants to terrorize us, or like, I don't know, what was one of the things that was like an earlier described bit was that sometimes they would like send out phone calls or the little leaflets saying that we're going to bomb your area, and then they didn't, and it was just because they wanted to fuck with the Palestinians. They wanted to fuck with the Gazans in some particular area. Israel has a word for justifying without regard for truth, hasbara. It's often recycled propaganda from older empires. I'm glad you're spreading the truth. Normally more bubbly, but it's late? Ah, it's fine. It is, in fact, quite late. Oh, and also, like, what was the other thing? Another standout bombing cemeteries. The bones go everywhere, and then you can't identify, you know, it's... It may be difficult to identify the body parts of dead family members, but it's impossible, even more impossible to identify the bones of already deceased. And they said it was like they would just bury all of the smashed bones in one burial pit because there's no use trying to identify any of them and put them back in their graves. Spooky Hamas ghost is in the graveyard. We have to bomb it. No, there's no, there's no reason to bomb a graveyard, or rather the other guy would probably say something like, yeah, it's just to terrorize Palestinians, to show that not even your dead are safe, or or no, it's like when people go to mourn their dead family members and then they drop some bombs. What is it, like they did it timed right before a particular day of mourning, because I guess they knew that the civilians would be out. So the world of empires, the only sanctity is in the state. Yeah. Israeli fighter jets have bombed Karara municipality and its cultural center south of Deir al-Balah. In Rafah, 6 airstrikes hit Rafah shopping center. destroying and setting alight 80 shops, and also damaging 2 schools nearby, as well as neighboring homes. Around the pile of ruins that was Zephyr Towers, Sakala can't restore the feeling of safety to his 4 children and wife who are now homeless. He says that when he watched the collapsing tower, he thought of the 9/11 attacks in New York City. When asked what he wants Americans to know, he said, "Your 9/11 is our 24/7 of terrorism practiced by Israel." Attack on Gaza, economic warfare. From shop owners to factory bosses, fishermen to farmers, all count losses and face huge debts as missiles blow livelihoods to pieces. Rafah. Parents of newborn babies usually come to El Belbisi for various infant supplies, from bodysuits and pajamas to bed covers. The shop has become an icon, serving some 180,000 people, mostly refugees in Rafah and the southern Gaza Strip. But that is history. Omer al-Belbisi now stands dazed in front of what remains of his shop, one of 80 in Rafah Trade Center that were destroyed by Israeli missiles on Saturday morning. As a haze of smoke drifts out of Belbisi's shop, he is taking a brief break, his face covered in ash and smeared with soot from digging through the ruins of his property to salvage what he can, despite still being frightened that more missiles may fall. At least 6 Israeli missiles were fired on the center, smashing shops, a wedding hall, and an attorney's offices. Most people rented the shops from the local municipality after the shopping mall was built with US $2 million in Norwegian-Dutch support in 1998, said the mayor's office. "We were not expecting this to happen. What could be a threat to Israel's security here in a shopping center, which only sells domestic products to ordinary families," said Belbisi. His shop employed several people, providing them with an income that helped feed and clothe about 40 people in all. He looks around at what is left. Not rockets or militia equipment, just pairs of trousers for $30 each, and other clothing and household items now burned or torn to shreds. Belbisi had bought a large stock of clothes for Eid, summer, and the new academic year. This was more than double his usual stock, and it had arrived before Israel launched its most recent 50-day attack. Now, he has nothing left and must shut down for the rest of the season. Normally, anything he doesn't sell, he can exchange or sell the next season for a discount, an option he no longer has. His business is ruined. "The loss is too big because I stocked up for 3 seasons. That is going to cost me triple losses, many thousands of dollars." Belbisi's plight is worse than most. He doesn't buy with his own money directly. A merchant buys his stock, and the shop's sales pay back the debt. His merchant will be looking for a check of about $39,500 come the middle of September. Belbisi does not know what to do, but Majed Hadid of Gaza, who used to own the biggest carnations nursery in town, had a similar experience and said he knows what will happen. Before Israel's siege of Gaza in 2006, he traveled to the Netherlands to take part in the European flower exchange market and enjoy seeing his products sold to different European Union countries. Israel's closure of commercial crossings to Gaza blocked the export of Hadid's carnations. As they withered while waiting for Israel to release them, he could only feed them to his cows and camels. Then he had to face suppliers and merchants who resorted to police or the courts to collect their debts. For Belbisi, the immediate future looks like it'll be similar to Hadid's ordeal. There's no one to support Belbisi with his debts. He and his family can only pray that something will come up so they don't starve. Gaza economist Dr. Meher Taba'a says the damage caused in this war is 3 times the damage caused in 2008 to 2009. While inspecting the damage, the mayor of Rafah, Supi Radwan, described it as a horrendous image of destruction. As smoke still billowed from the shopping center, his staff tried to assess the value of the damage, thought to be around $10 million. Withered carnations is very poetic in a sad way. Yeah, I guess so. That was another recurring thing. Deprive, or is it? Honestly, it's like your life ends regardless of if you live or not. Yeah, it was, what was it? The farmers being, or not farmers, yeah. I guess if you have livestock, that's basically farming. not being able to come back to tend to your animals for like a week or longer, and come back and they're all dead and rotting, and or if it was like the other plants all being run over by a bulldozer. And I don't know, a lot of. And there was also the previous thing of like when power being cut, nothing can be refrigerated, so everyone, all the merchants with their meat and vegetables, it all goes rotten if they don't, or anything that they don't sell immediately goes rotten, and so they would just sell, quote unquote, sell it to people on credit. They're probably not going to be getting that credit anyway. Or not getting, yeah. They just have to accept it and move on. Nobody's held responsible for the missile. Oh well. What you see, what is not real. What is real would say some shit like, oh, you should blame Hamas because bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. Spooky Ghost Hamas did it. Spooky Ghost Hamas made us do it. We just had to. We had to shoot those sheep. Yeah, I don't know. The standstill of life for all colonized lands. Pure halt to any inches forward in progress in any future. Yeah. We just had to starve everyone. There's another protest tomorrow in the city. Yeah, it's let's see, in your time zone it's probably gonna be like the 2nd, right? So I guess it's lined up with the global day of action. It gets more sinister than that. Israel will tell the world that this is deserved, and tell the people that they are to snuff out their last hope no matter how cruel it is. Their supposed justification so far has always been spooky Hamas ghost, but I don't know. What is it? The starving and the disease and the, I don't know. Well, it was, to some, it is obvious that they just want to make people suffer, but you know. Day of action tomorrow here? Okay. One may wonder what's cutting off all food and electricity, how this has anything to do with Hamas. Mayhaps, perchance. Okay. This is an unjustified barbaric act designed to crush what remains of the Palestinian economy, said Radwan. Early on August 1st, Israeli F-16s hit the same shopping center, but damaged mainly the roof. This time Israeli intelligence called Fouad Zard, who lives next to the center, to tell him he had 8 minutes to evacuate. Pro-Western propaganda is so strong that a lot of people stop thinking when they hear the word terrorist. Yeah. Similar with communist or socialist. Red scare, yellow peril. Yellow peril? Is that what they... Is that supposed to be like... Well, I guess nowadays it would be China. Manuals for their propaganda claim it is a culture of hate. I called all the neighbors to evacuate immediately, he said, but before the 8 minutes passed, the first Israeli missile hit the shopping center. The Zard home was not apparently a target, but it was hit anyway, along with the Amina bint Wab and Al-Kansa UN Relief and Works Agency schools, both shelters for hundreds of families forced to flee their homes in eastern Rafah. Rafah Trade Center director Riyad Al-Holi said he could not imagine any rationale for this attack, other than the deliberate destruction of the Palestinian economy. There is no security pretext, and the loss among shop owners is massive. Actually, xenophobia is like super old, even before the communist government came to power. I mean, yeah, I guess it's true. The book that I didn't get past the introduction of, Edward Said's Orientalism, would probably provide some insights about that, perhaps. But like, or not, what is it? I don't know, just Western, the other, when Asia exists, kind of fucked up. No, like, hold on. It's, the first thing I can think of that isn't, communism's TM was like when Chinese people immigrating to the US to work on the railroad or whatever, and then they just bring out the good old stealing our jobs or whatever. I don't know why. Okay, no, I guess I do know why. And then the like that buck-toothed imagery and stuff, and the, I don't know, buck teeth and the rice hat and the ponytails and the, yeah. Which one? I feel Israel's been mostly mask off during recent times, and it's mostly like the other countries like USA trying to run with excuses. Zionists be like, you support Hamas, like a gotcha, because they think that the support of labeled terrorists is greater than genocidal crimes. The Europeans were like, another country, we're scared, and they drew tentacles emerging from China on a world map. Kind of tangentially related, but I got reminded that with the USSR, Western Europe also hated Slavic people before revolution happened. They just hating everybody out here. With the communist bit, you're thinking how your Viet family sort of instinctive reaction is no, never war bad, United States safe. Yeah, my mom's probably like that. My mom, I remember, what is it? My mom once was like talking to some of her relatives in China and was being like, oh my god, you gotta read Animal Farm. That fucking the CIA propaganda? No. Yes. That book they airdropped over USSR countries? Yeah. We are. Like, girl, I don't give a flying shit. The Irish Republican Army were labeled as terrorists by the UK. Is China always... is China been China? That's what Red Scare Yellow Peril has always been aimed toward. My goodness, there's a whole phase where Israeli folk colored their teeth to make buck teeth. Oh, yeah, I saw that, and I saw that in a YouTube. It's called, I don't remember. I know who made it. It was, the YouTube Ugopnik. It was talking about Israeli war crime influencers, and then they showed, there was video clips of them dressed in stereotypical Arab garb and like Sharpie markered on one of their teeth to make it look like a tooth was missing. And yeah, racism, good old racism. No humanity whatsoever. Truthfulness of information is hard to ascertain, but IDF literally posts the atrocities to their own social media. Yeah. Can only go so far with the dehumanization of other humans for it begins to reflect on you. Right. More. Wait, I'm confused by that. More dirty underwear has been found than combatants. Yeah, Lamau, that's what I mean by mask off. I think it's so incredibly forward and there's not even any attempt to hide their soldiers from making these. Yeah. Poo poo pee pee. It's true. Doctors hate him. Okay. Oh, I think I read this already, but I forgot that I read it. Rafah Trade Center Director Riyad Al-Holi said he could not imagine any rationale for this attack, other than the deliberate destruction of the Palestinian economy. There's no security pretext, and the loss among shop owners is massive. Meanwhile, the UN's Food and Agricultural Organization said about 42,000 acres of croplands had sustained substantial damage, and half of Gaza's poultry stock had been lost due to direct hits or lack of care during the siege. Gaza's fishermen have seen their annual catch reduced by almost 10%. Sorry, context. Israeli soldiers were posting images of them making fun of, quote, slutty Palestinians, which, gross. Oh, this is... I did watch a video summarizing Edward Said's book, Orientalism, but I think Nekuyo has suggested that he could read it for me. Oh my god, the message got auto-modded because it was put in quotation marks. It put the phrase "death to Arabs" in red. Twitch got more. Twitch cares more about them than Israelis. No. Okay. Hold on. Scroll up. All right. What was I saying? The thing in the book about Orientalism and how portrayal of Arabs, i.e. Western Asians, or just Asians, as being both sexually repressed but also sexually promiscuous at the same time. And this is why they sometimes will... Oh yeah, they described earlier where they would strip men down to their underwear to humiliate them. They did this to a imam in front of all the townspeople because they wanted to shame him. Israeli reporters at the FIFA World Cup in Qatar video, where it's like everyone's reaction to finding out that they're from Israel. Oh. Someone Viet in the chat, I'm not alone as a leftist Viet suffering in a right-wing home. Oh, yeah, Nekua's Viet. Context was learning all the soldiers be wearing diapers because they're such cowards. Yeah, they... long-range bombing. Then... hold on. Cha-cha-cha. Oh. Israeli reporters, da-da-da-da. Then Pikachu face the entire video. Like, y'all are known for saying death to Arabs and are surprised when Arabs don't like you? Question mark, question mark. Not Viet, but my friend is, and their family's like very, like, anti-homeland brand of immigration assimilation. Like, yay, capitalism. Yeah. That seems pretty common for immigrants from, say, well, yeah, just immigrants from any communist or communist-leaning or former communist country. My mom is definitely... I think my dad probably knows more about communism than my mom does, and my dad's just an average white liberal. But trying to find out and learn a lot more resources in this way, but I can't speak/read Viet, so the language barrier is pretty difficult. Yeah. When's the language learning stream? Know enough about Viet Kiet / diaspora issues to comment AMA? Wow. Oh, I guess since it's being brought up, my mom is Chinese, so I'm half Chinese. Oh, we're at the end of the thing. Gaza's fishermen, da-da. All this on top of the destruction of Gaza's infrastructure, including water and electricity supplies. At least 360 factories and workshops have been damaged, including 126 that were completely wrecked, amounting to 47 million in damages. The Palestinian Federation of Industries said the majority of industrial plants halted production during the war, causing losses estimated at more than $70 million. Judah family mourns as ceasefire announced in Gaza. After 50 days of fighting, some 1,800 children have become orphans in Gaza, according to Euromid Observer for Human Rights. Jabalia refugee camp, northern Gaza. As shouts celebrating the ceasefire ring out across Gaza, 10-year-old Tahir Judah lies in Gaza's Shifa Hospital ICU unit. He's badly injured and has had his right leg and a few of the fingers on his right hand amputated. His left side is only marginally better off. His hands have been shattered, while his face and chest have been pocked by shrapnel that ripped through his little body after an Israeli strike. Tahir will survive, but will have to do so without many of the loved ones he expected to know for the rest of his life. He doesn't know what happened to his mother, Rawia, or his two sisters, Tasnim and Tagrid, nor his brothers Osama and Mohammed, but they are all gone, killed in one fell swoop by the same Israeli strike that landed Tahir in the hospital, and that will keep him there long after the victory cries outside have died down. Disaster struck this family just before sunset on a very hot August night. My bio mom and stepdad on paper look like a white military man and his Asian wife, and it makes me... He's racially white, but indigenous Hawaiian and a bunch of other stuff. Wait. A white military man? Oh my god. My dad's a veteran. You know, fucked up. White military man and the Asian wife? Well. Clarion speaks the Borgilian languages? Wow, I didn't know that. Crunched up. I know a decent bit of Chinese, or Mandarin Chinese, but I don't know how to write Chinese much. Mostly because, or how to write and read it, because I never really had a reason to when I was younger, and I didn't really, you know, it's because white culture looked so much cooler with its commodities. Yeah, and then I died, and I was so fucked up. The only veterans we stand here are the ones who take care of pets. Alright, assimilation. With most of your family, though I had one cousin who moved over when he married. I think he never fit in well here. He had a lot of struggles, and I'm glad he's happier there. Sign your parents up on it, put their email in the mailing list. Yeah. He isn't a vet / armed forces person, but people think he is all the time / give him the military discount at place, and he doesn't correct them because of reparations. Yeah. It's probably the haircut. Yeah. Buzz cut. Oh, okay. Rawia Judah, 40, was sitting on her doorstep in the fresh night air, telling stories to her children to distract them from the horror of Israeli missiles and bombs. Just for a few moments, the family expected things to stay quiet. When she finished, she went into the house to check on her husband, Issam, 45, who had decided to give her a break from the domestic routine and was busy cooking the evening meal. Tagrid, 12, and her sister Tasnim, 13, were playing with a doll. One had asked the other to fetch a comb to style the hair of the toy bride in preparation for its wedding. Mohammed, 9, and Osama, 8, were also nearby playing with a balloon. Each time a missile struck, they would run over to their mother's arms and hide until the smoke disappeared and things were quiet enough to play again. Rahaf, 11, was visiting a friend next door and playing, blissfully unaware that she would never see her family alive and together again. Before long, however, the brief lull was shattered. Out of the sunset, 2 Israeli drone missiles hit Rawia and her children, shattering their bodies to pieces. The explosion shook the whole neighborhood, and people ran to the house, hoping to help, but instead they were greeted by dead bodies of friends and family members they could no longer recognize. Issam Judah, the father, quickly ran outside screaming for help. "Help me, neighbors, help me!" When his daughter Rahaf ran over from next door, all she could do was look at her mother's dead body and scream. The family insists that they don't know why they were hit. They swear they could not have been any military target nearby. A cousin, Mohammed, who came to help with the rescue, said that the children were merely playing. The house was filled with our laughter only. Does that upset Israel? He explained that Osama, 8, was excited about starting his first school year and already had his drawing book and paints inside his school bag. He never got the chance to use them. When the family's bodies were brought to the hospital, a trail of neighbors and distant relatives, young and old, rushed behind the ambulance whizzing to Kamal Adwan Hospital. Most of them were bringing pieces of shattered, burned bodies to be put back together for burial. Oh yeah, that's another thing that reminded me that we've read a bit of previously. The Muslim tradition of, what is it? When someone dies, you must bury their body you have to bury their body immediately or as quickly as possible. And this is something shared with Jewish tradition, but they don't give a fuck, and they bomb the heck out of you, and then they know you're gonna go out and try and collect the bodies. So then, well, I guess people don't go out and do that because they know they're gonna get shot at after previous instances. But yeah, boy. Got pulled between 3 convos? We are. Working in so many locations? We also. An old man wearing a Palestinian keffiyeh wrapped the body parts together in a white shroud, so the family could be promptly laid to rest. The world cries for dead Jewish child in Israel, but will they cry for this good Palestinian mother and her 4 dead children? He said, as the small bodies were carried, 2 on each orange ambulance stretcher. Usually a mother gets the last look at her deceased children, but this time she was also gone. Her remaining children were either left ravaged by the shrapnel and fighting for their lives, or were broken on the inside by the loss, facing a gaping hole as they realized that they would forever remain separated from their loved ones. At Shifa Hospital, next to the broken body of Tahir, many friends gathered to offer their blood for transfusion. Mohammed al-Hessi was one of those who donated his blood. This was a family, not a military target, he said. No one in the family is associated with the resistance, and they live far from where any resistance rockets are fired, he added, referring to Tal al-Zatar, one of the most crowded areas in Gaza Strip. The rockets have now stopped falling, but tonight may not be any easier for many in Gaza. After 50 days of fighting, some 1,800 children have become orphans in Gaza, according to Euromid Observer for Human Rights. A total of 536 children were also killed in Gaza, compromising almost a quarter of the total Palestinian dead, according to the Al-Mazan Center for Human Rights, which has been monitoring the death toll. Israel is also believed to have carried out 145 strikes on families. In total, the 50-day conflict has killed more than 2,145 Palestinians, mostly civilians, and 70 Israelis, of whom 66 have been soldiers. Children that are left behind. It'd be nice if this number was higher. And children that are left behind are usually taken in by extended family members. Oh, I was pointing at the Israeli number in case you weren't looking. It's always so lopsided when they show the numbers. Children that are left behind are usually taken in by extended family members, but the scars prove hard to heal. The trauma of losing a limb or a loved one is likely to endure long after the smell of explosives and decomposing bodies begins to fade. Gaza's fishermen take advantage of ceasefire. Gaza's fishermen have been hard hit by the latest conflict, but hope expanded boundaries may revive business. Gaza City. Abdel Salam Alessi knows better than anyone that he didn't choose to be a fisherman. It was handed down to him from his father, who got it from his father, who got it from his father before him. The chain goes back generations, acting as a sort of genetic inheritance. Al-Essi is not alone in this legacy. There are several families living in Shati refugee camp in northern Gaza that share the same family fishing tradition. The only job I have ever known is fishing, which I have done since 1967, the 63-year-old said. I never thought of changing it. My great-grandparents were all fishermen, he said, as a smile appeared on his face, prompted by memories of his grandparents' tales of Jaffa, the family's ancestral home before the creation of Israel. It's memories like this that keep Alessi coming back to his boat, day after day, despite the prospect of facing heavy bombardments by Israeli warships. Every day since the latest war started on July 7th, he has come to check on his equipment and make sure that his nets and boats have survived. A few times, he got news that his friends had lost their boats to Israeli attacks, but he was spared, and his boat and livelihood outlasted the 50-day military operation. Where did that message come from? Oh. Okay. Ceasefire announced. When the ceasefire was announced on Tuesday, Alessi could not wait to get back to his boat. As morning broke on Thursday, he took all his relatives down to the shore with one mission in mind. Today, after years of being confined to a 3 nautical mile stretch, he and Gaza's fleet of fishermen could now float out to the new 6-mile barrier, a key condition of the latest ceasefire. Oh. Yeah. Expanding from 3 miles to 6 miles? Wow. We read earlier that according to the Oslo Accords, they're supposed to be allowed out to 20 miles. Could now float out to the new 6-mile barrier, a key condition of the latest ceasefire. Despite the possible dangers, the whole family cheered Al-Essi on, urging him to be the first one to sail out and test the new boundary. Excuse me. 3 miles may not seem like much, but when 1.8 million people have been overfishing the same 3-mile stretch of coast, even this limited expansion could be the difference between life and death. The waters are virtually fished out, said Al-Essi, as he prepared his boat for the new adventure. As a father of 4, including 2 daughters, Al-Essi rarely stops talking about his large extended family of 27, including all his grandchildren. They are his pride and joy, but such a large family also means extra pressure to get back out there and start fishing immediately. Al-Essi lost much of his equipment in an Israeli strike several weeks ago, but his boats and nets survived. This means Al-Essi now has to tend his remaining equipment even more diligently and fish even harder to make up the shortfall. But doing so will not be easy. Before the war, the boat had 12 people working on it, and about 70 people living off its proceeds. The high price of fuel, however, which skyrocketed under the Israeli blockade, forced Al-Essi to take out a loan. He then had to take out another loan to keep up with the first. I had to take a bank loan in order to pay other loans, he said. Oh my god. Loanception? I think he's been sucked into the loan hole. He now has to pay off $200 every month. While he previously managed to cover his debt, this time he cannot pay. After 7 weeks of not working, Alessi is bankrupt, his savings used up on feeding his family during the war. Nor does the new fishing boundary extension provide much reprieve. Even at 6 nautical miles, the area is virtually fished out, said Alessi, sharing the experience he had after a ceasefire deal was reached in 2012, where Palestinian factions and Israel agreed that the boundary would increase to 6 miles. There could also be security risks, and no one really knows how Israel will react. Will it decide to hit back at Gaza's fishermen? Even within the old 3-mile limit, venturing out was risky. Kamal Abu Watfi, a friend of al-Essi's son Subhi, claims that not long ago he was shot at by Israeli Marines and then arrested. He was later released, but his boat was never returned. Fishermen, like many Gaza residents, have struggled under the Israeli blockade and the latest war with Israel. This is not a war, it is a holocaust, which I have never known before, said al-Essi. We have seen many wars, but Gaza has never known it as bad as this. I lost my fishing gear in the war. My fisherman's room was burned completely, but thanks to Allah, the children are still alive. Others said they also had all their equipment destroyed. When Israeli F-16 missiles hit the fishing wharf in Gaza City on July 27th, the damage was beyond belief, said Mehrez Abu Riyala, 37, another fisherman. I lost all my equipment, all my fishing nets, and my boat engine, Abu Riyala said. As a father of 10, he and his brothers feed 53 family members with their proceeds from their boat. This is our life, and we've suffered around $45,000 in damages, Abu Riyala said, as he inspected the ruined boats. This is economic terrorism by Israel. This was a war to wreck Gaza's economy totally, he added. All the family can do now is sit and wait for a miracle in a land that has not seen much luck in recent decades, Abu Riyala explains. Fishing is all he has ever done since he was 10 years old. Abu Riyala says that he can't imagine doing anything else. His wife Basma has offered to sell her earrings and wedding band so that the family can try to start again, but it is no use. I want to begin again, but no one sells these motors. They are all on Israel's banned goods list, Abu Riyala explains. Golden Age. Things were not always like this. Israel first restricted access back in 1994 when the PA was formed, but even then, fishermen felt bold enough to stray out as far as 10 nautical miles, especially when escorted by international activists. Only 10? Okay, maybe I misremembered the exact details of the thingy thing I said a few minutes ago. We could get lots of fish. At one stage, this boat was filled with fish, with no room for more, al-Essi said. We would catch red mullet, Evelyn ripple, round sardinella, Atlantic sting, ramtan blue, albacore tuna, sea bass, sea bream, farida, and shrimp. It was normal for al-Essi to sell as much as 20,000 shekels, or 5,620 USD a day, a huge income for him. It's more than 6 times what he gets within 3 miles these days. He now calls this the Golden Age, when Israeli gunboats would not shoot at fishermen because of the international presence. When President Mohammed Morsi came to power in Egypt in 2012, al-Essi claims that Gaza saw its second, albeit brief, Golden Age. We could escape Israeli gunfire by crossing the Egyptian maritime border, and then go beyond 20 nautical miles, al-Essi said. There he could fish as much as he liked. If you ask al-Essi, the solution is simple. He does not call for any big concessions or fresh borders. All he asks for is a 12-mile boundary off the strip. At 12 miles or more, we can catch a large variety of fish, he said. It is our water and sea. We should fish in it and not have Israeli fishermen fishing with Israeli warships following behind. Gazans sick with thalassemia want to be a priority. Let me look this up. An inherited blood disorder caused when the body doesn't make enough of a protein called hemoglobin. Facing untold numbers of wounded, Gaza hospitals have many urgent cases to cope with, but thalassemia patients are not among them. Gaza City. Under normal circumstances, Ibrahim Abdullah receives new blood every 3 weeks, but because of the war in Gaza, he has only had 2 transfusions in 2 months. While the truce gave him some hope, Gaza hospitals have urgent cases to cope with, and thalassemia patients like him are not among them. Thalassemia is they explained it right here. Yeah. Thalassemia is an inherited autosomal recessive blood disease, usually caused by the destruction of red blood cells. The disease is prevalent among Mediterranean people, caused by a faulty synthesis of hemoglobin, red cells bearing oxygen, or missing chromosomes affecting how the body produces hemoglobin, resulting in a form of microcytic anemia that requires patients to undergo blood transfusions in order to survive. Abdullah has been unable to reach the hospital, but now with the ceasefire he has a chance. It was a miracle that I managed to call a nearby hospital, which informed me that they would send an ambulance out for me and 3 other patients. Patients waited, but no ambulance came. Abdullah called the hospital again, but was told that they couldn't send an ambulance. I told them that we are like those injured by Israel's missiles, and that we too would die if we didn't receive a transfusion and dialysis, said Abdullah. But that didn't change the reality on the ground, and no taxis were available anywhere, he explained. He was standing in the middle of the road, waiting for any car that could take him to the Gaza European Hospital in the southern Gaza Strip, when he saw a bus transferring doctors to the hospital. The doctors understood, and they let me on board, but many patients needing long-term treatment didn't get this chance, he said. The risk is that many of over 300 patients in Gaza will die if not given access to hospitals, explained Dr. Bayan Al-Saka, head of the blood disease department at Shifa Hospital. Israel knows these patients need regular treatment. Patients are treated by transfusion and dialysis, removing the overload of iron in their blood, he said. As a result of the war, stocks are low. Doctors can only provide half the necessary amount of essential medications. Instead of 6 boxes of tablets, we get only 3, said Abdullah, a thin man who seemed to be at a loss for what to do next. Dr. Sakka said that major cases of inherited thalassemia require frequent blood transfusions, once every 3 to 4 weeks for the rest of the patient's life. In Gaza, courts determined that for any couple who wants to marry, one of the partners is obliged to be thalassemia-free. Otherwise, if both partners carry the gene, the judge will not allow the marriage. This legal step was taken some years ago to reduce the prevalence of thalassemia as much as possible. At Gaza hospitals, there is an urgent need for blood for those injured from Israel's attacks, causing high demand for already short supplies. Gaza hospitals called on people to donate more blood, and hundreds of people rushed to donate despite the obstacles. Thalassemia patients are scattered throughout the Gaza Strip, and over the last 2 months of Israeli attacks, only 3 hospitals had the facilities to offer appropriate treatment. Dr. Saka affirmed that during the war, it was enormously difficult to get patients in to receive transfusions. Dire conditions caused by Israel's war have put thalassemia patients in a position where they must take extreme measures if they want to survive. Ibrahim risked his life, exposing himself to Israeli artillery shelling just to flag down a bus full of doctors to get to the hospital. Doctors say that 70 families who have members with thalassemia had to flee their homes in Jabalia, Beit Hanun, and Shajaya. Now they are seeking shelter at UN schools. 4 of the thalassemia patients have been killed. On the first day of the ceasefire, Abdullah could access the hospital, but the hospital was overwhelmed and medication was unavailable. Israel said that as part of the ceasefire it would allow humanitarian supplies, so he hopes that his medication is forthcoming. But others don't have that option. They must silently face the complications of the disease, such as iron overload, bone deformities, and cardiovascular illness. It causes pain for Abdullah and his fellow patients to know that they are not a priority when hospitals are overcrowded. Abdullah says the medication he receives from hospital can't meet his needs. We appeal to the world, please rescue us, he said. We want to live. Gazans ready to rebuild, but key materials are not allowed in. While truckloads of food and other goods have come to Gaza, materials for the strip's reconstruction promised in the ceasefire agreement remain elusive. Rafah. The moment Munir al-Galban heard about the ceasefire conditions, he called all his staff members on the Palestinian side of the Karim Shalom border crossing to come back to work. Soon trucks heaped with goods and some humanitarian aid pulled into the war-torn Gaza Strip. But Al-Galban is still waiting for desperately needed construction materials, and there's no sign they'll come anytime soon. Plastic chairs, soft drinks, candy, cans of food, shoes, and toilet paper, Al-Galban counts off all the items coming through the Rafah crossing, but these aren't the only things Gazans need, he says. Gazans like Abu Khaled al-Jamal are waiting for bags of cement. Several years ago, al-Jamal lost his home when Israeli missiles struck it. With financing from the UN Relief and Works Agency, he moved into another home 2 years ago. This month, that house sustained minor damage from Israeli tank shells. And now, instead of waiting for help from international organizations and governments, al-Jamal said he wants cement to fix the damage, and the damage on the homes of friends and family on his own. By waiting for the international community's response, my children will suffer the next 10 winters. He said, yes, the ceasefire is a good thing. It ends slaughtering us, but we want to rebuild our homes. I can't watch my children freezing cold when winter kicks in. After 7 weeks of the deadliest attacks on Gaza... Oh. Yeah, the, international community response? That one's come up a bit. Some of the creatures in this thing, they're a little more optimistic, and they're like, the international community has to this and that, and then this was written 10 years ago. So as we can see, I said sitting on their hands a few times, and then one time I said something a little bit silly. What did I say? Something like, never mind, I'm not gonna say it again. It was done. But whole lot of condemning the thing, and not a whole lot of actual action. Oh, I guess that's assuming that they condemn the thing in the first place, actually. After 7 weeks of the deadliest attacks on Gaza, you heard in the news that construction materials would come. Since Tuesday, when the ceasefire was declared, he's been waiting for Al-Galban to announce that building materials have arrived. At the busy Kerem Shalom border, Abu Ahmed Siam, a truck driver, stood in a dusty area filled with trucks. The situation at the crossing has become slightly easier since the ceasefire, he said, and some items restricted by the Israelis have been allowed in again. We got aid trucks from the West Bank, WFP, World Food Program, and UNRWA, United Nations Relief and Works Agency, he said as one of his colleagues waved to him from a new truck entering with fruit for Gaza merchants. Ziam said school stationery too has been allowed in, but the timing was bittersweet. Schools in Gaza were due to start last week, but have been postponed for 2 more weeks until UNRWA and government schools are able to find shelter for homeless families who have been living inside classrooms and sports clubs. 7 weeks ago, only fuel and some humanitarian aid came across this crossing. Now commercial goods are entering for the first time. Many everyday items like milk, cheese, and diapers that Gaza's emptied-out stores need, but not any cement. Nothing came through as far as building materials are concerned, Ziam told Middle East Eye. Since 2006, building supplies and various raw materials have been on the list of items banned by Israel. Banned items include cement, steel, and concrete. Israel holds the position that these items could be used by Gaza military groups to build military sites. For years, Gaza has relied on tunnels to get the building materials in. Now the majority of tunnels have been sealed by the Egyptian military in an attempt to crush Hamas, an ally of the Muslim Brotherhood. Last December, after the coup that ousted Muslim Brotherhood President Mohammed Morsi, Egypt declared the group a terrorist organization. They kicked out President of Egypt, and then afterward they said, yeah, actually he was a terrorist. That sure is something. In Cairo, Israeli negotiators agreed to ease restrictions on the border and allow materials in for the reconstruction of Gaza. Al Galban was under the impression that this would start immediately, but it is not. Now everyone is waiting for construction materials, he said. This is Gaza's immediate need. Al Galban said that during the war, Israel allowed the entry of 200 trucks. But in fact, being the most densely populated place in the world, Gaza needs 600 trucks per day. According to the Israeli human rights group Gisha, from June 2007 until June 2010, an average of 2,400 trucks per month entered Gaza from Israel, compared to 10,400 trucks per month entering Gaza in 2005. The Karem Shalom crossing is supposed to be used for the export of agricultural products, herbs, and furniture. According to Gisha, since March 2012, in an exception to the rule, 55 truckloads of goods have exited Gaza for the West Bank and Israel, 49 truckloads of date bars for a World Food Program project, and 4 truckloads of school desks and chairs ordered by the Palestinian Authority to the West Bank, plus 2 truckloads of palm fronds to Israel. During the months of January to July 2014, an average of 12 truckloads of goods exited Gaza each month, or less than 1% of what existed monthly prior to 2007, wrote Gisha in the Gaza cheat sheet on August 19th. The Kerem Shalom crossing is next door to the Rafah crossing, where hundreds of travelers are waiting to leave Gaza, but Egypt does not grant permission to travelers trying to go through Gaza's point of exit. During the past 7 weeks of war, Egypt closed the crossing to everyone except those holding foreign and Egyptian passports, those holding resident permits, and scores of wounded people. The Rafah crossing is not part of the ceasefire deal signed in Cairo last week. Egyptian officials refused to negotiate the matter with Palestinian factions at the truce talks with Israel, stating that this was an Egyptian-Palestinian matter. The Rafah terminal arrival, departure, and VIP halls are still functioning, despite Israeli airstrikes on the crossing last week. The head of border crossings, Maher Abu Sabha, said, "We want to challenge Netanyahu by keeping the crossing open, despite damage." Among the crowds waiting were students whose classes at universities abroad started while they were trapped in Gaza. Others needed medical attention, but they were waiting too. The crossing is supposed to be for Palestinians, and they, Egypt, are only allowing foreigners, said 21-year-old Amjad Youssef, while waiting in the summer sun. Youssef came to Gaza after studying for 2 years in Morocco. He planned to stay for a month, but the war has kept him in Gaza for 2. "I don't want to enter Egypt. Escort me directly to my flight from Cairo to Morocco," he said. Next to Youssef stands a cancer patient. She has all of the papers required to cross, including a certificate from the Palestinian Health Ministry explaining that she can no longer be treated at any of the local hospitals, which have largely collapsed after heavy bombardment over the past month. Youssef expressed disappointment with the ceasefire deal, saying, "We were hoping that the treatment would change and humiliation at crossings would end. This is why I will support Palestinian resistance demands until we get our own airports." There was a bit earlier where they mentioned they had their own Gaza International Airport, and the little ankle biters attacked Bill Clinton, and he never stood a chance. But yeah, and then this airport later got bombed to heck, and there's like barely anything left of it. Mm-hmm. International NGO. Gaza will take 20 years to rebuild. Sheltered Clusters assessment is based on the assumption that construction materials will be allowed into Gaza as promised in the ceasefire. So far, locals say supplies have yet to arrive. Gaza City. Standing in the rubble of his 3 shops, 20-year-old Mahmoud Nofal in Beit Hanun said he will be in his 40s before his life returns to the way it used to be before the most recent war in Gaza. I can't believe it. Israel bombed the shops in the home in less than 30 seconds. But now it will take 20 years to rebuild, Nofal said. The remains of the supermarket that Nofal ran in his father's absence, including toothpaste bottles, a scattering of baby diapers, pieces of gum, and smashed cans of cola, are strewn across the roads in Beit Hanun. The goods of the 3 shops alone will cost $50,000 to replace. All Nofal can do now, he said, is sit in a UN school where he has taken shelter and wait together with his children. At night, he sleeps in the playground of a UN school. While his wife and children are crammed inside a classroom, packed with others like sardines. A few years ago, he was well off, but now he has no option but to rely on canned goods and other food aid, items he used to sell in the supermarket. Shelter Cluster, an international housing group involved in post-conflict assessment of reconstruction, agrees with Nofal's assessment. It'll take 20 years to rebuild Gaza following the 7-week war, the group said in a report released on Friday. The group, whose assessment was co-chaired by the UN and the International Committee of the Red Cross, said 17,000 Gaza homes have been destroyed or severely damaged, and there are still around 5,000 homes that were demolished in the 2008-09 and 2012 Gaza wars that have yet to be rebuilt. In Rafah, several families whose homes were destroyed between 2003 to 2005 are still waiting for a Saudi-funded project to be completed so they can return home. Overall, there's a deficit of 75,000 houses in Gaza, according to Shelter Cluster. Excuse me. The Palestinian Ministry of Housing estimates that the destruction wrought by the most recent war will cost more than $6 billion. These are early estimates. Those measuring the damage acknowledge that the scale of destruction is massive and it'll take more time to have a full assessment. Palestinian Minister of Housing Dr. Mofid al-Hassaina, recently appointed to the Palestinian Unity Government, told Middle East Eye that his staff members are working hard to assess the damage in all sectors. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas has assigned al-Hassaina, together with 2 other ministers, to further assess the destruction to Gaza, with the hopes of presenting the findings at a future donor conference. Norway and Egypt have jointly raised the possibility of hosting such a conference, but no details have been confirmed. Shelter Cluster's 20-year assessment is based on the assumption that 100 trucks of construction materials will be allowed across the Kerem Shalom border crossing. As part of the open-ended ceasefire agreement announced on Tuesday, reconstruction materials and humanitarian supplies were to be allowed into Gaza. Israel had previously restricted the import of building materials into Gaza, fearing militants would use them to build military facilities. But so far, Gazans told Middle East Eye that they have yet to see any rebuilding material pass through the border in the past week. Many who have heard the 20-year rebuilding figure are in despair. It is enough. We are tired, said Nasser Mohammed al-Najjar, 62. I lost my wife in the war. I lost my cousins, and our homes have been turned into sand. It took years for al-Najjar to build his home, and now he and 6 family members are homeless, temporarily sleeping in a UN school. Al-Najjar used to work in Israel, but since 2000, when he was laid off, he has tried to live off his land, which was also damaged when bulldozers ravaged his neighborhood east of Khan Yunis. No one cares about us, he said. In another UN school shelter in Khan Yunis sits 42-year-old Rasim Abu Zaid. He had been living in Jordan for more than 15 years and working as a taxi driver, which gave him enough money to feed his wife and 4 children. Then Abu Zaid decided to return to Gaza. In Gaza, he said he has found freedom to express his views, but he has not found stability nor security. Yet, despite the knowledge that it could be 20 years before his family home is rebuilt, when his 1-year-old son, Musba, will then be an adult, he said he does not want to return to Jordan. I felt something fishy the moment the ceasefire was announced, he said. I asked myself, why would this work when Israel has the position of power to violate ceasefires? Abu Zaid said he and his family had heard about Shelter Cluster's 20-year assessment. But we never heard of what they will do to challenge that, he said. Diana Batu, Palestinian analyst and former spokesperson for the Palestinian Liberation Organization, told MEE that for the ceasefire to be sustained, Palestinian borders must be opened. Otherwise, Israel will continue its blockade on Gaza. The international community must ensure that Gaza is not returned to its state of being an open-air prison, Bhuttu said. Palestinians must be allowed to import and export goods freely, enter and exit freely, travel to and from the West Bank freely, and be given the right to open and operate an airport and seaport. Without ensuring these basic rights, the international community will be sending a message to Israel that it is allowed to continue its brutal, illegal blockade with impunity, and to Palestinians that statements from their governments condemning the blockade are meaningless, she added. While he wants to see Gaza rebuilt, Abu Zayed said he is tired of official statements. Sympathy can neither feed my children nor bring them shelter again. The winter is approaching and there is nowhere to go, he said. If the international community wonders what 24 hours are like for us, they should know it's like a year in their lives. Gaza's human shields. Victims speak out. The soldier poured liquid on my trousers, saying he would burn me alive if I didn't tell him where the tunnel system was. Qusa'a, Gaza Strip. When an Israeli tank shell hit the outside walls of their home, Sami al-Najjar was sitting with his sister and brothers in Qusa'a in western Khan Yunis. The room was filled with thick smoke and we couldn't breathe, so we ran outside, said Najjar, as he began to recall that dark day back in July. As the family tried to flee the building, Najjar's father found a piece of white cloth. He fashioned it into a makeshift flag and began waving it above his head to signal the Israeli soldiers and let them know that there were civilians inside and that his family was about to start streaming out behind him and away from the smoke. But despite his father's efforts, Israeli soldiers outside ordered the men and women to separate and then began binding the men's hands. As soon as they were tied up, the soldiers started interrogating the men, began demanding to know where the tunnels used by resistance fighters were. Najjar insisted that he did not know, but the soldiers did not believe him. Next, one of the soldiers picked up a chair and slammed it into my back, said 21-year-old Najjar. He could see his mother and the rest of his family watching him from the house, as he was then taken into the backyard alone and told to kneel, as a military dog, wearing a metal muzzle and what looked like a camera on its back, approached. Bottle of water. I didn't know what would happen next, Najjar said. Then, one of the three soldiers stood an empty water bottle on my head and aimed his gun at it, Najjar added, before pausing to take a deep breath and calm his nerves. The first bullet broke the bottle, but then one of the soldiers, who was about my age and was short and stocky, with a shaved head, black combat boots, and narrow, almost Asian-looking eyes, held up an M16 automatic weapon. He stood over me as I knelt on the ground. To the other side of Najjar stood another soldier who wore a mask and conveyed the orders from the rest of the soldiers to the prisoners in perfect Arabic. After the bullet shattered the bottle, Najjar's hearing was impaired for a while. He couldn't hear what one soldier was saying, but recalls that he heard the Asian-looking soldier scream, "We will show you how you're going to tell us where Hamas rockets are fired from, and give us 2 names of Hamas leaders." Najjar replied, "I don't spend much time in Qusa'a. I fix tire punctures in my workshop, that's all." The soldier then grabbed Najjar by his shirt, pulled him to his feet, and slapped him across the face. "You're a liar," the soldier screamed, as he resumed beating Najjar with the chair, which he raised again and again until it finally broke. Najjar says that after this, the soldiers pulled him up from the ground, and the Arabic-speaking soldier removed his mask and began ordering him to reveal tunnel locations. "Tell me where the tunnels are," he screamed, as he waved his gun at Najjar's neighbors. Najjar was terrified and in pain, but the worst was yet to come. Suddenly bullets were fired at the soldiers from somewhere, Najjar said. The soldier who had hold of me made me walk in front of him. As the exchange of fire continued, Najjar claims that he was hoisted up and forced to jump onto the deck of the tank. There was random shooting, and the soldiers used me as a human shield, Najjar said. When it got quiet, the masked soldier poured liquid on my trousers, saying he would burn me alive if I didn't tell him where the tunnel system was or give him the names of 2 Hamas members. The last thing that Najjar saw before the Arabic-speaking soldier blindfolded him and told him to undress, was his mother and sisters being led out of the house. I didn't know how much to take off, but when I got down to my underwear, the soldier told me to stop, he said. He was later taken to an unknown location, along with a few dozen other young men. Najjar's testimony is just one of many collected from young men in Kuzu'a that day, all of whom have similar stories to tell. Najjar's cousin, Fouad al-Najjar, 24, also said he was taken and used as a human shield. Like his cousin, Fouad was taken away by soldiers. Initially, they kept telling him that he would be fine and not to worry, but when he didn't answer their questions and insisted that he didn't know the location of Hamas's tunnels, he too was struck in the face several times by the very soldier who had first told him not to worry. He pinned me down on the ground with his combat boots, forcing my neck into the dirt, said Fouad, who recalled hearing the sound of tanks thundering nearby. Fouad then said that he was taken to join a line of other young men who were also being used as shields. Each time an Israeli F-16 hit, an Israeli soldier behind my back, who had dark skin and a light beard, and who the other soldiers kept calling Rami, would tell me to be quiet, he said, explaining that the Israeli soldiers seemed scared and were trying not to draw attention to themselves. The issue of human shields is a complex one. While Israel blames Hamas for using his civilians as human shields to try and ward off attacks, an allegation that Hamas consistently denies, testimonies recalling Israel's use and abuse of the practice in both Gaza and the West Bank have appeared consistently throughout the years. The practice is considered a breach of the Geneva Convention, and Israeli courts outlawed it in 2005, although the Israeli army has long contested the decision. The end result is that even in the very few instances when misconduct is prosecuted, such as an incident in 2009 where a 9-year-old boy in Gaza was made to check a bag for explosives, the punishment is mild and the army insists that these are acts committed by individual soldiers in difficult situations, not army policy. One bad egg ruins the cluster or whatever. No, it's just... This is that same shit that they say about police, where it's like, oh, there's just one bad grape that sours the... whatever. Focus on individual actions instead of the whole shebang. Okay. Detention camp. Once Sami Najjar was blindfolded and stripped at his home, he said that the 3 soldiers threatened him and forced him to walk ahead of them. He was barefoot as the summer sun showed down on the boiling hot ground. Najjar estimates that they walked for about 90 minutes before they eventually reached a military detention camp on the Israeli side of the Gaza-Israel border. Apart from the voices of soldiers, I could hear the voices of my cousins, Mohammed and Isa. I felt relief that I wasn't alone. The relief didn't last long. Najjar remembers being kept blindfolded in a cage outside, where the sound of rockets burned his ears, and he could hear Israeli soldiers periodically dashing to safety in the camp's shelter. On the second day, Najjar said he was taken into an interrogation room with a soldier he could not see. Once again, the soldier kept on yelling, demanding that Najjar give up the names of 3 Hamas members. He put his fingers on my throat, and when I said I didn't know anything, he shouted, "You are a liar!" I then collapsed to my knees. When he fell, the soldier picked him back up, shouting, "Stand up, you're lying to me." The soldier next told Najjar that he was treating him in this way, quote, "because you are a human and are designed to feel humiliation, fear, and shame." I guess if that's the case, I guess that means Israelis aren't humans, because they don't feel any of that shame. Ahem. After the interrogation, which lasted for a few hours, Najjar said he was told to remove his underwear and put on a white prison outfit. He would occasionally be given water and food, but he complains that he was kept in a cell where sewage water was spilling onto the floor. I could smell the dirt and the mud underneath me, he said. On the 4th day, Najjar had his name called and was told to get on a bus. He didn't know where he was going, but before long, he and several dozen other men were thrown off the bus at the Gaza border. Najjar looked around for his cousins, but he couldn't see Momin and Issa. They were not among those released with him. It has taken Najjar almost 2 months to be able to recall his ordeal. Even as he does, he shakes and his voice crumbles as he explains that he heard his cousin Momin screaming in the camp, but has not seen him since and does not know what happens to him. The moment the Israeli soldiers removed the sheets from our eyes, there were about 50 to 55 of us. All of us had been used as human shields on the border of Gaza, said Najjar. The moment a Palestinian rocket flies over, soldiers use us as human shields to avoid the resistance's gunfire. War of wages. Hamas employees pressured into resigning. 40,000 workers in Gaza have not received their wages in 9 months, while many others can no longer earn a living via the tunnels to Egypt. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas has taken to the airwaves of late to accuse Hamas officials of maintaining leadership roles in Gaza and running a shadow government, despite the Palestinian Reconciliation Agreement in April. That agreement was supposed to end 7 years of Palestinian division. Both sides agreed to establish a Palestinian unity government and prepare for presidential and legislative council elections 6 months after signing the reconciliation deal. On the face of things in Gaza, Abbas's accusations are accurate. Practically all government work and daily errands are being performed by the same former de facto government led by Hamas, only without ministers. Following the Palestinian Reconciliation Agreement, the de facto government ministers resigned, leaving vacant positions that were filled by the deputies of previous ministers running the Gaza Strip. Only 4 of the ministers in the new unity government are from Gaza, while the rest are from the West Bank. The latter are reportedly refusing to communicate with their counterparts in Gaza. Zakaria Al-Hur, Director General of the Ministry of Education in Gaza, described the problem as the PA's failure to include everyone under one umbrella. The PA, he said, refuses to acknowledge that there are ministries and staff members who have been working already for 8 years in Gaza. Around 40,000 workers have not received their wages in 9 months, he said. Until this moment, the Minister of Education, within the consensus government, hasn't called us, during or after the war, to check on the progress of work, Al-Hur said. Al-Hur, however, said the problem goes beyond Abbas's claims of a shadow government in Gaza. President Abbas should come to Gaza, and we will give him the keys to the ministries with all staff members, Al-Hur said. In the meantime, the 4 ministerial members of the consensus government in Gaza say they have full control over their ministries, including border crossings. Al-Hur says Abbas is trying to weaken Hamas by pressuring staff members into resigning and leaving. Abbas wanted to achieve the taming of Hamas by telling the world that he is the one who decides. He does not want the outside world to understand that the resistance was victorious in the war, Al-Hur said. The PA still, however, pays the salaries of a few thousand of its people employed by the ministries. But the majority of all ministry staff who used to work under the Hamas-led government, including those working in hospitals, have yet to receive salaries. Out of the 50,000 staff members, Al-Hur said, there are over 40,000 staff members who have worked for 8 months and received no income, while tens of thousands are sitting at home, getting paid from international community money. The PA staff, composed of people who were employed by the government before the Hamas takeover of Gaza in June 2007, are getting paid to sit at home. After the National Unity deal, they were supposed to go back to work, but they did not. As of late June, before the war in Gaza started, many of the government workers had not been paid in 7 months, while others had received only partial pay. Hamas officials estimated at the time that the workers could be owed as much as $1 billion in back pay. As many as 600,000 Gazans, or an estimated 36% of the Gaza population, have family members who work for the government. They have been seriously impacted by the pay freeze. The unanswered question for international observers is how the ministries are running after the tunnels underneath the Gaza-Egypt border were shut. Up until former Egyptian President Mohammed Morsi was ousted, taxes from tunnel operators were collected and used to pay public sector employees. As tensions between Egypt and Hamas, an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, escalated after the Egyptian coup, Egypt accused Hamas of allowing gunmen to slip through tunnels in the nearby Sinai Desert. In response, Egypt destroyed at least 1,370 tunnels, and with them, a major Hamas revenue stream. As the enclave recovers from war, the ministries are now running on revenues from taxes and fees collected locally. Revenues come in, for example, when cars are serviced, as they must be checked by a government agency. Al-Hur says that the Education Ministry has been forced to cut its running costs and other vital program budgets, including a $100,000 educational project to rehabilitate pupils. The budget for this project has now been cut to only $20,000. Cuts to fuel coupons have also been made. For example, senior staff members commuting from various areas used to receive 130 to 150 liters of fuel per month. They are now only allowed 30 liters. Accusations from both sides ceased during the 7-week Israeli war, replaced by apparent displays of national unity, but all this seems to be crumbling with increased accusations from both sides, which are played out in the media. Still, the Palestinian public is confident that the planned meeting between the political parties in Cairo this month may yield some common ground. Abu Abd al-Hadi, a 43-year-old teacher in Gaza City, says that President Abbas and his consensus government should have visited Gaza. "We were slaughtered. They never thought of asking about us," Abu Abd al-Hadi said. "No prime minister would not go check on his people after a massive slaughter." But he said there is no room for naming and shaming right now. National unity has to work, because the Palestinian people should come before Fatah and Hamas. After all, we are Palestinians, and the blood that Israel spilled should unite us, said Abu Abd al-Hadi. Abbas has threatened to break off a unity agreement with Hamas if the Islamist movement does not allow the government to operate properly in the Gaza Strip. Musa Abu Marzouk, a top Hamas leader, said at a recent seminar in Gaza City that the consensus government has a larger responsibility for Gaza reconstruction. He criticized the PA for establishing a committee for Gaza reconstruction inside the West Bank. "The Gaza Strip has the ability to manage itself," Abu Marzouk said. As the back-and-forth attacks continue between the parties, there are concerns on the ground as to who will pay the price for the political squabbling. The people who will pay the price are the average gamer, the common man, the little fella. Some EU officials who recently visited Gaza met with several leading civil society individuals and alluded to the notion that both the EU and Israel do not object to paying salaries to Gaza staff members. Hamas, meanwhile, blames Abbas. "We are heading for a massive explosion in the face of Abbas. The public and media are starting to realize that the only obstacle to the payment of salaries is Abbas," says Al-Hur. Gaza's choice: chase aid groups or starve. Numerous NGOs are distributing aid in the aftermath of the latest war on the Gaza Strip, yet who gets it and why may have little to do with need. The outside of a UN school in Tal al-Hawa, western Gaza City, has turned into a mini-market, where vendors selling goods to homeless families seeking shelter inside UN schools must compete with some of those very families who use the market in an effort to raise desperately needed cash. Abu Khaled, 54, had a home in Gaza's Shujaiya district before Israel raided the area. Now homeless and destitute, he is deeply unhappy with how aid to those whose lives have been wrecked by the attack is being distributed. Many international NGOs arriving with aid do not have a clear strategy, unlike the long-established UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian refugees. "Our home was completely destroyed, and so far we have received nothing, while others have received many food coupons," he said. And unlike others with a similar plight, his dignity will not allow him to chase food trucks and beg for what he terms a basic right to survive. The problem is that there doesn't appear to be an overall system for aid distribution that would allow help to reach those who are most in need first. A lot of the operations now underway seem random, with many people who are most in need remaining out of the aid loop. One of those affected is Hesham Sakala, a 51-year-old disabled Gazan, whose home in Tal al-Hawa's 12-story Zephyr Towers apartment building was destroyed by Israel's attacks. "Distribution is based on personal connections and political affiliations," he said, indicating that some of his fellow homeless families received aid based only on the people they knew and their political loyalties. Homeless families in Gaza also complain that they have not received good quality aid, some of which is either sold in local markets or given to people who did not lose their homes. This involves what locals have started to call VIP coupons. There is a There is even a VIP coupon, which I heard about from my fellow homeless families. This entitles one to washing machines, refrigerators, dishes, and other kitchen stuff, Sakala said. He received nothing because, he said, he is not affiliated with any political group. There is even discrimination in bedding, which is handed out through donation. Quality mattresses were donated by Kuwait, but only to those with connections, while ordinary people like us who need help the most get the poorest quality. Some of us get nothing. Families in Gaza say that aid groups have failed to reach the most marginalized groups. There is not the minimum level of coordination between aid groups, said Sakala. Some organizations gave us the same food cans 5 and 6 times over. We don't need that, but there are other things that we do need. As a disabled man, he needs cash to get other basic goods, such as medication, washing detergent, and pay for transport to get his daughter to school. When the war on Gaza stopped, Sakala received $1,000 from Qatar, but he said that others with stronger political affiliations received noticeably more financial aid. Aid groups turn us into beggars without human dignity, he said, as he paused for a moment while pushing his wheelchair. After a month of war, Sakala has had to leave his children with various relatives so that they have somewhere safe to shelter and sleep. He knows that a hard winter is coming, though it is a prospect that he does not want to contemplate. As a disabled father, it is not just food he needs, but he doesn't know who to approach and feels abandoned. Except for the clothes on his back, all of Sakala's clothes are under the ruins of Zafir Towers. He has received some second-hand clothes, and he makes do with them, but they only add to his sense of indignity. Each time I get the feeling of begging, it makes me feel the terrible pain of being homeless once again, he said. Feeling excluded. Mohammed al-Jamal, a member of the network Palestinian Human Rights Defenders, said aid distribution has been functioning on the basis of factional affiliation, or has been going to those who live close to NGO offices. Such distribution can leave many feeling excluded. There is no doubt that aid distribution is factionalized, as in the case of Eastern Rafah, which was very hard hit yet received no aid. Those who remain at home with dignity get nothing. Jamal does not see this as a deliberate attempt to marginalize, rather, just laziness on the part of international NGOs, preferring to give to those who they know and who are close to them. Unjust distribution of aid is no new phenomenon, but now with massive aid coming, it is very apparent when one sees some families receiving 8 times the amount of help, while families who lost homes and family members receive comparatively nothing. It is difficult to know who is responsible for addressing this concern. Even assessments of the destruction caused by Israel are not accurate because many homes that were partially damaged have not been officially registered by Palestinian authorities' aid groups. Jamal says his house sustained damage, but he has not received even a bottle of fresh water since the war ended. He has friends in even more desperate need after sustaining greater damage, and they have so far received no help either. I know some of them would rather starve to death than chase the food trucks around like beggars, he said. Munir Khalil, 37, is an unemployed Gazan whose home in Kirbet al-Adas, on the edge of Rafah, is still waiting for aid 3 weeks after Israel's latest war on Gaza. He wants to know why, although he has his own ideas. International NGOs work in air-conditioned offices and are unwilling to go outside to the streets, so they wait for people to arrive begging for help and seeking leftovers after factionalized aid has first been given out to affiliated members. Disparity in distribution and obvious favoritism calls the reputations of aid groups into question. This aid should have been primarily for people who had to flee their homes and who sustained massive damage, and that includes myself, he said as trucks carrying mattresses passed by on their way to Gaza City. Sakala in Gaza City is much better off than many in more marginalized areas, but he too says the work of relief agencies lacks coordination and organization, even in the center where aid distribution takes place. He had to share the extra food cans he received, and now he can't afford to buy simple essentials. I wish we didn't have to receive aid, or be exposed to the problem of abuse of factionalized power and the unfair distribution, he said. Desperate Gazans lost at sea leave families searching. For many in Gaza, the perilous journey by sea to Europe is a desperate attempt to reclaim normalcy in their lives, but it often ends in tragedy. Zuhair Maruf, 51, is at a loss for words after the disappearance of his son and granddaughter. He has done everything in his power, but he has been unable to determine their whereabouts. His 29-year-old son, Mohammed Maruf, who survived one of the deadliest Israeli attacks on Gaza in a long time, took his 3-year-old daughter Lena and ran through the tunnels to escape the devastation of Israel's bombardment. "There's nothing left for me in this place. I am broken, and it's time to help my daughter to live," he told MEE before he disappeared with Lena. On September 6th, Mohammed called his father to say, "Dad, don't worry about us. We are on our way to Sweden." But on September 10th, the Maruf family received the tragic news that Palestinian migrants had been killed off the coast of Malta after being smuggled on a boat to seek freedom. The boat sank and the migrants drowned. Zuhair is now waiting in limbo to hear if his son and granddaughter were among the victims. With Gaza under Israeli blockade and with the Rafah crossing blocked, hundreds of Gazans are forced to find alternative ways to flee the Palestinian coastal enclave, often via tunnels to Egypt or boats to Europe. This desperate practice has been common over the past decade, with Belgium and Sweden seemingly the preferred destinations. Some news did get through to the Maruf family, supposedly from one of the survivors. The 3-year-old girl died when the boat sank, and her father, Mohammed, swam for a long time before also drowning, but this news has not yet been confirmed, officially or otherwise. The Guardian reported that the smuggling boat carrying the migrants was reportedly rammed by another vessel carrying traffickers. Mohammed Maruf ran out of options in his life. As a car technician, he mastered Volvo automobile technology, but was forced to abandon that trade when all access to spare engineering parts was blocked by the Israeli siege, causing him to lose his income. Some years later, he moved and got a new job as the head of the Kia motor maintenance department in Gaza, a job that earned him very little money, especially given the extreme shortage of spare parts. "Get me out of here. I want peace. I want to work and raise my family," he had told MEE while working at Kia. "There's no life left here. I can't do anything without spare parts." His brother Ahmed managed to reach Sweden after Israel's war in 2008 to 2009 and has been living there ever since. He had encouraged his brother to leave and to try to achieve a better life and a better income working as a mechanic in Sweden, raising his children in a violence-free environment. Security forces in Rafah estimate that several thousand Palestinians fled Gaza through the tunnels during Israel's most recent war on the Strip. Hopeful but desperate people pay a hefty fee to be transported via the Rafah tunnels to Alexandria, and then on to Libya and Italy. The whole process is one of danger and luck. The road to freedom is full of many risks. Tunnels have collapsed on fleeing refugees. Others, who manage to get through, are often apprehended or arrested by the Egyptian military in Sinai. The Egyptian Coast Guard boards some boats, while other boats sink at sea filled with refugees. But all that risk seemed worthwhile to Mohammed Maruf. To him, it seemed like a better option than watching his daughter grow up under oppression, in pain, and witnessing the deaths of her family in a homeland blockaded on all sides by the Israeli military. Many of his friends disagreed with him and refused to leave their home of Gaza, stating that it was Israel's plan to make the Palestinian people leave their ancestral home, to empty the land and to colonize it. His father, Zuhair Maruf, says that Mohammed's decision was only ever intended to be temporary, just until the situation improved and he was able to return. But now, that return seems unlikely. Sources in Italy and Malta suggest that a few hundred Palestinians drowned seeking asylum. Migrant groups estimate that approximately 2,900 people died this year in the Mediterranean, compared to 700 who died in all of 2013. Christiane Berthiaume, spokeswoman for the Geneva-based International Organization for Migration, commented on the sunken boat near Malta. Some 500 people were on board: Syrians, Palestinians, Egyptians, and Sudanese. They were trying to reach Europe. But the information Berthiaume provides does not solve Zuhair Maruf's dilemma. He is still unable to get definitive news. Family in Deir al-Balah have been waiting for news about their son, but when none reached them, they set up a tent of mourning and started receiving condolences. Then someone called from Italy and informed them that their son might be alive after all. They shut down the mourning tent. But 2 days later, news came in again. It wasn't their son, but someone else who had survived and was receiving treatment in a Malta hospital. The father says his son had to leave Palestine to work and earn money to pay for surgery for his mother. his wife is unable to sleep, and the wife of Mohammed Maruf has declared the name of her husband to be among the missing on Palestinian websites. Now, she is monitoring the news sites all day and night, waiting for some news of hope. Dozens of families are missing. Some are complete families with no one left behind in Gaza except extended family members. It was a collective decision to flee a war and die in the sea, to which Israel has limited Palestinian access since 2006. Dr. Rami Abduo of Euromed Observer for Human Rights says it is hard to know the numbers and names of the victims right now. The Malta authorities simply don't have sufficient means to search for bodies, and the Italian authorities will bury bodies they find immediately. If the Maruf family is lucky, they may get a photograph from Italian authorities of their family members before burial, he says. But this is not enough for Maruf. She will not tolerate not knowing what happened to her loved ones in a strange land where they never thought they would be. I want to know if my son and granddaughter are alive or dead, he says. Oh, is that the end? There's the author. I don't think there's, I don't see anyone on my following list doing anything. Or, it's just gaming. So sad this was from a decade ago too. Yeah, it's like... things didn't get better. They got worse, actually. I looked up Palestine flag emoji to see if anyone was streaming thing, and there's one other guy who has, what is this, like his title? Yeah, his title says Free Palestine, Border Hogs, I don't know. He's a white guy. The bio says something that says leftist podcast and streamers something communism, but I don't know. I think I'll just raid into one of the gamers, TPH. Maybe I'll raid into Goat. Gotta hit the hay, gotta rest. Alright, have a good sleep. Oops. Actually, let's check one more thing. Yeah, okay, we're gonna raid into Goat. We're doing art right now. Yeah. It just so happens to be convenient to raid them at, because it's a later hour of the night, and this seems to be when they usually stream. Looked up. It's actually not that late for me yet. Actually, when I got sick, it kind of scrunched my sleep schedule up a bit, so now I'm actually getting tired earlier. And waking up earlier kind of fucked up. But yeah. Yeah. Oh right, yeah, I'm gonna. Oh yeah, Nekula, didn't you say something about? Or no, I said I wanted to ask her now about setting up stuff, setting up things, but I don't know. Whatever. Good night. I'll figure a thing out for next stream. It's gonna be fucked up. Jump scare moment. Oh my god, hold on. We're blocking the guy on screen. Yeah. Bye.